Ding. Are we live? Yes, we are, baby. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hide chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. But, ladies and gentlemen, today is an interesting one. So, if you see the title, this has been the longest correction in 2 years, but today we got earnings. Yesterday was a little shaky. We were depending on these, and actually, you got some decent bank earnings. Bank of America, they may have missed on a couple of metrics, but what everybody is focusing on is guidance, and realistically, with these two guys doing good, it is highlighting something about bank earnings, and it's not as worrisome. Bonds kind of chilled out, so we're going to see how that plays out. We got a little bit of gas here, but it is not enough just yet. But depending in the first couple hours, we should see what is popping. But it is going to be exciting, and you are definitely getting another twist and turn to the story. So I hope you're ready, baby. But it's going to be an exciting one. You're probably going to get a little bit more volatility. We'll see what happens with the good and bad. So I hope you guys are locked in and prepared. It will be exciting again, and you are still going to be getting a lot more earnings. And on top of that, you get more earnings. You get more earnings next week plus the Fed. So I hope you're ready, baby. Oh, good morning, Edward. What's up? Y'all saying good morning? Oh, what's up, Nepal? What's up, Alexander? Oh, good morning, Jesus. We got Zuraj in the house. What's up, Sam Spence? What's up, Oscar? What's up, Alejandro? Oh, Usha, good morning. Good morning. Marvin Edison, top of the morning, top of the morning, top of the morning. Let's get this ship. Let's get this ship. Let's get this ship. Oh, it's good. It's a beautiful morning. What's up, Brian Rock? What's up, Mr. Rice? What's up, Jim Bursch? Good morning, Jamal. Good morning, Cavis. Good morning, Jim. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, Miami boy. Good morning. Good morning. What's up, Carissa? How you feel? I know Carissa locked and loaded, baby. What's up, Dirty Les? What's up, Dev the Lurker? Woo! What's up, Sanity? Oh, you feel insane? I hope they stay sane today. I hope y'all stay sane. You know, some people were tripping out of the market. No, you got to relax today. I'm just saying, we got so much to talk about. You know that? We got to talk about the banks. I'm mad. I'm mad at Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan. I think we found out that the banks that trade stocks got clapped, and those are the ones that are saying, oh my gosh, inflation. And then Morgan Stanley and Bank of America are like, nah, dude. Nah, dude, the Fibonacci, dude. Oh, good morning, dude. Yeah, how do I do, Josh? Do I just tell him good morning, dude? Oh, what's up, dude? Oh, good morning, Fibonacci, dude. What's up, Fibonacci Nesta, dude? Oh, what's up, SciTech, dude? The fibs are not going to lie, dude, especially on earnings, dude. So get ready, dude. You know, you got to get locked and loaded, dude. And we're going to be ready to play, dude. You know? Oh, it's going to be exciting, ladies and gentlemen. So get ready. There's a couple of things as well. You're seeing the main things right now. It's going to be the banks. There's a couple of other news you can see, like SoFi and a lot of other things. If this could bring some steam and calm, that will be good, and we'll go from there, my friend. The day Morgan Stanley, it was Bank of America as well, and even Procter Gamble and United Health. All of those companies had good earnings and good guidance today. So it's not only, it wasn't just the banks, but now you're balancing out the bank situation. The other companies and industries that could have reported as started out, they came in good. So it's looking nice. You get Alcoa and a couple of others today, Netflix tomorrow. So we see what happens, but this at least calmed it down. But we're gonna see it. It's gonna be a long day. I mean, there's still a lot. I'm not safe. I do not feel safe with 1/3% gain pre-market, essentially. I mean, we've seen that go very, very fast. We could watch it double in the first 5 minutes. So we will see what happens, my friends. But Morgan Stanley, they eked out a surprise 13% increase in equities trading revenue last quarter, relying on a one-time $225 million gain. Fixed income revenue declined 31%. Non-interest expenses for a year rose 19%, including costs related to integrating recent acquisitions. Shares edged up. Bank of America, they saw loan growth return with consumer business beginning to take on debt again, while the firm's traders missed expectations. Average loan balances were up 1% last quarter from a year earlier in sales and trading. B of A reported revenue that dropped 2%. Investment banking and advisory fees jump. Shares rose pre-market. Futures pointed higher. And global stocks paired a sell-off as some earnings optimism returned and offset concerns about rising yield. Treasury yields fell with the dollar. Oil extended gains as traders bet $100 is now a question of when and not if Bitcoin slid. More earnings. United Health beat on and maintained its revenue and profit guidance. P&G raised its revenue guidance. United Air will guide on Omicron's impact on beleaguered airlines as well as its Boeing 787 deliveries. And Alcoa kicks off earnings for the metals and mining industry. Prologis, State Street, and Comerica are also out. JP Morgan is up in the pay for junior bankers following a similar move by Citi. Corporate Activision CEO Bobby Kotick's up for a $375 million windfall after the Microsoft acquisition, a turnaround from his 50% pay cut last year. Sony fell the most in 2008 in Tokyo. Fell the most since 2008 in Tokyo, wiping out $20 billion in value following the Activision deal. ASML rose after results beat, though its sales guidance was on the light side as some deliveries will be delayed. SoFi soared pre-market after it was granted conditional approval to become a U.S. bank. China tech giants will need approval before making investments or raising funds according to new rules currently being drafted. Reuters reported China denied the report. ByteDance is downsizing its investment arms bet on China will tighten curbs. Another boost for crude. The IEA turned bullish on the outlook, saying that the market looks tighter than previously thought, with demand proving resilient to Omicron. UBS also highlighted expectations for record demand and the risk of supply outages posed to prices as global spares capacity remains low. With OPEC striving to ramp up, reserve capacity may drop to a 4-year low of 2.3 million a day by July. Moderna mRNA booster shots failed to block infection against Omicron in small South Africa study. U.S. plans to distribute 400 million N95 masks. Janet Yellen said she's confident Omicron won't derail growth. The Grammy Awards, originally set for January 31st, will be held in Vegas on April 3rd instead. China's COVID crisis. The nation exists in an alternative reality, wedding to a zero-tolerance stance as other countries strive to live with COVID. In a literal sense, it hasn't been COVID zero for months, and with every new situation, the stakes rise for Xi Jinping. Global airlines adjusted schedules and aircraft deployments for U.S. flights on fears 5G rollout near American airports may interfere with safety systems. At least 25 flights with Boeing 777s were canceled for today by carriers, including Emirates, Korean Air, Cathay Bank. AT&T and Verizon delayed turning on hundreds of 5G power towers near airports in last-minute talks with government officials. Limping into year two, Joe Biden will defend his record and lay out his plans for his second year when he holds a rare news conference. It's a rare one, baby. The eve of the anniversary of his inauguration. Only Donald Trump had a worse approval rating for a post-World War II president in their first year, and Biden faces a cascade of perils, including a pandemic, the economy, and foreign policy. Chart of the day, time to exploit the dollar's carry. The yield spread between Treasury 5-year notes and equivalent bonds hit 2% for the first time since February 2020. In the years prior, the QE traders bought dollars against European pairs when the spread topped this level. The premium isn't quite 2% in the front of the curve, but a combination of rising 2-year yields and favorable 5-year sector should give the dollar bulls a lift. So hopefully the dollar stays up. U.S. is going to sell 119-day CMBSs today, and then you got a 20-year bond auction at 1 p.m., and then Biden is holding his press at 4 p.m. He's waiting till the market closes. It's rare. Come on, Bidonius. Earnings include Alcoa, Prologis, Discover, United Airlines, Kinder Morgan, and Citrix. Verizon and AT&T launched their faster 5G service. Then you're getting a Bloomberg Climate Resilience event. So that'll be fun. Let's see. America's Anthony Blinken said diffusing the standoff with Russia lies in the hands of Vladimir Putin. I strongly hope that we could keep the diplomatic and peaceful path, Blinken said as he began a 3-day European tour. He later reiterated the support for Ukraine and said his trip is aimed at ensuring the U.S. and its allies speak clearly and with one voice. Canada's inflation accelerated to the fastest pace since 1991, reaching 4.8 in December as expected. The loonie extended gains. New U.S. home construction unexpectedly strengthened in December to the fastest pace in 9 months, climbing 1.4% to a 1.7 million annualized rate. Applications to build jumped 9% to the highest since January last year. That's for December, so that's wild. So at least, if anything, that could be a solution to the real estate problem. But 9% increase in building permits is wicked. So we'll see what happens there. Fire threatens home insurance. Como's lingering war chest. Barbados holds snap election. Benchmark German debt yields turn positive for the first time since before the pandemic as market markets brace for a removal of central bank support. The rate on the 10-year rose to 0.02%, crossing above zero for the first time since May 2019. Boris Johnson suffered a setback after a conservative lawmaker defected. His weakened position was further highlighted by a poll. Support plummeted in seats that switched to his party in 2019. UK inflation accelerated more than forecast in December to the fastest pace since 1992, adding pressure that the government BOE to respond. CPI surged to 5.4, driven by broad increase in the cost of food, drink, restaurant, meal, and furniture. Consensus was for a 5.2% gain. Hong Kong's stringent travel restrictions are the biggest challenge for American businesses in the city. The American Chamber of Commerce in Hong Kong said 60% of respondents in business sentiment cited the curbs as their top concern. Tokyo city government will seek to have bars and restaurants close early under a virus quasi-emergency. In some cases, stop serving alcohol as cases are set to case numbers are soar to a record across the country. Hong Kong activists released from jail. Commodity hedge funds posted a strong return for second straight year in 2021. Bridge Alternatives Index rose 19%, outperforming the 14.3 average. Oil pair gains after climbing to a fresh 7-year high. European natural gas declined as Norwegian supplies gradually recovered from a 4-month low. Crop futures advanced on expectations of a stunning rally in oil and will increase demand for biofuels. CVC is weighing a deal of Theramex for more than $1 billion. Belgian pharmaceutical firm UCB will buy Zogenics, U.S. maker of drugs, to treat seizures for 1.9 cash. TPG's Novatech Health raised fresh financing value for a business at $3 billion. Ford expects to make 8.2 off of the charge-off for Rivian. Pre-market, Cisco fell as Goldman downgraded the stock to neutral, saying headwinds and tailwinds are now balanced. U.S. bank court slid after earnings miss. Las Vegas Sands rose on a UBS upgrade to buy. Analysts said the company has mass appeal. Plug Power said it still sees 2022 revenue in the range of $900 million to $925 million. Europe, Richmond has the fastest holiday season in a decade. Burberry forecasts 35% earnings growth. Index jump after Goldman upgraded it to buy from neutral. ARC's Kathy Wood sees a Norwich arbitrage window with private markets. Homebuilders downgraded at KeyBank on tightening wall of worry. Developer shares gain on PBOC easing pledge. Indonesia's largest IPO turns to a flop. Pearson raises full-year guidance and jumps after jumping demand for tests. UBS cut Exxon. United Health, they did good on earnings. Sony loses $20 billion because of the Activision deal. United Health again did good. Music Tribe is set to waste stake sale at $2 billion. I watch Apple suppliers as analysts monitor China iPhone shipments. Mortgage M&A boom may have to wait for a steeper sell-off for Microsoft. Apple, Google tell Senate that tech bills will harm privacy. Scream reboot dethrones Spider-Man at the box office. A lot of news. Time for change. Microsoft purchase of Activision will give it access to some of the biggest video games and beachhead in a possible next phase of computing, the metaverse, but at first must deal with allegations that Activision underpaid women and allowed sexism. Travel insurance has never been more popular. In a survey of Berkshire Hathaway, travel protection, 29% of respondents said they were buying it for most trips, compared to 7% in 2020. Andre Leontali, former creative director and editor of the latest Vogue magazine, has died at age of 73. That's sad sounding alarm. Ford Foundation President Darren Walker warned that the pandemic has created tremendous inequality in both the U.S. and internationally. Australian Open defending champion Naomi Osaka advanced to the third round. Hong Kong's decision to kill thousands of hamsters, rabbits, and chinchillas on concern they could spread COVID is an overreaction born of COVID-0 politics. On this day in history, writer Patricia Highsmith was born in Fort Worth, Texas in 1921. Her 22 novels included Strangers on a Train, filmed by Hitchcock, and a series of 5 novels featuring the charismatic psychopath Tom Ripley. She was dubbed the Poet of Apprehension by Graham Greene, but her U.S. publisher called her a mean, cruel, hard, unlovable, unloving human being. She published the first lesbian novel with a happy ending, The Price of Salt, under a pseudonym in 1952. It was reissued 38 years later as Carol under her own name. She died in 1995. That was a weird news piece, right? You know what I'm saying? That was a weird news piece. What they got going on, man? What they got going on. But, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're ready, man. Today is going to be exciting. It is definitely a flip-flop of yesterday, but I mean, how it plays out is going to tell us a lot. Clearly, it's all about earnings, and you see how one set of good earnings could bring back some of the optimism. There's a lot of debate on the table right now for how things are going to play out, so just get ready for an exciting day, and I hope your head is in the game. But, ladies and gentlemen, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to the people who have sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will, and that is the veterans of the United States of America, baby. So, on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not not here, we want to give a huge and special shout out to all the veterans, all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. God bless you and thank you for doing what you have done. Big shout out to all the other public service out there too, all the police officers, firefighters, doctors, nurses, teachers. We love you guys as well too, and thank you for your service. But all in all, man, we love each and every one of you. So thank you again. And just even though we say it every day, I hope you know we love you, vets. So God bless you. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send the shots! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horn! Oh, if it flew out. Let's go, baby. Oh, I got too hyped. It's game time. Good morning, baby. Good morning. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. It's game time. Let's go. Happy Tuesday, Wednesday. I don't know because we had a short weekend. Woo! Okay, anyways, but I still got a couple of names to watch here. A lot of pre-market movers, a lot of upgrades and downgrades. I'm going to be watching Bank of America, Morgan Stanley, obviously. Those are the post-earnings plays, so we'll see what happens. They are up a lot, and we got to make sure there's a continuation. Abivi and UNH. UNH, don't forget, that's another positive earnings play. Healthcare, I will watch SoFi. The bank charter news is pretty big. Uber, we have a play. Watch for a travel rebound if people kind of chill out. TSM for the chips from yesterday, and then potential pre-run up there with Netflix. I'm still going to keep my eye on it, and then we will see anything in between. So you got about 1 minute left, man. We got 1 minute left. We got 1 minute left. So we have old bank plays. Again, I'm going to watch the bank plays for the pre-earnings, but like we've shown you in the past, you know, if it's up 4%, so if it's up too much, we might have to wait for the first pullback. It might be the better decision. And then just don't forget about the three other companies, and then watch anything if the attitude, if we could confirm like a 0.75% gain on the day, and the attitude is actually looking like pretty solid, that it won't turn around, I would look for other pre-earnings plays as well. So watch bonds too. Dollars kind of, you know, I don't think the dollar is going to be as important today, but the real thing is going to be bonds. People are worried about that getting out of hand. And then that's pretty much it. Our work is going to cut out for us. I mean, just get prepared in the sense that volatility could still return. Today is a lot better than yesterday, but it is still early. So let's see what's about to happen next, okay? You got about 15 seconds or less. Locked and loaded, Chad. Locked and loaded, okay? Locked and loaded. Post your place, okay? Tell somebody you love them. Tell yourself that you love yourself. I hope you love yourself. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if they feel me, man. I don't know if they feel me. Round one. Fight. There it is. So Bank of America, remember we had those old Morgan Stanley marches. Amazon's down. Watch Netflix too. If they come back, it looks like 0.4 on the S&P, 0.5 on the NASDAQ, 0.2 on the S&P or on the Dow Jones. So you got a literally double there right at open, which is good. Is that going to fill? Nah. So Morgan Stanley chain is down. That's not looking. Bank of America may slip a little bit. I have the old Morgan Stanley. That's why I was trying to see if those came back to life. I was going to try to get tricky with this one. FXY, that play's actually moving too. Spotify, Microsoft's kind of moving here on the premiums. So is Netflix as well. So if this could hold up, that'll be good for a little bit. Let me check UNH again. Watch the banks. Tell me when Morgan Stanley's chain loads up. I know Bank of America's chain is loaded up. There it is. All right, Morgan Stanley's up now. It's just tweaking out. Like absolutely tweaking out. Let me see. What do we pay for those? They're kind of expensive. I may wait till the first bounce there. Do you see the Roblos? Oh, I forgot. Roblox from yesterday. That's up 40% right now. I didn't even notice that. So Roblo's doing good. BAC losing steam. I would give it a second though. I mean, Morgan Stanley options are expensive, but I don't think what's it called will be too bad. Let's see. Roblo. I have to see Roblo. I mean, give it a couple minutes. As long as the SPY does good, that's the thing. You got a big return. You're almost 1% on the NASDAQ in the first minute. So, I mean, this is it's faster than you would think. Jeez, I'm going to charge hella for that. Okay. The Roblox is chilled out. Bob is straight out. The FXY play is only down 20%. It's moving. Watch if Bank of America moves from there. It might be the move, but we'll see. Dollar Tree on the high. So is TSM. Roblo. Microsoft premiums are moving. That's why I say watch even Netflix too. See if that comes up, and watch out if bonds go crazy. But Netflix, I mean, again, remember, they report in 2 days. So keep your eye out for that. Altria down 0.05. SPY's kind of chilling out. You got another 0.6 there. Half a point out of the NASDAQ. Versus that. Did I get filled on that? This is a weird play. It makes sense why they fill. I literally bought it. I kept it somewhat smaller. That's weird. It has a little. It's down from the day before, but it's not. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Apple, big red. Watch out, SPY's coming down. Come on, Apple. Oh, that wasn't a big. You scared me. It did turn around, but I thought it was like a big. You know what I'm saying? I was like, ah. Well, we will find out here. Netflix is still on the high a little bit. Robo kind of just came down there. But don't trade this. Not a recommendation. Again, very weird play with very, very big spreads. I grabbed a UNH. So United Health February call. Some of the plays, a lot of them are red on the option chain. So the idea is, I kept it small though. I kept it below $200. Again, spreads are fat. Very, very difficult to play there, but I'm just hoping that if UNH continues, they had good earnings, they had good guidance, they're up 1%. Healthcare defensive, I'm figuring we could get something there. Other than that, though, the bank plays were a little too expensive. If they come back down, we might take advantage of them. Like Bank of America sold off, Morgan Stanley's holding up good. So we will see what happens. Microsoft pop, Uber. I forgot we have the Ubers as well. Uber's down. I thought they were positive. And then watch if bonds chill out. Microsoft is up 1.43. Netflix as well. Roblox selling off. Morgan Stanley. Netflix just had a candle there. Uber as well. Let's see. Microsoft on the high. Goldman's continuing the sell-off from yesterday. So Goldman is still on the low. UNH call. And the plays already came down. That chain is just liquid as hell. So, I mean, you'll see it. And even after good earnings, a lot of the options are down. So that play, just keep that one in mind. It's going to be risky, but if we need UNH to go crazy. Microsoft's almost up 2% now. I'm actually getting some increase on the old options, believe it or not. It's kind of weird. So you guys remember that February, it's because of the spreads, but that February one is only down 4% now. So some of the Microsofts are actually coming back to life. It's a little weird here. Airbnb +2. Morgan Stanley just hit the low. SPY's coming up here again, almost 0.75% there on the Dow or on the NASDAQ. We need the Dow to come up. That's it. Oh, give me something to feel me, man, Habibi. Give me a good one. Yeah, Airbnb's up too, actually. Airbnb's nice. Watch Netflix. We need Netflix. I mean, Microsoft's getting the run. You just need that one to go. BAC Drillion, vertical pop on ARC. Facebook, nice move. I mean, Facebook and Microsoft are really, really nice right now. See, SoFi. Oh, I haven't even looked at SoFi yet. Microsoft is still going. Roblox, is it down or up? I don't know when you guys call it out. That's it. Half of y'all call it out when it like drops. You like want to make sure I know it goes down. Then the other half are like, yeah. So I don't know. I'll look. It's going up though. That's good. But I'm confused now. Y'all, I don't know what's happening. Let's see. NVIDIA up 1.8. Let me check the Roblos. SpyRip, SOXL, watch chip makers. I mean, if NVIDIA comes up, I mean, that will be very, very good. Roblo Premium positive now. Yeah, it should be. I'm up 24% on the ones from yesterday. Remember, they were even up that much too. So right in that would mean if Roblo could last beyond its little sometimes he'll like go up and then he come down. He's a very, 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 very weird guy, man. Very, very weird guy. Which price is that? Let's see. Airbnb, Microsoft, Roblo's still going. I don't have any SoFi, but I think the news is great. Big fan, It's good to see. It's good to see. Amazon is coming down right there. Tech is still holding 3/4. Procter & Gamble, I forgot. That's another post earnings. They're up 4, but that one's just grinding up very, very nice for post earnings. Amazon down bad. Nuva, high ticker still gassing again, 0.64 on the S&P. Dude, can y'all film me? Why are they scamming me? Oh, man. Check Robo. I have the Robo. I might need you got 32%. It's just not filling me on my other one. They're little scammers, bro. I don't even know what that. I got filled on partially on one. And then Roblo going up. Watch Roblo at 80. I'll take a partial fill. All right. I made sure this one's gonna be risky. That's a earnings continuation though. So far, Roblo break. I mean, that's we'll see. Roblo doesn't look as toppy as yesterday, but just watch if it breaks. But again, market just had a full flip there, so there's going to be a little bit of back and forth. So be careful with that. And then this play again going to be risky here. I grabbed Morgan Stanley January 28th. Do not trade this. I grabbed next week calls. So pretty much you have some of the next week calls. The premiums have all dropped. But if Morgan Stanley keeps selling, these premiums will get clapped. If Morgan Stanley bounces, it'll be a nice one of those weekly flips. So we'll see. Other than that, it's gonna could be risky, could be not. But go look at some of the Morgan Stanley next weeks. The contracts are cheaper. At the very least, that's what we want to see with earnings. Company is reported, earnings is confirmed, so if it bounces up, we're good. But otherwise, if it does come down and change trajectory, it will get clapped. Netflix, Amazon, bro, all the big tech just flipped. Apple's still up. Microsoft's still killing it, which is great, but still. Okay, says melting faces. That's going up 2% again. Remember, it was had a lot of news yesterday. And then UNH, that went up. I don't know if our plays did. No, the plays still went down. Stupid spread. Hold on, let the call, baby. Bacht. Hey, man. What's the bacht? Blocked Uber weak today. I'm surprised because I was looking very, very good in the morning. Yeah, Abivai still up. Uber coming down. UNH hitting the high. The play is still down, so the plays are still cheap on the UNHs. Again, it's a weird chain. That one is thankfully we got a little bit more time on there. Abivai pushing. Massive volume. Palo Alto 3%. Let's see if Roblo gets the final push. Bonds are at least chilling out as long as bonds don't go up. Even the SPY is making a move. Ford is on the low. Ford is down 1.35. Tesla is up 1%. Microsoft is still killing it. Intel earnings. Chips are going to go. Airbnb running. Let him run, man. Let him run. Two push. No, he need to run. I want him to, get the track shoes. Make him get exercise. So great. The people, they judge him so much. Even Jim Cramer said something positive about Airbnb. I was like, stop it, you little communist. You're so nice. He said that. He said Airbnb shouldn't have been bunched in the group of all of these other companies that have been getting sold off. He was saying now Airbnb is just kind of, they're actually making revenue and all that. I was like, what? I was like, that's crazy. I said, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. I'm so proud, though. Apple, Microsoft, they're starting to go. SPY came back. I mean, you're getting a lot of movement This is the part I was worried about. I'm just worried if we sold off this early run-up. So if we could get past 1% on the NASDAQ and kind of give us a little bit of steam here, I mean, it's going to start looking good, or at least it won't look bad comparatively to what we've been getting up there. So let us see. Bank of America is selling off. Again, they missed. I went with Morgan Stanley because they were up on every guidance, but they all kind of look the same. But Bank of America now, Morgan Stanley are matched up. They were not in the morning. Ford recalls 200,000 vehicles. Watch out for the switch gears. I'm cautious of that. Very, very cautious of that. That's why I'm not going too crazy, getting time. I'm only playing the earnings plays for now. Even the big tech that I see running, I mean, I need middle of the day if we still get this kind of activity. I mean, pre-earnings run could slip in there. Other than that, though, I mean, just stay vigilant is the best way to describe this. See, dollar came down. TLT's up, though. They're flip-flopping. Balked up 13%. It might get its little hype there again. We'll see. Microsoft is still killing it, which is wild. There you go. The other plays, those other Microsoft plays, now this spread's chilled out. They're messing with me for a little bit. Lucid, Asan. Ford dump. Yeah, Ford is getting clapped. Surprisingly. Ford is down 3%. I mean, back to 23. It's his first, let's say, what, if it breaks 23, 22.50, that's what kind of breaks some of the trend there. Microsoft still going. XLF red. Yeah, I think it's Goldman. Goldman is down, but all of the other companies have chilled out. At least they've gave up 2-3% from the earnings move. Ford. Do you have any PRB, Getty Images, and NFT? I have not. It's interesting. Costco is rocketing right there. Even Microsoft. I mean, if Microsoft and big tech get steam, that's great. I would like to see a wider move or a more broader move, but still, I mean, it's good to see some names coming up and hold up. Ford is getting clobbered right now. That's it. I think a lot of people are waiting for those Ford puts. Oracle running. Oracle's up 1.2. Procter & Gamble as well. They're up 4.3. That's post-earnings. Ford is hitting another low right now. Morgan Stanley just fell through the lows now, so this could be it. Watch out. I mean, you quickly went from up 0.6 to only up 0.4. 0.75% now. Microsoft is still going, but just watch some of the banks and everything else. Where's oil? Oil at 85, 85.70. Is up even more. Microsoft is hitting more highs. Yeah, KSS is still going as well, too. KISS is another 3.5. Remember, yesterday it was like 5 or 6. It touched 86 on oil. Let's see. Is Amazon still down? I think oil companies didn't do as hot, though, today. TSM is on the low now. So they're still positive. NVIDIA still has 1%. So, again, a lot of these names are still holding up the gap up. But just watch if we flip this. But right now, Microsoft, some of the bigger tech is doing very good. It's a mixed bag. Netflix, Amazon not doing too hot. Apple, Microsoft kind of in the game. Facebook about 1%. Same thing with Google. Airbnb dropping. Airbnb is dropping now. Even Roblo coming back to where it opened up at. From out. Roblo, XPEV was Tesla. Again, we're staying here at the middle. Again, as long as we could get past the wall of worry if we flip. That's why we need to just go a little bit higher. Otherwise, I mean, I think everybody's been traumatized that nobody really trusts any bounce until it like really bounces. And that's pretty much what we're watching for here. Again, it's good to see some big tech names move, but just keep your eye out for everything more or less to hold. Let's see what we got. Does the Ukraine drama matter for the market if it gets worse? It doesn't. It doesn't. It won't be the biggest effect, but it depends on the response, right? So it's like food poisoning is not good, but it's livable. But then if you try to fight food poisoning with radiation, it may have a that then we should start freaking out. So it all depends on how other countries respond. So it depends what Europe does, it depends what the United States does, and then that would have the effect. Otherwise, it'll just create currency and oil volatility. So right now, consumer staples and tech are leading. Financials and industrials are doing bad despite the bank earnings, even communications. That's on the Dow, S&P. Only energy and financials are doing bad. Every single thing is green. So you do have a lot more solid of a move. 353 names up. But good to see you back, guys. Good to see some names up. The Dow's kind of a mixed bag, but this is good. I feel like we've had more industries up today than I've seen in a while. Like everything is kind of getting some of this steam. And then you got to, it's still in the middle though. It's like, it's 60% bullish. I wouldn't say it's like 70 or 80%, but you still got enough bullishness, but enough to be paranoid as well. So let's see. It's decent. It's decent though. HG, they're doing decent. Microsoft, Wells Fargo's about to start ticking up. Again, that's a post-earnings move. That one's actually pretty interesting. Wells Fargo's coming up right now. JPM below 150. UAA on the high. Looks like retail is kind of getting some steam. Yeah, retail's up like 2-3% right now. Even Boeing is down 1.2. SPY came back up to the high. Again, there's some big candles here. If it could break out through there, that'd be good. Tech is up 0.86. Nothing at 1% now. SPY's at 0.67, 0.6. Dow at 0.4. Again, it's just a slight edge to the bullish names. But that's why these next couple of minutes here will be important. If everybody else could start picking up some of the legs, it'll be good. Not too bad. Not too bad. You want to break, but he is not. Yeah, MasterCard and Visa. ServiceNow. Kohl's is up 5 now. That's crazy from yesterday's move. That's a 10% straight from the bottom. Again, last earnings it was up on here, so they got a lot of upside. The contracts, I know it's a lower float, wider spread, but I mean there's a lot brewing there. There's a lot brewing there. I can hear your voice. That's good. That is good, my friend. That is good. Morgan Stanley, those options, I mean, widespread, pretty much. The spreads are crazy. They're back there. You need the real bounce. Financials are barely in the red there for the S&P. So other than that, energy's down. But if financials can recover here, it'll be solid. And we just need a couple more names just in the middle. You need a couple more random names to go up. Like Johnson & Johnson's red. Interesting. Johnson & Johnson dropping right now, but Procter & Gamble's up. Yo, check Johnson & Johnson news. There's Abivai. Not Abivai, Johnson & Johnson. Abivai. Are you being dramatic? No, they're dropping. They just flipped. Johnson & Johnson. I'm not seeing any news. I think Johnson, some medical companies just literally flipped right there. There's nothing on J&J, but J&J and Abivai, I mean, you can see how that looks right there. UNH is still holding up. They had earnings. Tesla from the bottom, they're still green. SPY looks like it's fighting. I mean, Microsoft is still hitting a high. Netflix is not awoken yet, which is interesting. We need to wait for the Netflix move. OVS back above 4. Microsoft killing it. BBIG, that's been hyped the last couple of days. Yeah, the other Microsoft calls are coming back up. Surprise! I mean, the first initial sets are like totally clapped, but remember that February, like 2 weeks ago? That one shouldn't come back, but it's coming back faster than what we've seen, so pretty surprising. MasterCard and Instacart. What was I gonna check? Oh, Johnson & Johnson. Check Johnson. Again, nothing on Johnson & Johnson. It's a weird flip. Very, very weird flip. Yeah, I'm not seeing any news on that. Snap, pop, shop more highs. Watch if Netflix could run from the bottom. Facebook's on the high, so big tech. NASDAQ is about to hit 1%. Microsoft is up 3.5%. Facebook's trailing behind at 1.5. That's the second leader, and then Apple is at like 1% or something, 0.5. So you still got a lot of, like, these companies can move a lot more. AMD's up 1.7, but we need them to. 0.7 on the NASDAQ or the S&P, 0.38, 0.4 on the Dow, but we have not broken out from the 459. So we are not getting past yesterday's open, which is that's not a good sign. So this is like the bottom there of Friday, but 460, like we need to break 460 right now pretty much, and it's not doing it. Facebook is gassing though. Netflix is kind of moving off the bottom though. It's a good move. Uber dice off the bottom. Uber is actually rocketing right there. I don't know what the hell just happened to Uber. See again, watch some of the travel names. SPY's coming up. I mean, VWAP's going with it. This 460 is a test. I mean, this is Friday's bottom, yesterday's top and open. So we need to get past those levels. It'll be good. Uber's getting volume. Facebook at the top. Microsoft leading the way at 3. Airbnb going with Uber. Watching Facebook slows down. Yeah, Airbnb travel names. It looks like they bounced off there. Remember, you are going to be getting airlines. All the travel stocks just made this nice little V bounce. Remember when the market's up 1.5 and totally reverse? Oh, yeah, I kept that thought in my mind even at the open. I mean, the earnings today were a little bit better, but, I mean, the cautiousness, I think, has just been, in a weird way after this last 20 days or so. It's embedded a new level of caution, I feel like. So, I mean, anything could turn around. That's why I'm paying attention. But, I mean, I can't write off every single bounce to say that it's going to be a bull trap or something like that. I'm just waiting to see if it actually holds. We get a broad move, and then if more earnings supports it. At the very least, today was medicine, and that's why we need to see how long it lasts. But the medicine was good earnings. I mean, I could name you 3 or 4 companies that not only did they report good and guide good, but they didn't freak out about inflation. So if you realize the difference from last week and even yesterday, like JP Morgan, the banks, like they were sounding bad. Like not only were their earnings numbers bad, like again, even Goldman, JP Morgan, all of that, they were talking like JP Morgan's CEO, Jamie Dimon, he's saying a lot of stuff about inflation and all that. It's just, you didn't get that same terminology, and you didn't get the same warning from a lot of these companies, and they did good, and then especially in the same industry. So take a look at that. We're getting a little bit weaker there. I think market is just taking turns on what's ripping, but watch if that goes up or not. Medicine, no, I'm saying like market medicine, as in it calmed the markets down for at least 30 minutes to an hour. We'll see. I mean, we haven't hit 1% yet. Things are starting to flip right there. So the tone is different. But like I'm saying, I mean, until we get past like 460, I mean, I really still think you could flip. And that's what I'm keeping. I'm not getting too excited just yet. Is the Fed day today? No, that's next week. Dump forward, XOM on the low. So oil's the only negative industry. If just all the other industries calm down, then we'll see. But for now, yeah, industrials just went negative on the SPY. So they were holding up. Consumer discretionary materials, those are the other weak ones. I mean, we're holding up here. There's a lot of consolidation. It needs to break above here. That is all we are waiting on. Roblo coming back up. Roblo's actually looking nice. Palo Alto, weren't they up 3? Are they still climbing? Yep, they're up 4.27 now. Yeah, it's a nice bounce. SPY coming down. Microsoft finally chilling out. Remember, Microsoft 3.5%. Bonds up are good, so this is at least the bond stability is chill. So watch out. SPY back to VWAP. VWAP has climbed up a little bit, but I mean you're just dangerously close to just coming back to where we opened. Boeing, Ford selling off again. Ford's down 4% now. So this is probably Ford's biggest sell-off all year, I'd say. I don't think we've seen anything like that. SPY came back to VWAP. Let's see if it's bought. Tesla dropping hard. Tesla just went negative as well. Tesla's fighting red to green. Crowd is up 3.4. That's looking at it. Looks like some of the crowd or like the tech names, software type names are doing pretty good. Morgan Stanley's bouncing now again. It's buying Ford leaps at the bottom. Make sure they actually get cheaper. Again, it's the biggest down day that they've had, but just makes, I mean, again, Ford has been on an absolute tear. So just keep that in mind. So it looks like we're kind of bouncing at VWAP. TLT is holding up a little bit. You got 0.86 on the NASDAQ, 0.6 on the SPY, 0.36 on the Dow. Wally World, HD, McDonald's, Domino's. They're holding decent. UNH still holding. Premiums aren't really budging too much. NVIDIA. I still have the UNG. Those are down, though. They're down. They're down like 50% even yesterday. DraftKings. Where's Activision? Activision came down. EA. So SPY's coming back below VWAP. You're probably 10 seconds away from where we opened up at, back to the 0.43. The NASDAQ is good, though. So SPY is not. SPY's almost back to open, but I'm pretty sure the NASDAQ has a little bit more cushion here. You could see that. So tech stocks, and again, not just Microsoft and Facebook, really. But SPY's back at VWAP. EA's making a move right there. I'll put Microsoft up. Free chat. Might as well remind you I love you and thank you for everything. And everything in life you've changed, baby. God bless you. Mr. Ray Lane. Good morning. And God bless you, my friend. Stay in the game. So look at nice quick bounce, bro. There's a lot of movement happening. There's a lot of movement happening. So this is it's good and bad. It's good and bad. Airbnb's coming up. The Netflix. Yeah, Netflix, if it gets in that move, 1%'s good. We just need a couple of the other stuff to hold up. Morgan Stanley's coming back up. The contracts are pretty much the same price. The Rolo. The Roblos are break even. This is an interesting day. On the edge of our seats. So you got some volume here. We'll see if, I mean, you needed to break through on this one. I mean, dude, is that a triple top, dude? Huh? Look at that, dude. Like 1, 2, 3, dude. Oh, dude, just wait till it Fibonacci hits, dude, or it could be crazy, dude. How come it feels like we're going to flush? In the medical world, we call that trauma. So I think everybody's been a little traumatized over the last, again, this is the longest correction in 2 years. So every single correction over the last 2 years where the market has dropped 10 to 15%, it has not lasted for longer than 30 days. So you are on day 61 today of correction territory. So that's the biggest difference, and that's why I think people 60 days of volatility like that and for the last 2 years. It's just like that. Have I seen a multi-year correction? I mean, yes and no. I think I was post, I started trading before the economic collapse, the great financial crisis, and then a little bit after. So the next couple years, even when I was in college, it was a little bit choppy. But even after college and like looking at some other years, I mean, just pretty much when I got Amazon, the market was choppy. But I mean, most people, I don't think you've had a multi-year correction since 2001 maybe. And then the only other time before that would have probably been like the 70s and the Volcker situation. So SPY quickly came back down right there. You're back up to, you're right near open on the SPY, but Netflix, the NASDAQ went up, surprisingly. So even though the SPY just came back to open, Dow just got knocked. The NASDAQ is climbing a little bit here. So We are getting a little bit weird rotation here, more or less. But, I mean, back to open. We're going to see how today plays out with it, because if this starts to sell off, if tech starts to give up, it could get ugly, or it might just look into a lopsided day where some big tech holds up, but then everything else might get mollywopped again. Let's see. Let us see. Airbnb at the high. Lucid's at the high. Ford and Tesla are down. Lucid's up 6. Ford looks like it wants to bottom a little bit, but it hasn't. Ultra is down 1. Abivi's down 1. Gold going crazy. Oh, gold, bro. That's actually wild. What the hell is this? Bro, gold just popped $10. Yo, bro, Peter Schiff is going crazy right now, bro. He's like, yes. So I guess we got a little bit of that in November, and it didn't hold. Was that 11.5 through 11.15? And then May. Let me see. Yeah, you had that volatility there. That's interesting, bro. Gold hasn't moved though. I'm actually quite interested in that. That's the weirdest move about today. If that holds up, check. I don't know. Maybe it could be something with Russia that would apply to currency volatility in a weird way. Because I know Russia likes gold, but that one's a weird one. He's already on Twitter saying, "I told you so." So SPY's coming down. I mean, if anything, it looks like that's an inverse correlation. I don't know if gold is going to weigh that much, but, I mean, any of the gold bugs will know, or even if you really haven't heard about it too much. I mean, gold hasn't moved in a long time, even during this volatility. You know, it was dropping and then staying pinned. So that's an interesting move. SPY is now below open. NASDAQ is still up, but it's coming down. I mean, NASDAQ has a lot more cushion, but this is pretty much right where we opened from that gap up. And we have not been able to get past 460 on the SPY, which was the open of yesterday and the very low of Friday. Fox News commercials are laughing down. They're like, "What's up, son? We told you. Act now. Free shipping. You can buy gold, not gold. Gold-plated gold, not gold." It's crazy. We just confused the shit out of you because most people don't know how to buy legit bullion. But still, we'll sell you an ounce of an ounce. So you take an ounce of gold, but then we shave it down and we give you like a tenth of that ounce. And it's, yeah. Anyways, I like gold. Shop is on one. You love 5%. That's good. Amazon's kind of trashed. Apple's still going up. Watch if Microsoft gets another one. What would you buy if war breaks out with Ukraine? I would just probably keep playing oil. To be honest with you, I wouldn't react too crazy. And then if it led to market volatility, I would buy Airbnb and Roblox if it caused everything to sell off. But I'm not expecting too big of an event. If there was any Russia-Ukraine issues, I would be watching currencies. Again, gold kind of comes into the mix. That would make a lot of sense too. Other than that, it's just going to be currencies and oil. And the only way Russia turns into a bad situation is if we remove them from the SWIFT financial network. That's it. Otherwise, it shouldn't have too big of an effect. XLNX. XLNX just got a pop. 2 big candles right there. Good call out on that one. Yeah, you're getting back-to-back candles. XLNX. I'm checking news on it now. Fidelity adds tech. That's old. Watch AMD too. Big candle on XLNX. Netflix is coming up too. AMD, but XLNX is moving. I'm not seeing any news on XLNX. Interesting. But that's 2 big candles there. I mean, SPY kind of now bounced. We're right back up to open. It's not too much, but watch see because the VWAP might start changing trajectory, and it could turn into a little bit more calm, but it does look like tech wanted to move. Apple and them came down. City's on the low. Morgan Stanley just broke a low now. Banks are selling off again. You still got 1% on them. I mean, I don't know how Goldman's not responding. There it is. Bank of America now. So you still got 1% gains on Bank of America, Morgan Stanley, but those flip red. Banks have been the worst performer here today, just like yesterday. So it's probably weighing on some things. Very interesting day. SPY's barely moving, Dow's barely moving, and tech is up 1%. And you got some names up like Microsoft 3%, and the banks are holding it down a lot, I think. Banks and energy. So these were your two safe havens. So today's bouncing the stuff not there, but that could be good. As long as you don't sell off, I will tell you this. If today does nothing and it stays very, very like neutral and we like don't go up too much or we don't go down too much and everything stays green except energy and financials, at the very least that is a bounce out of the safe haven. So I mean that could be good to a degree, but like you've heard from the morning, I mean, there's a lot of variability for today, so just be prepared for anything. We still don't really know, and I don't think anybody's really confident just yet. High tickers gassing again. Baidu pop. TSM over VWAP. XLNX is still going, bro. We don't know what's going on with that. I think that 195, two big bro, that's 4%. And two candles right there. Now it's at 197. Jeez. This is stupid. It's just paranoia we've gotten, and just at the end of the day, I mean, patience will get rid of any stupidity. You know, give this thing enough time, let it kind of get back to the market we were in. And it should be a little bit chiller. XLNX is still going. I don't know what's going on with the premiums there. They kind of got some cheap ones if you want to take the short-term risk. Lucid has no new. I don't think they do. I mean, it might be benefiting off of the SoFi thing in a weird way because I think both of them are like de-SPAC'd at the same time. Other than that, Ford is down, Tesla's down, and it could be some of that where people are rotating into them instead. I think Lucid may be the only automaker that's up right now, except for NIO. Lucid lockup expires. Yeah, that's the only news. And again, like I said, I think a lot of people were waiting for the thing. I said it seemed like it would have been a better time than not. I mean, I didn't play it, but we'll see how it plays out. It seems like a reverse. With gold in Russia, Russia just likes gold. So, and then if you really want to dive deeper into it, I mean, like when we go back to 2014, 2015, and you see what Vladimir Putin does to respond to certain situations, you know, he messes with his currency a lot. So in a weird way, by having gold, I mean, they place a high importance on it. So, like, I think if I could get their gold reserves, you'll see what I'm talking about. But they stack up gold. So in a country, and if your defense system is to manipulate your currency as it pertains to oil, you know, you're going to want to hold a lot of gold, essentially. It's kind of like an insurance play. It's like it's their hedge. And I think Putin is subscribed to Peter Schiff. So I think he was just like, yeah, man, it's the best hedge ever. Why wouldn't I put at least 3 to 30% of my net worth in there? You know, they kept getting him the ads, you know, like, you know, they say Russia interference, but they don't know we got him. You know what I'm saying? We got Putin with the ads that Peter Schiff finally got to him. And he was like, you know what? I think it would be a prudent financial decision to protect this. And then Putin just starts listing off the reasons why you need physical gold. And he's like, nah, man, look, the opportunity cost at 3%, inflation. I'm like, damn, Vladimir. He like, I know, man. Here, check out my referral link if you want to get some. Go to peterschiff.com/gold. What? I still don't understand gold when we have floated exchanges. That's the whole point. Is just that, you know, if we don't have floated exchanges, or if anything, it's just it's a stable store of value. That's it. But it just doesn't produce any yield, which is the problem. It makes less sense with Bitcoin, but I mean, gold is one of the things that you know, it's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it, I guess is the best way to put it. Because I agree, but I will not, like, I'll always have a little bit of gold. I won't have a lot of gold, but I always have a little bit. Yeah, so take a look. So here's Russia's gold reserves. And they may not update it the same. Like China doesn't let you know for every like 6 years, but you see what I'm saying? Ever since 2014, literally. So before he started to clap everything with Ukraine, he literally increased his gold holdings by like 30 or 40%. So this was all during the Ukraine crisis. And you could kind of see it stayed pretty much stable up until the second half of that generation, kind of leading into it. Then 2012 through like 2015, that's where they started to raise their gold. So pretty much, if you're gonna, if you're gonna mess with your currency and try to defend against global sanctions and get your people to starve and have them be down, at the very least, you're gonna want to own a lot of gold. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, SPY's flipping right now. You're getting the flush. NASDAQ still holding up 0.81, but Dow is about to go negative. So Dow is about to be your first red here of the day, even though you got good news. Kind of. You got good news there, at least with the bank earnings and kind of how we opened. The Dow is now red. Let's see. Again, Dow was looking weak from the morning. Remember, we even said that. It was like 17-13. Now 6 names are up. So you flipped. You had 10 names just went red barely. So like IBM, 3M, Visa, Walmart, CVX, Coca-Cola, Walgreens, they were barely holding up. Then Johnson & Johnson's getting wrecked, and then so is Verizon and Cisco. But Microsoft's holding it up. UNH, Procter & Gamble. Literally, the only earnings are holding up the Dow. Do you guys see that? That's disgusting. But then Caterpillar, Boeing are getting clapped. Yeah, Caterpillar's down 2.3. Caterpillar's been very, very volatile, but Caterpillar had a big run. So Dow is now red. NASDAQ at 0.75%. SPY at 0.31. This is dumb. I heard the more you type it, the more it gets less dumb if you just type it out constantly. You know what I'm saying? So at least you're doing something. This is dumb. That's good. Wow. Okay. You guys are... That's how I know some of y'all are desperate. Y'all willing to try anything right now. Y'all just like straight up. You're like, really? Okay. That's fine. Fair enough. You're like, hey, let's try it. They're numb. They won't get back on defense. I know, for real. Let's go, man, bro. I wish I was some of y'all coach. You know that? I would stop it. You know that? You know I'm nice, right? You lucky we on a schedule. You know that? Cause if this was practice, you know what I would do? I go on the line. I say stop playing. I'm like, yeah, on the line. Go do suicides. So y'all learn to play defense. On the line. And that would be my whistle too. That would be my whistle. And if you laugh at it, you run again. But SPY's coming down again. We'll just watch for the NASDAQ to give up. I mean, if Microsoft and Facebook give up, or the banks that are leading really give up red, or Johnson & Johnson, Procter & Gamble, or even if Procter & Gamble goes red, I don't think it will. But if it does, that'll be a negative sign. Again, J&J, that's a big Dow component. As long as big tech doesn't flip, it's just going to be kind of again, 50-50. Right now, the safe havens are selling off in what? 9 out of 11 industries are up right now. So that's what you got to keep in mind. Or maybe it's 3, 1, 2, 3, 4 now. So 8 out of 12. Or no. 7 out of 11. 7-11. What? You're like COVID all over again. All I hear is SPY coming down. Again, even COVID, the drop didn't last this long. You haven't had 60 days of this in years. So, like, this has literally been 60 days of correction, comeback, correction, comeback, correction. You've never had that. You've pretty much went 2 months without setting a new record. And again, I'm just looking at the SPY too. There's a lot of other ones. Again, there's 3 different indexes there, but the duration of this is something that a lot of us haven't seen in a couple years. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're brand new or you've been trading for a while. I mean, even to me, I'm like, wow, this is a longer duration when you look at it. It's been a lot more we haven't dealt with 60 days. That's such a long time when you really think about it. If you got 200, think about it. You have 200 trading days in a year or something like that, like 2 something, and you're telling me 60 days of it you've already spent. And again, we're counting some from last year, so like the first 15 days have been awful. Okay, SPY's coming down again. 0.6 now. NASDAQ is starting to give back up, so NASDAQ should be open, right near open now. Again, this is the level I'm watching out for. Watch if the VIX goes green. There's TLT hit. Nah, TLT's chilling. The dollar's going down, and I hope it doesn't match up with the dollar. I don't think it will. Check the UVXY. Pile in the TBT. If the premiums went down, it might be decent. But again, I'm depending on some of the earnings. I think we might chill out a little bit, or there should be a little bit more chill leading into Powell. It depends on the earnings, but at the very least today, I mean, if I could say anything, and you gotta just pay attention to it, is that you've gotten good earnings, and that changes a lot of things right now. You see it. Pretty much. You see exactly how one set of good or multiple sets of good earnings can really start to change things. And that is the key with all of this, because now you're going to have next week with more earnings every single day. We're going to wake up to a little bit of gas. And then on top of it, it's going to lead into Powell next week. So Powell is going to be on Wednesday, not this Wednesday, next Wednesday. So today is Wednesday. So literally the 26th is going to be young Pow. So it's like you the last couple days you've got a shit narrative. So today you've gotten decent earnings. You got something that you could hold on to where it's not as bad, or it's not as like, oh my gosh, what's going on? Because every day prior to this, I mean, if you ask me why it's down and everything, I mean, I'm gonna tell you the bank earnings were dog shit. So today eased that up a little bit, but I mean, you're still in a wild environment, but there's more of these catalysts on the way. And Biden talk, it's rare. You know that? They said it's rare. I think it's hilarious when I read it. They say it's a rare speech. Vaximity is up 34%. SPY's still going down. This has been about 20 minutes of straight dropping now, low key. I mean, you had this little 6-minute run up there, but looking from that little top, it's not good. VWAP hasn't adjusted. Let's take a look at volume. Volume's fire. I mean, first hour, 16 million. It's going to be kind of like the other days. Netflix is going up, though, so still fighting. Microsoft's up 2.6. They gave up 1%. You talk about providing free masks. Yes, indeed. SPY is coming down now. SPY's about to go red. You only have point. It's the SPX 500 is up more, but the actual SPY index is it's trailing. So you get a little bit of a divergence there. UVXY and some of the volatility indexes are starting to move now. They're hitting high. They're actually green. That's weird. UVXY went more green today than anything. Yeah, that's not good. Yeah, Amazon and Netflix are holding the cues. Ford, Cat, JPM all down. And then Ford and Cat were more of the leaders, and even COP. Man, I hate all of these plays. All of the puts I'd even want. Netflix is starting to run. I'm like, damn. Even if it's the same thing as every single day. Even if you want to grab a put, they're down, but they're still at the same price as 2 days ago. The leading indicator theoretically should be bonds, but the bonds have chilled out. But I think you're just getting way more movement out of individual names. I mean, it's not too crazy. It's just the indexes right now. So like a lot of individual names are doing their thing, but the indexes are, it's just getting confused. There's just so much weighting, right? So it's just like all of these different industries, the safe havens, and then big tech and all of that and how it's weighting. I mean, it just makes the indexes move a little bit more uglier. $44. Puts are expensive. There's some cheap ones, but they're not. It's just not as like, it's the same. It'd be the same exact thing as buying a put yesterday or the day before that. That's February. Biden, I think, talks after hours. So SPY's still coming down now. You have not had any sort of bounce. SPY's about to go red. It's at 0.04. The SPX is at 0.10. NASDAQ is barely holding up above where we open. And then Dow Jones is down a quarter. Financials and energy are responsible for that one. Let's see. The Facebooky, and at least so the big tech is going to hold up a little bit, it looks like. A little bit. GM Premium. Ford, too. I mean, Ford's covered. Ford, Boeing, Caterpillar. Again, a lot of this stuff that led the other day. That's what I'm saying. It's just the indexes are, I think they're getting beat because of this is just a wide move. You got Microsoft up 3, and then the other one's down. You literally look at the Dow weighting for today. Like you got Microsoft, UNH, and Procter & Gamble, CRM. These are just leading everything. And then you have the safe havens that led the last couple days doing bad, and then banks, again, safe haven doing bad. It's just literally 50-50. All my leaders from the other day are down, and my others today. Yeah, but then now it's harder to recognize it through the index. So that's why it's like if we're getting more of the stuff selling off, the problem areas of the market are getting better today, but now the good areas are cooling off a little bit. You see, so that's why it's so confusing. And then if anything or sentiment flips with that, or if they give up the next day and we don't get the run, that's how you stair step lower a little bit. So SPY is now red. On the SPY, SPX is still green, but SPY itself is red right now. There it is, another low. You're going red. You are red on the SPY. VWAP did not move with that, so I mean, we still may get a little bit more volatility here. I mean, volume is decently high so far, but we'll see. Again, Netflix is climbing up on that. Amazon was a weak performer. Microsoft still kind of holding. So is Facebook. It seems like it's just energy right now. Even XOM's down. XOM's barely down. Is gold? Oh, watch gold too. I forgot about that today. I totally forgot we had that little rally. Oil's coming back up. That could help some things. Yeah, gold is still holding. This one is just a very, very weird move. At least we got some things holder than other hype names. It is good, and that's what I'm saying. I mean, as long as today doesn't turn into a fucking 0.5 point sell-off or a 1% sell-off, I mean, today it was just, this is a move that needs patience because then your bad names do good. Your good names kind of chill out a little bit. We need to string together a couple moves. But, I mean, it's a very it's a scary proposition with earnings and then the premiums. I mean, they're all over the place. Humble and nimble. I mean, I don't know. I think the market did Powell's job. Price down some things. TLT's dropping now. That's not good. So if bonds go red, TLT goes red, and bond yields go higher again, that will destroy part of the positivity of today. So watch, that might even start to hit the tech stocks. They're selling off the bonds again. Amazon big drop. Yeah, literally bonds just gave up half of their strength today. Uber. Spy puts, not yet. I mean, I'm going to wait. I think I'll wait till we get like a decent bounce, and then I'm going to look at the premiums. I'm already looking at some. I mean, the premiums are going to get cheap are going to be, actually, I mean, the Caterpillars, they're kind of there. You might need to flip them, but the premiums are going to get cheap right now are going to be some of the tech names holding. Gold is still at the high right there. Oma, Roblo. You were doing so good. Netflix and Microsoft, yeah, they chilled out. SPX is now red, 0.01. Dow is red. NASDAQ gave up half of the gains from the morning. So you can see that's starting to slip right now. It's coming. Everything's coming back to where it is. So NASDAQ is still up, but it gave up the gap up. They're talking 3% on Bloomberg this year. Yeah, I mean, it's JP. Again, the last 2 days, they've been talking about a lot. What was it? I think it was JP Morgan and then another analyst yesterday. The whole issue, like we even said on the watch list, the real negative part today, or where the market, like this is where the market goes batshit crazy, is if they start pricing in a double rate hike for March. That's where it gets. But again, I mean, the real question comes from is like where are people getting these ideas, and a lot of it came from JP Morgan's bank earnings and all of that. So we'll see. Where's the Fed tool? Come on. Yeah, it dropped a little bit, thankfully. But this is what you got to watch today. If this goes higher than like 15%, 20%, I think 30% is where you really get worried. But this is the issue, the 0.75 now. The Fed is not. I don't think the Fed is going to do that. That's why the question is like, where are people getting these ideas? Like, honestly, you got like a lot of big money making some very hawkish bets, at least in the bond market, and that's what's tripping some people out. You always make fun of gold. It makes me depressed. Get some Prozac or hold gold. Like I said, I hold gold with it. I just try to be a responsible investor for my age. That's all. The name of that chart, that is the Fed futures rate, the federal funds rate. The futures, the federal fund futures. Problem is, how do you solve 7% inflation without high rate hikes? The way you solve it is that things come back to normal, but that probably won't happen. So I think, they might try to nudge things in that direction. Let's see. Facebook coming down now. Yeah, actually, Facebook even gave up some of what it was holding there with that bond. That move on the bonds really, really clapped it. I think some analysts think that heavy rate hike is earlier than better. I think people are just, again, people think a lot of things are behind the curve. We're taking another low now. All right. Not one bounce in sight for the last like 30 or 45 minutes. Dan, the morning was looking decent, but you really, really switched gears right there. Again, this is why the paranoia is in place. This is exactly why. So some stuff holding up is still doing good. Facebook starting to come down. Trying to see. Some down names are starting to come up, like Walmart and Coca-Cola. Let's see on the SPX. Your biggest leader is it's just a lot of names now. See, now it's 50-50. Now just more names are slightly ticking red, and then the names holding up just aren't doing good enough. Until puts starting to come to life. This is what FOMO looks like in reverse. Yo, bro, that's crazy. For real, huh? So what hairline should I start buying gold? That's the thing. You don't realize this last 60 days, every single one of most of you all moved up one on the hairline chart. That's just what happens in volatility. I'm sorry to tell you. Go look. You think I'm lying? Go look. Just go take a look at your hairline. I don't know if you have a picture of yourself from November. Watch for tech. Watch if tech drops. I mean, bonds are coming down, but it looks like that might be our first bounce. Roblox selling. I'm just getting gray hairs. Facts are not attacks. If Microsoft goes red, we're fucked. Yes. It's up 3%, 2.5%. There's your first little bounce. Again, the names that are leading are doing good, but TLT's coming down. Just watch out. I know tech got a bounce there, but I don't trust it. Because, again, some tech names are bouncing off of that. I know Microsoft's not. Yeah, these are all wicked. I guess some of those are cheaper. If we could get little bounce, you could get a decent one. CL, is oil getting clobbered still? No, it looks like it's breaking out, but the oil names are selling off big. Procter & Gamble on the high. Microsoft starting to slip now. Microsoft puts, they're a little cheaper, but it's just a matter of, it depends on the sort of strength. And the video on the low ticker is gassing now. You're taking another low. NASDAQ is now red. You've literally flipped everything within 1 hour and 9 minutes. So the positive earnings just did not last at all. That was not good enough. Some are coming up. I mean, some banks now, if you do get some dip buys, again, watch for some strength to come back. But other than that, that was a big flip. Again, that was at least 1% top to bottom on the NASDAQ, about 0.9. 0.9 up to down 0.2, 0.02. Yeah, SPY's back below 100-day moving average. This is the breaking point we talked about yesterday. Bond yield effects. It just depends on what's going on. I mean, as of late, the bond moves are important because it's tied to the reason why people are getting scared as far as inflation, what the Fed is going to do, all of that. Value names are not dropping, so no puts yet. Some puts are decent right now, but I'm going to at least wait till we get a little bit of a bounce. Otherwise, I mean, I've already been getting beat up, so you could keep punching me. It's fine. I've got used. You know what? I'm just. Do you call? I don't think it's called numb. I think it's just called. I've already taken the beating, so if I'm gonna make another deal, I'm gonna wait till it's. Give me some little bounce. You said numb? Is that what you call it? You were too positive? Nah, man. People like you are the problem. This is what kind of friend? You're not a friend, okay? There's no such thing as, you were too positive in life. What? Are you serious? They're like, nah, man, you were way too. You've been to a job interview and they're like, nah, I don't like him. He's a little too positive. You know what I'm saying? Like, you ever meet somebody and we're like, yeah, man, that guy was positive. I don't like him. Man, what's life like? But nah, I love you, man. I'm just saying. There's no such thing as too positive. I mean, wait and see approach. Point is, we're going to see what happens here coming into Powell after these earnings. We'll be able to find out, but it's always just going to be about responding. In this case, I mean, we had a chance to respond to it, but it wasn't cheap. It was not cheap. That's the thing about it. Like, Apple's now going red. Apple's down 0.5%. NASDAQ is down 0.14. Microsoft's starting to slip a little bit. MO pop. Day 69 will be the streak break. It's still, bro, this is consistent. This is what, 10:15? So this is like 30 minutes of no green candles, and then even before that, this is about 45 minutes of straight red. You had a 6-minute window, but that's about it. That's why I'm saying that that's gonna make a lot of the premiums up right now. And volume is increasing. Volume's high, which is it's both good and bad. Worse than yesterday. We moved a lot more than yesterday. Just because you had the gap, it's the same size, but look how much faster you did it. And you had a gap down. So yesterday was part of it. I guess yesterday's gap down move was actually pretty large when I come to think about it. The volume is just a little bit higher. So watch if we get a bounce here. We just wiped out a lot of risk. I think the paranoia. That's the thing. Honestly, if this lasts for another 2 weeks, I think investor sentiment just starts going down the drain, like low key. That's it. It's just at this point, it's just the paranoia. That's what today. I mean, again, if tomorrow's good and everything chills out a little bit, it'll be fine, in the sense that the good names came down today, the bad names had their bounce. We got to see how it connects, but this is now going to start like that paranoia level of every single one of them. Sentiment is already extremely low. That's why I'm saying, but it's not like capitulation point. Like, you still got people in the game to a degree, but it's just saying where once investor sentiment, if people are stupid when you think about it. So it's like if all people see now for a quarter, 3 months is never holding a green, it's gonna change. It's literally reverse FOMO. Yeah, Kohl's is rocketing up again. 7%. That's 14% in the last 2 days. When is the decision? It's on the 26th. That's a live meeting, but they're not gonna raise the rates. But after that, after January 26th, we're gonna know everything. We're gonna at least have a better idea into March, and then it sets up the real final battle. And then you're gonna get what's it called leading into it? You're gonna get earnings as well, like all the big dogs. Imagine Roku down 60%, still holding. I don't think people are worried. That is not investor sentiment. That hurts it, but it's more so when the stocks don't come back, or if every green turns to a red for 90 days in a row, people are going to have an idea of they're going to think it's a different nature of the market. So we'll see. But I don't know. I feel like if we go any lower, though, and like if it does get bad before the Fed, I don't underestimate Powell to walk it back. I mean, that's what they did in 2018. So remember, 2018, the market got hideous after he was talking balance sheet reduction. That was the the beginning and end of 2018. It had something to do with that. And then the market flushed, but it happened faster. It didn't take 60 days to come down here. But Powell ended up pivoting. That was the big Powell pivot. And Powell he walked back everything and said, no. We're not going to do this. It's going to be slower, all of that. So at this point, I mean, you really start risking investor sentiment. And if it gets low enough, I think Powell might pivot. Otherwise, I mean, it's going to be a wild year so far. But earnings is still in play. I think what we're getting today is still just a lot of movement. There is names up. It's 50-50 today. Just the weighting of some of the other names that were up a lot are kind of those are weighing down more, and then just sheer quantity of names that are down. Bro, that bounce did not last. You're right here at the bottom. I mean, see if we get a double bounce here, but if it flushes through, I mean, isn't this the level from yesterday, 455.70? So just watch. I mean, it leaves us up to 5 points if we go below 455, like we said. You are coming down there. Imagine super bad tech earnings. It's kind of pricing for that right now. What's the day? The 19th. So SPY coming down, 3 big candles right there. They're not big, but if you think about it, that was just a half a point in those 3. You're getting a bounce. The market is moving quick and the volume is high. Airbnb, red. Weren't they up like 3%? Yep. No, Airbnb is fighting there. Same thing with Roblo. Again, a lot of now the middle names that we're holding. Amazon was already getting cracked. Apple flipped +5 to down 5. JPM near VWAP. Oh, Tesla. I forgot about that. Yeah, Tesla's about to fall through 1,000. I did that briefly. So more volume coming in. You had those 3 quick candles. We'll see if this one turns it. You just need a little bit of relief. That was 50 minutes of just straight red after going positive. Uber getting whacked. I think a lot of travel. Again, that was a little one yesterday with like Hilton and a couple of the other ones. Amazon app, no, but it's coming down again. They ain't playing around. It's not. There's not been any turnaround candle at all, and then some of the other names are still falling. Let's see. Gold. Where's gold? Is gold still up? And then watch if oil comes up. Gold is still staying pinned. LMT is through the high. Remember, we saw that one yesterday. Yeah, oil's at 86, though, so I don't know. If we get a turnaround in the oil companies, that'll be good, or you need the banks. I mean, Morgan Stanley's trying to fight, so is Bank of America, JP Morgan. SPY's chilling out a little bit. Remember, this was the low of yesterday, so, I mean, it's either going to flush from here or we're going to dance around from here. This is a very, very key level. Euro close. Oh, you got like 40 minutes, bro. The Europeans ain't going to save you right now. We got to do another of this. You got a whole nother 40 minutes. Good. The VWAP didn't drop too much, but Euro close, we still got some on our plate here. Let's check how Europe did. Europe, everything in Europe actually was positive. China and Japan was not good. That's about it. So this is it's like 50-50. Europe was good. China, Asia was bad. Where's one of the hype IPO? Where's DWAC? I think DWAC is your random hype one. But again, you see it, investor sentiment. You're not even going to get people rushing. Remember on the down days, people would just buy GameStop and shit. So right now, it's just a little bit different. Today, nothing, because today was supposed to be a day where the leaders sold off. and the bad names went up, but they just couldn't hold longer than an hour. GME is at 105. AMC is at $16 or 18? That's 18. So wow. So there he goes. There's your bounce right here. It didn't go through there, but just I'm telling you, watch this level, because we are either going to dance in this range and it's going to be annoying, or we flush through, or we never touch this again. But let's see. Walmart premiums are holding. I know, very nice. I'm surprised, but Walmart, it's in the middle. I like them. We'll see. J&J is up. That's why. Stupid, bro. It's Johnson & Johnson. Remember, we saw that first dip. That's what started the rundown. So, okay, that's going to balance out the Dow a little bit. Yeah, you see that? That flipped a lot of the Dow, even though more names are down. But look, at Dow is positive now. So if some of these names just stop dicking around, they could wake up a lot of stuff. NEM, Newmont, they're up 2.1. How about Caterpillar? They've kind of consolidated, but watch out. This bounce isn't big enough yet. If it turns from here, it'll turn into this. So, I mean, you're not safe yet. Ain't nobody safe. Tesla calls. Let's see. Where's Microsoft? TLT's at least coming up. Microsoft still up 2%. Apple is down 0.5. Netflix even gave all of that up. Jeez. Oh, bonds. It looks like we're kind of running with bonds, but we'll see. Don't get excited. I mean, don't get excited on any level. I mean, I'll tell you that much, whether it's puts or calls. I mean, it's just going to be, this is just a lot of movement. Hey, what do you mean? Stop messing around. Hey, come on. What? This is Marcus Red. So what? I got you a mask. You prick. You're ungrateful. Huh? What? What, market goes down 60 days? It's okay. So we'll stop it in 10 days to stop the volatility. Huh? What, I got you vaccinated. I got you a test. What, you want S&P up 30? Huh? Come on. You prick. You're focus. Wait. What's the problem? Let's slow the spread of volatility. Okay? Get a long term. Okay? Wear a mask. What are you doing right now? You're sitting at your computer screen. You're probably not masked up. That's the problem. Come on. Watch out. Spy and bonds. James Bond. You know? You see our movie? James Bond. He became a police officer. I said, why? You know, what's this guy doing? What cop drives a 300,000 Aston Marcus? Huh? Come on. I don't even know what I'm saying. I'll see you today. Inflation. Let's see, man. Spy, you really need to bounce right here, bro. I'm just saying, I'm looking out for you, G. You know, I love you, man, but I'm just saying, bro, you better really, they watching you right now, dude. You know what I don't want to put any pressure on you, S&P, but they see you, bro. I mean, this is just get up, man. Just get up, okay? You don't even have to stay up for too long, but just get up right here is all I'm saying. Is just stand up, man. Come on, I'm in your corner right now. There you go, bro, but keep it pushing. Keep it pushing. Breathe. Slow and steady. You got this, man. Okay, but there's a lot of people. This is not the moment. The ref started count. I know, bro. For real. This is a 4-minute count. So it was like 1, 2, 3, 4. He's like, okay, I'm good. He about to get knocked out in 10 minutes. He gonna get clocked there. He's wobbly. I hope that's it. He just needs to get up. That's it. He just needs to block, throw a jab or two. You know what I'm saying? If oil stocks, oil needs to throw a jab, and then if we could get a 1-2 combination, some oil financials, he'll be good. He might make it to the end of the round until European close, but that's it. He needs to jab and block real quick, get oil and financials into the combo. You know what I'm saying? And then that's it. But other than that, it's going to be a tough one. Yeah, see, look at it. He got hit real. Block, man, block. Put your hands up. Jeez, what are you doing? What are you doing? You don't need a haymaker. He needs to block. He needs to block. That's it. Block and jab. Block and jab. We don't want. That's it. Just get the easy points on there and just don't fall. This is a medium. This is the medium bounce. This is where you could get the same price. No, whoa. Okay, I thought the premiums ran even on the bounce. I said that's bullshit. Nvidia is getting clobbered now. Nvidia double whammy. It's gonna come down again. He's about to get hit again. If the chip makers start to fall, remember we saw that lead yesterday. Foot Locker's on the high. Check Foot Locker. Check news on Foot Locker. Retail did good today. Retail's actually up. Foot Locker's popping. UVXY puts are still red from yesterday. UVXY calls. Citrix on the high as well. So a couple of names are moving. TLT is back to the calm level, but there it is. That 1-2 punch to the face. He's coming back down. It's a Foot Locker EV car. So, sounds profitable. A lot of downward pressure. It's just it's a lot in a short amount of time. This is fast. Again, yesterday you got a gap down, but you didn't sell off this quickly. I mean, think about it. You were just at your first hour pretty much. 10:58. So, like, look at how much you moved yesterday. We went top to bottom in that same period. So you've moved pretty much in an hour how much you moved all day yesterday. You got a lot more positivity, though, than yesterday. That's the weird part. Even though you're watching it come down at the end of the day, though, that's the contradicting part about today. Today is better than yesterday. Does that make sense? I hope you guys could realize that. It's like today is still better than yesterday, but today is moving faster than yesterday, and it's red. Again, you were down a lot more percentage-wise yesterday, and there was just a lot more negative news right there. So how? Because tech is up. Microsoft is up 2% right now. Apple is only down half. Like yesterday, you had 5-6 names, 10. You had 20 names that were down 5-6%. So there was not one green sector yesterday. Today, you have more green sectors. So that's the problem of today, and what makes it crazy is if the things that are good flip, then it's going to be hideous. Then tomorrow, if there's bad earnings, anything, then it gets really, really, really ugly. You know what I'm saying? But today's faster, but more positive than yesterday. Yesterday just did not look like this on the chart in terms of industries. Everything was red, so you at least have some support today. But that's why we'll see what happens here in the next couple minutes, or especially in the next 30 minutes as we get to European close. Where's GLD? TLT's coming up big. That could be good. Gold is starting to run too. Lucid and AG. Lucid's doing good. Citrix is still on the high. So is Foot Locker. Again, a couple of runners right there. Roblo off the low. XLNX is coming back up. I don't know what's going on with that. What are your thoughts with all the downgrades on Airbnb? I think a lot of these analysts are just, I think they're clout chasers is the best way to put it. I mean, if you go look at I could pull up the analyst rankings. I think the ones all the analysts that do good, that have outperformed last year by like 10 to 20%, none of them have changed their, what's it called? None of them have changed their guidance. But then it's just like, I think a lot of people, it's bad. I don't know. Back in the day, you wouldn't really see adjustments in between a quarter without earnings that fast, is what I'm saying. It's like it's not, you don't upgrade a stock, raise the price target 50%, and then before the company even reports, you adjust your price target based off of Omicron. You see what I'm saying? So let me show you. So SPY, we're holding up here though. We're not. It wants to turn, but I mean it's still pretty dangerous right here. Apple kind of wants to fight back. Would you agree these analyst recommendations are pressured by firms instead of actual analysis? I mean, obviously, that's a well-known fact in Wall Street. They have laws and other stuff. I mean, maybe when we get the next collapse, and then people look back at it, they might say it, but I mean, it was a lot more prevalent back in the day. But you know, you people don't really talk about that here today as much. But you could almost assume that. So there it is. He's fighting. He's fighting. Come on, block. You see? That's what I'm saying. Just need a block. Just block from the lows. Get us out of here. But this is bad because you see this one? This move caused VWAP to come down more than this one. Because, again, there's a lot of transactions, but then when you stay consolidated at this low price, that means a lot of money's coming through at this price point right here. I thought Lucid was supposed to sell off today. A lot of people were saying that. Again, I felt like in this market with the lockup it would have, but I think it just used the puts as fuel. Gold is going up again. That is wild. So watch out. Again, bonds are high, which is good, but GLD's making a move. This is a wild move. Gold has just been pinned for a very, very long time. So if gold could start to break out, I mean, some people are going to get excited and scared at the same time. Apple. VWAP is the volume weighted average price. So it gives you a better idea of, because again, there's a lot of volume, a lot of different prices. It's giving you a kind of an average of what everything is traded at based on dollar volume. Yeah, these are disgusting. So it's coming right back. Just block, bro. Block. NEM is on the high. That's a material play, right? X Caterpillar. Put walk. Is that D-walk? What could Biden say today that could benefit the market? Probably nothing, honestly, at this point. I don't really think there's I think the only thing it would be action. He would have to do something different. I mean, if anything, I think most of the things he might say would probably hurt the market. Hey, hurt the market or no effect. Okay. All right, I think I got to put. Let's see if this. Yeah. I think I got one. I think I got one. If we want to protect ourselves a little bit, so it's going to be riskier. It's riskier because I'm going after a winner. We do 2 sets. I'm going to start one with time. So then that way it's not that crazy, and then we'll get back. And then if it keeps going down, I'm going to play a weekly on it. Hold on. Let me see how much we get scammed first. LBRDK. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait 2 seconds. Well, market dead. You trade Forex. Up there it is. Alrighty. I've gotten filled. Not a recommendation. Do not try it. What you buy? I just bought it now again, and pretty much my plan is I found one put that hasn't really gone too crazy in value. So my idea is buy the put now with time. It doesn't have the same premium juice as a lot of other plays. And then my plan would be if we get more volatility here, if I lose on this play right now, I'm going to go for the weeklies and then double dip on them to get a little bit more exposure. So do not trade this. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. What I ended up playing was Boeing. So I grabbed a Boeing February put. So my idea here with Boeing is that, the SPY puts are barely, I think they're only up like 10, 20%. But I grabbed Boeing. Simply go look at the Boeing option chain. So that's why I'm saying I might lose on it, but essentially here are all the puts on Boeing. They've came up from here as you get a little further out the money. Some of them are pretty much at the same price as a couple days ago, but they're not what's it called? They're not juiced essentially. Like if I looked at any of the plays I want, QGen potential takeover. That's what chat is saying. The stock is popping. QGen reader interest increases. It's not hitting the wire. Insurance is insurance. Pretty much, exactly. I mean, I'm trying to find the cheapest premium. I don't necessarily think Boeing will be bad, and it sucks that they're down 2%. But relatively speaking, the premium has been lower on Boeing than a couple of other plays. So I'm fine not with the premium where it's at. And then, like I'm saying, if it bounces up, I'll go for the weeklies if we do get there. But at least Boeing is not like, it's just not as much. Again, Apple, Microsoft, any of those premium put plays are going to be expensive. But the bad part about today, we're going to get a little bit of mismatch here with the market. I hope you get clapped on BA only because I have AAL costs. But here, man, let's just put it in a perspective for you. I'm not your enemy. Okay? So here's Boeing's option chain, right? You know what I'm saying? Let's just say today's option statistics, you got 25,000 other puts that were purchased. So, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I think I got 10. So, like, I'm not your enemy, man. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm not your enemy. I'm just saying. And then there's 48,000 people who bought calls. 48,000 calls, you know? So, yeah, SPY's hitting it low. He didn't block. Block, bro. Hands up. Tough crowd today. I understand. I totally understand. Y'all making the assumption that I'm not clapped too, man. Everybody. It's okay though. I love it. I do it for you, man. Y'all need I got a couple good stories today if you'd like. I could definitely take your mind off of it. It's not as I already have a couple of pillars to watch here, man. It's very simple. Again, if the big names start to give up, if we get any sort of rotation out of the safety names or out of tech, which kind of held up, that's going to be the key, or if any of the industries go red. You are one crew or enemy of one crew. How many Camrys? Oh man, I think even on crypto, I may have lost. I lost at least a nice. I probably lost like an Acura NSX or something. I would say we getting past I'm a whole fleet of Camrys. So SPY's coming down right now. Again, not everything's moving with it. Some more than others. Going to 450. Yeah, that bounce did not last too long. So again, the pressure is starting to come back. Even the volume is really high. You have 18 minutes till European close. 30 million, 15 minutes shy of the first or the second hour. Microsoft losing the gains. Micron on the low. Intel, everything go down 1.5 on the chips. 1.9 on AMD, 1.7 on NVIDIA. Yep, he's going down. New low on the S&P. NASDAQ is down 0.4. That's a 1.4% shift from the morning. QGen, is it still running on the takeover stuff? It came up and down. Watch out for that. SPY's hitting another low. TLT's at the high. That could save us a little bit. Let's see now. So dollar's down 0.25%. It shouldn't have matched up with the SPY, but watch out from here if the dollar keeps going lower and if it matches up. SPY hitting another low. Jeez. Fast money driving flows in mortgages and treasuries today. Ford on the low. Are they popping? No, Ford's hitting another low, but low 23 now. So this is giving up a big gap there for Ford. I mean, $3 on the company. That's 10% in the last 2 days. SPY's hanging out at the low. NASDAQ down 0.4, SPY 0.2, and Dow. So Dow is slowing down, believe it or not. The Dow and the S&P are matching up a little bit. CRM new low. That was one of the leaders there on the Dow. That's not good. So they're still holding up. It's kind of like Microsoft. AMD chip makers, they're still going down 0.3. This is that level, so I think we are lower than yesterday. Yes, my friend, we're lower than yesterday, and yesterday is lower than the last Monday, last Friday. So watch out below 455. I mean, you could go as low as 450 today if it really gets crazy. Yeah, Morgan Stanley's still holding up, which is kind of weird. Again, UNH came down. Tesla almost breaking 1K. So little drop in bounce. I mean, just watch if it flushes this year. Because if it does this little test, and then this is going to be the dance. I'd rather have a flush than a dance, because now this is going to slow things down and kind of create, that back and forth. And then, honestly, even just looking at how it is now, European close is going to be epic. Again, everything in Europe's up, but China is the one that did. Again, the Nikkei dropped 790 points, 2.8. So that's ugly. Myrna's on the low now, too. Are we closer to the environment where we can make the play of the year? Yeah, of course. I think this whole year. That's why this is now focusing on earnings. I played a lot of plays for those. We got clapped on we got clapped on the big ones. So NVIDIA, Netflix, Amazon, Microsoft, those are the ones that clapped me. Everything else we were able to do, and then, you're going through this. That's one segment of the market. We're focusing on earnings, but then now January 26th with Powell, that's going to be a key event from January to March. That's going to create another window. And then from March all the way to the end of the year with the what's it called? the midterm elections and all of that, that also has a chance for more volatility. So essentially, yes, I would say not only right now, but the rest of the year, I think the opportunities are flashing everywhere. But it's just, again, you need to get a solid footing. That's the point. Is that what I'm trying to tell you is that you are on the cusp of so much information that keeps on hitting, and that is the problem there. So SPY coming down again. It had that little pop. It's not dancing. I mean, watch for flush. If it again, both of them are bad, but I would rather have the flush and then lead to a bigger bounce and bottom than dancing around. But we'll see. Again, you're slightly lower than yesterday. Volume slightly higher. You've had a 1.5% shift on the NASDAQ. You were up 0.9. Now you're down 0.44. Dow and S&P are now doing better. And tech is holding up today. More industries are still up than not. And that's what we got to monitor. Oh, shit. Never mind. You see that? So look at now it's going to start looking. Now this went 50-50. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out of 11. So now you have more industries down than not on the S&P. Same thing, Dow Jones. That is flipped as well. Yeah, that's not good now. You see what I'm saying? Just think about the discussion we've had in the last 2 hours and what we've been talking about and what we're saying is like leading and lagging. I mean, it's wild what has shifted so far. Let me see. This is SPY broke. SPY been breaking VWAP. I mean, you are now below the 100-day. Just welcome to last October. Or, last September, October. We barely, remember, you had a lot of days below that. But even by the end of the year, we've tested the 100-day, but you've not broken below and closed there. So we might come back up. This might just look like a wick when today's said and done. But for the most part, you are in a danger zone. I mean, this is the theoretical point where people buy the dip. The next level would be the 200-day, and you haven't tested your 200-day in probably about 2 years. Yeah, last time you tested the 200-day was 2020. It's not flushing like I would have thought, though. That's the thing. The velocity is deceptively fast here. MO climbing went positive. Yeah, that was a nice flip. The dance, it crushes the premium, but then it makes it harder to buy the put protection if you want it. Because when it starts dancing, then it holds up. You're one candle away from premium shooting back up or one candle away from it dropping 20%. At least the flushes, it makes things cheaper on the other side too. But we're bouncing a little bit. I mean, it is fighting there. Rise of other blockchains affected. What happened? No, we good. Only got robbed by the market makers. IBM, Walmart moving. I mean, Microsoft's still holding up. This reminds me of that one day that Microsoft did lead last week or 2 weeks ago. NVIDIA, another low. So you're you're hanging out at the lows, and then the chip makers just hit another low. It did this like 2 or 3 times even yesterday. Like NVIDIA's down 2.5 now. Can't believe the Microsoft were only down 10%. I mean, they're willing to move, especially that's kind of the earnings effect, but you just need them. You need everything up. Every industry was up, and then the banks were kind of tripping out a little bit, but now even consumer discretionary, that's flipped more. So some stuff started giving up more even than some of the earnings names. And now you're split on the Dow. Again, Dow's down the least, so Dow is now the leader. MO is still climbing up. NVIDIA, chip makers on the low. TLT wants to move, but SPY is at 455 flat now. 455.0103. You might butter here. It's either going to bounce or watch. I mean, you could go to 454.70 from this. Watch out. Yeah, Ford is weak. Everything's weak right now. Again, this is a very big level. Like we said, once you break below 455, I mean, you have like 4 points. You have another roughly, what, like 2% you could drop or 1%? 8 minutes till European close. Bank of America did good. Bank of America and Morgan Stanley did very, very well comparatively to the other banks. They didn't ring the alarm on inflation. It was actually a very positive report. Procter & Gamble was positive. UNH was positive. So the earnings were good today, and we started off very, very good. It just had the flip there. Oil and financial struggled a little bit. We went from 10 out of 11 industries up to now there's only 4 industries holding. It was just a fat flip. Usually we would get the flip, like you would be up a lot more than a flip. We got the gain at pre-market, and then it just flipped right here within the first 30 minutes. So again, it tried to break that 455, but it is holding. But, I mean, give it literally, this is probably going to be your European close level. Tesla under 1K. Was UUP down? It was down in the morning, and that, I mean, it was fine with bonds calming things down because bonds are chiller. But now it's flip-flop like we were talking about. But watch, because this is still a quarter now. So SPY's down a little bit more than the dollar. So just see what happens. NOP on the low. And then UNFI on the low. Space on the low. Some 52-week highs. Low ticker is gassing. I think it's more small caps. Caterpillar's now on the low. X is on the low. NVIDIA. So I think you might be getting some tech bouncing in value plays, but a lot of stuff is hitting the low right now as well. TSM, yeah, all the chip makers. So SPY is below 455 now. Don't get it twisted. That little bounce there, you're below the mark now. This is crazy. This is fast. It's only right now you're looking at about 1.5% top to bottom. So like we said, yesterday had some worse factors. Today is a little bit better, but the speed is definitely quicker. And top to bottom, you've already witnessed in the first 2 hours about 1.5% on the whole entire index. So a couple of names have already moved 2, 3, 4% round trip. TLT spiking. In a weird way, you want TLT to spike. You don't want this. Just if the dollar goes down more, that's going to be dangerous because TLT's going up. That should calm things down. But watch, TLT's hitting a new high. We'll see if the market responds to it. It has liked some of the bounces. Was it this bad in March? It's just different settings, different symptoms. You know, March was a real panic event of March 2020. March had a lot of different issues. The thing about this time around is that this is long. That's it. This is you are on day 61 of correction territory. Tesla's on the low, Zoom on the low. High growth names are actually hitting the low. Tesla's down 3. My goodness. Yeah, there's no way that old one comes back to life. Remember that Caterpillar put? Those have came back. I think the old Intels. One of the Intel puts is actually back up. Those are the Januaries. The other ones still need some work. How are you calling this a correction? Because you're about, I think, 10% from the top. So 479 to like 480 to 455. You're about 10% top to bottom, and you have not hit a new record on the S&P. You've not hit a new high in over 2 months. So that's what considers this correction territory. Okay, I sold those Intel puts. I had graveyards that came up 30%. I got out of those. We still have the other ones. The cats kind of came back to life. The Walmarts have still been holding. Is this worse than 2018? No, not even close. This is way better. 2018 was vicious. Some of y'all crying about today, you have no idea. Trade wars. I'm talking like the beginning of 2018 and the end of 2018. I mean, it makes this look like baby food. It wasn't, it was just completely different. And that's what I'm saying, but that's what you got to realize is just so different because 2018 was fast. It was slow at first and then it got fast, but nothing lasted longer than a month. You got to like a month is a long time in the stock market. You know what I'm saying? So it's just, this is slower. So we're bouncing here. 3 minutes till European close. Get ready. Get ready. Zim IBD selling last of stake. Amazon bounce. Let's see. That's the little move. It brings you right back up to the low, 455. I mean, that was a half a point. It was a big bounce, but let's just see where it goes from here and if it holds. OVS, they got upgraded and, I mean, off of the positive China news and stuff. Win is chilling out, but yeah, OVS is going. UGI on the high. Merck is on the high. Amazon had a little bit of a bounce there. We had European in 2 minutes. European close in 2 minutes. We'll see what happens. I mean, we'll see if it's a big effect or not. I mean, European close has been the levels it's at have been interesting, but it hasn't really been bringing in demand in the last couple days. So we will see. But, ladies and gentlemen, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you subscribe. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. If you ever miss anything, we recap the whole day, baby. But sitting is the new smoking. We've been here for 4.5 hours, okay? You get 2.5 hours. You got 4.5 left to go. I need you to do your push-ups, but before we do that, I need to go to the bathroom, and before I do that, I need to give you your positive message of the day, okay? Please. Just please, let me hit you with the positivity. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are at 1,000 like resistance. You see how we're at 1,000? That's like the SPY at 455. Okay, we can't get past. I need you to hit the like button, but only do it if you hear my voice. You know what I'm saying? This is how we check in the morning. Let me know that you're hearing me despite all the volatility, that you need my vote. You know what I'm saying? Just let me know. Let me know. That's all I need. You just let me know. And just like the video. That's how you check in. It's like attendance. You know, you're like present. You see present. Thank you, Aaron Fields. I love you, bro. I love Aaron Fields, baby. That's 2014 gang right there. They don't know about that. They don't know about that, Fields. They don't know. Look at y'all. Don't feel me, bro. I blow this horn a couple times. We get some positive messages. We get some PHILO. The market's gonna bounce. I'm just telling. I need y'all hyped. Let's go, baby. It's a good day. I don't care. Well, look at that candle. Oh, look at that. You need to bring the excitement back. Come on. Don't play with me, man. Don't play with me. Let's go. Get your ass up. Let's go. I got a positive message, baby. Look at, they like the bit. That's 400 likes right there. There you go. All right, let me tell you. It's a simple positive message, man. Okay? Are you ready for this? I'm going to just tell you. This is a short little thing, okay? For real, listen up. Y'all like the video. I know you got this, okay? Listen. It's simple, man. You never have to do today again, okay? Simple as that. You never have to do today again. You did today, good job. It wasn't easy. Tomorrow may not be easier also, but at least it won't be today, my friends. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Don't get caught up in the past. Don't get caught up in the future. I'm just saying, oh, yeah, you only have to do today. You never have to do it again. Uh-huh. I don't know if they feel me, bro. It's simple. It's simple, but I'm telling you, oh, man. Oh, I'm telling you, this one, it's simple, but, like, you got to really think about it. You got to really think about it. You will never have to live today again. That's good. That's so negative. Y'all negative. Stop playing with me. Y'all don't tell me any negative. Y'all, let's go, baby. It's game time. GSX, UL, Unilever. Oh, no, stay away from that one. No, be careful. Yeah, Glaxo will die off of that. It's a stupid one. Unilever might go up, but Glaxo will get clapped off of that. That one might be it sucks. I don't know if it'll be an easy put. But essentially, I mean, everybody is against that deal. That's crazy. Yeah, they will. I don't know. You could play a put on that one. Some of the chains are moving, but everybody has talked about it. It's the worst deal ever for GlaxoSmithKline. It doesn't make sense for them to buy Unilever. So UL is going up on that, but the shareholders of Glaxo are not going to like it at all. It's like a really bad deal. And then Euro Close is in the books right now. Here's Euro Close. You had a little bit of a pop drop, 455.60. Watch for the moves after that. Not with that, too. I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to play it, but you'll see it's dropping. Okay. I'm going to go to the bathroom now. So follow me on Instagram. Watch Unilever and GSK. Again, you had your European close, so see where we go here. I only hire people that are negative. How are you doing today, sir? Fuck out of here, man. Almost. Woo, this candle makes my poopy bathroom smell good. I like this. Chad, I got a candle in my bathroom. It's good. Thank you. This is nice. This is good. I like it. Ooh. Why is it's named after a damn horoscope, though? I don't know how I feel about this candle trying to push their celestial beliefs on me. The fuck is this, man? What the hell is going on? This is crazy, bro. I'm in a coat. Hey, happy holidays. I'm still peeing, man. Still peeing. Man, y'all need to get hyped. I'm not even looking back. I'm enjoying my pee. I'm not even looking at the spot. On a day like today, I would pee and turn around. Today, I'm just going to live in peace. Okay? I'm just going to live in peace. Woo! Not even going to look at this spot while peeing. Whew. You know what I'm saying? It's fine. It's fine. All right, you want to know? Can I tell you a funny story? I have two different funny stories that my mom told me about yesterday. If you guys, I don't know, maybe it'll keep your mind out. We're waiting for European close, so pretty much I'm gonna tell you a story unless it flushes. Okay? Does that sound fair? So then that way you can stay distracted. Again, Boeing puts are the only puts I grabbed today. They're the ones without any premium. We've written out everything. I did make a Morgan Stanley play because the earnings surprisingly kind of holding up, but very, very simple. So I was talking to my mom yesterday, and she called, and she was like, yo, she listened to this story when I told you how we went to Tijuana. She was like, I can't believe you remember that. Apparently, I was really, really young. I was like, yeah, Mom, it's called trauma. No, I'm just kidding. But she told me another funny story. She said when we were younger, she took me to an Orthodox church, right? So she took me to an Orthodox church, and they would be like, oh, it was like Halo 2 music, you know? They'd be like, oh, oh. You know what I'm talking about? Spy's getting close, 455 flat, right? So she took me to that church, and like she said, with all seriousness, because I was a young kid, she said I was freaking out, and I kept like pulling her to the side and telling, and like pretty much I kept insisting that Osama was in the church. So that was a funny story. I thought you might like it. So apparently, as a child in Orthodox churches, I was on the hunt for the most wanted at the time. And she said I really like ruined the vibe. She said I kept coming, like she said I was being a nuisance about it. Because they all had like beards and robes and shit. I was like, I don't know. I said, Mom, I know I'm Middle Eastern, but I'm just saying, I know what I see. I know what I see. So there's your funny story. There's another one too. I forgot. Maybe I'll tell you later. Man, I'm crazy. I was a kid, bro. I was a kid. That's it. I was like, yo, I thought I discovered something. I laughed. I remember it vaguely. So we'll see. I still think that sometimes. You'd be like, you ain't Ummu. I know who you are. Tech Energy you mentioned on Watchlist. Yeah, bro. I like that one too. Let me pull up the chart. This is wild. Last time you seen this was in 2000. Which was this? Which screenshot is it? I think it's this one. No, that one's important too. So both of these charts are actually, again, these are the charts from the watch list last night. God, please let the spy fucking throw a jab and block so we could show these pictures without freaking out. So right here, this is the first one. This is the energy to tech correlation. So look at that says 0.02, right? Or 0.21, negative 0.21. This is literally 20%. So take a look. And even today, this chilled out a little bit, but look, this is a 2-week outperformance of energy versus tech stocks, right? So literally the only other times you've seen this was around 2000, 2001, where energy outperformed tech by 20% in a 2-week period. So it just didn't really happen too much. Again, even 2018, 2019. See, this is the thing where you guys are like, oh, is 2018, worse than this? No, because look at 2018. No, nothing went up. So in this case, this one's showing you rotation. This is saying something a lot different. Go look at 08, even 08, 09, people weren't buying energy like this. Like, there's definitely a different factor going on, but you have not seen a 2-week outperformance, underperformance like this since the tech bubble and really even since it like kind of crashed. It was kind of like after the crash more or less. So, and then a little bit prior to it, that was the first time you saw it. But I mean, take a look at 2020 and then even here though, I mean, it's saying something. So this is showing you the correlation between tech and the NASDAQ, or excuse me, tech and energy. So that's the first chart, right? Here's the second one, and this is what's going to make you shit your pants. This right here is showing you the correlation now between the NASDAQ and bonds, right? So what happens is that usually the correlation, it should stay around 0.5 or relatively zero. You could see kind of the equilibrium. But what ends up happening is that the correlation gets super heavy leading into earnings, and every single one of these is earnings. So what we've seen over the last year coming into earnings season, the correlation between tech and bonds increases highly. It's highly correlated to 1.1%. So pretty much they're moving if bonds drop, tech is dropping. But then all of these circles here are pretty much earnings. So so essentially if earnings is good, you bounce. If earnings is bad, then that is going to, the correlation with bonds given this environment, that's where it takes off and that's where the market cracks. This will be your tech stock crack essentially if the correlation keeps continuing. So if you start getting a negative correlation between bonds and the NASDAQ, that's where you start hitting an issue. So, but this is pretty much the crack indicator, because if the correlation goes higher from here and hits a level we haven't seen even from last year, that's where it gets pretty ugly. Otherwise, if earnings is good every single time, earnings is going to literally make stocks ignore the bonds for at least a couple of weeks. So, ta-da! Cool, pretty pictures. It's already cracked. It hasn't cracked. You're actually right now. You're at a normal level of what we've seen. This is normal. I know it's hard to say. I know it's hard to accept. But this is normal for earnings season in a weird way. To watch the correlation between NASDAQ and bonds go highly negative, or to the point where they're moving both in tandem to 1.5% before earnings, that's happened every single quarter for the last 12 months. So what happens now is if it continues or not, because every single time we've been panicky. If you don't remember the last 4 quarters, we have been panicky coming into every earnings. Let me say that one more time. We have been panicky into every single earnings. Think about it. 3% CPI, 4% CPI, 5% CPI, 6% CPI, 7% CPI. Powell is going to taper. Is he going to talk about tapering? Is he going to taper? Then he announces the taper, and now we go from tapering to rate hikes and balance sheet reduction, right? It's done that every single quarter. But then what would happen? We would freak out, and then we're like, yo, man, Goldman Sachs is making money. Not this quarter, but every other quarter. Be like, wow, Netflix is still making hand over fist. Wow, these companies are still increasing margin in this environment, right? So, and then what ends up happening, that's where the correlation ceases to exist. So again, we panic. Earnings, earnings wasn't that bad. The companies were pretty good. Okay, and then we come back to normal, right? And then it does it again. Wait a minute, the Fed earning, then earnings comes up, and then we start ignoring bonds, and then we go back to normal. Then the other earnings doesn't get as bad, and then you come into the end of the year, and then boom, same thing. So pretty simple, but this is where it's saying it could crack, though. Because if you start hitting 1.3, 1.5, that's where you start to have a problem. And that's why if this earnings doesn't save us, if these earnings, again, today was a good sign because you had good earnings. Again, what Morgan Stanley and Bank of America said was a complete 180 of JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs. Pretty much the banks that traded stocks a lot, they got clapped. The other banks that focused more on business economy, they did good. So it was, again, Morgan Stanley still took a trading loss, or Bank of America did, but it wasn't as substantial as JP Morgan or Goldman. So they weren't worried about inflation and higher prices as much. They were more, hey, our consumer business is dope. We're growing our loan base. We're going to make more money if rates go up. It's a very simple strategy. So right now, the earnings have been, again, UNH, Johnson, or Procter & Gamble. Those are all good so far this morning, so that's a good sign, but that's it. What if it hits 1.5? Pretty much if it's a correlation of every 1% the bonds move, tech stocks drop 1.5%. So if bonds go down 0.5%, tech stocks go down 1%. That's 1.5 negative correlation, essentially. But again, in this case, it's bond yields going up. That's why the correlation would be negative. So bonds drop, meaning yields go higher. So that's what, think about it. You've seen that, right? Tech yields start to go up. The yields start going higher. People worry about tech. That is the correlation that we're talking about. But that's why what's happened over the last 12 months is every time coming into earnings, or there'd be some level of broader freak out, and then earnings distracts us from the correlation. But pretty much leading into every earnings, there was a high negative correlation between tech and bonds. So then when the bonds start dropping, tech would go too. And then earnings hits, and then everyone focuses on the earnings and not the bonds, and then the bonds do their thing, and then tech is able to kind of bounce us until the next freak out a month and a half later from the Fed. GLD is bussing awkwardly. It's wild that it is. Thanks for the knowledge. Of course, man. I just want to make sure. I mean, again, this is like the beauty of all of this, man. I know it sucks in the meantime. I know it sucks to take L's, especially for 60 days in a row like this. But this is experience, and like, try to, use these opportunities to be better with your analysis and just overall relax too, so you could understand, there's a lot of things going on. Today is just one part of the story. So is the last 2 months. It's all part of a story, and we're following along with it, and that's why I just keep your head in the game. And that's why, when things start to shift, there's a season to plant, there's a season to harvest. Not everything is going to be good all the time. So you got to, keep your eye on this, but just be prepared. So like I'm saying, you could at least get a better idea of what's in the future, or a better idea of whether or not you're dealing with something new. And that's why I'm saying, it's like, I hate to say this in this marketplace. The only thing different right now is the duration, but what you're watching, it's theoretically not new, essentially. So, keep that in mind, where it's like, you've seen this exact pattern play out for earnings, but the unknown variable literally is the unknown variable literally is going to be the earnings and what they report. Did I see the Lukin news? Lukin Coffee? Are they making a comeback? Lukin explores plan to relist. Are you kidding me? I feel like that's a slap in the face. 2 years after 300 million fraud. No way. Bro, if Lukin relists, I'm gonna make a stock. That's it. I don't care. I'm gonna call it dumb stock, and the ticker will be dumb. DUMB. I don't care. I'm serious. I'll give you all shares. I'll be like, hey, who you guys? If Lukin is allowed to relist in this country after that shit, are you serious? I'm gonna get a PPP loan too. Fuck this. This is ridiculous. What? That can't be real. Calls on dumb. I'll just be like, what? Y'all approving anything? I thought that's fine. I sell electric coffee in China. What? It's a great market. Are you going to invest or not? I've delivered -5 coffee cars. The cars come with coffee in them, and it's electric. The range is 7. You get 7 miles per 18-hour charge, but we're going to partner up with Tesla. See, look at that. That's a PR right there. Stock is up 20%. Boom. I heard they're doing a short ladder attack. Boom. Now we up 40%. You see what I'm saying? Squeeze them. Squeeze them. This is the future. Innovation. That's crazy, bro. I remember the Lukin shit. That was wild. That's wild. All right, we bounce back up to the jab zone, is what I'm calling it. This is where he just needs to block and jab. You're right above European close. Become the CEO of UWMC instead. Bro, I would take that. I feel like that's the easiest company to run, man. I don't get it. That's why I'm like, bro, are you serious? Giving out mortgage? Bro, selling mortgages? Oh, actually, though. Yo, where my real estate bears at? Yo, real estate bears. Yo, excuse me, my boomers and real estate bears. I got bad news for you. Well, I got bad news for real estate, and you will rejoice at it because you have hatred in your heart still. It's okay. We still love you, though. But you see, I'm just trying to give you that hard-hitting info. There's bad real estate news, very bad real estate news. Are you ready? I got it before everybody. I'm telling you, you probably haven't heard about this one. You haven't heard it, and this is real. So right now, there is a fat supply-demand imbalance in the mortgage market. Serious. I'm being serious. Okay. So my boomer real estate people who hate it, y'all the ones who y'all don't pray for me. Y'all just pray real estate crashes so I lose money. It's the most like twisted prayer you guys have, but at least you're praying. I mean, I'll take it. Okay. God is good. Go read Proverbs. Okay. But there is a oversupply in mortgages essentially. So what's happened now? Pretty much the bond volatility that we've gotten this year. What ended up going on is that the Fed is buying 2% and 2.5% mortgages, right? So Rivian, yeah, 50, damn, 69? Oh, shit. We would have hit on those 80 puts then. Ay, that's crazy. So essentially, the Fed is a buyer at mortgages of 2 and 2.5%, right? Are you following with me? Follow with me right now. So pretty much over the last like year or two, the Fed will buy a 2%, 2.5% mortgage. That's what they're going to be. That's what they're willing to buy. That's the bond demand for mortgage-backed securities. Okay. But now, since the bond rates have shot up in all these yields, again, it moves in these like 5.5 ranges. So they pretty much go to the next gap essentially. So now that the rates have gone up and there's been this little lag, essentially people are forced to now issue the mortgages at 3%. So now you're getting some 3s and 3.5s. So what's ending up happening, and then now how the REITs interact, because REITs also interact in the mortgage market, believe it or not. So there's a bunch of other real estate companies, REITs, mortgage originators, just to follow up with the demand now. They have to give these loans now at the next level, which is 3 or 3.5, but now the Fed is only a buyer at 2 and 2.5. So now it's creating a gap in the mortgage market, and it's a supply-demand imbalance. So something's gonna happen. It's not less it's literally it's more restrictions essentially. So it's creating a gap because the Fed is only at 2 and 2.5, but then once the rates start hitting a certain point, you have to start originating at the next level up. But now if the Fed is not adjusted and is not ready there, for the temporary time, it creates a gap. So that's the first piece of bad news that I've got in real estate in a long time, because it's not bad just yet, but if that develops, you may hear about this in a couple more months if it does get bad, but that's the negative right now, and it's related, and again, sure enough, it's related to the bond market and what you've been witnessing here in the last 2 weeks. What is the impact on the bottom line? It's just going to slow down mortgage origination. That's it. If it remains the same. Otherwise, if the Fed meets you at that high price, I mean, everything's back to normal. Or if the Fed adjusts the rules to let them originate at the lower levels, which there's just that 0.5% block at how you have to originate them. Again, we've talked about this. There's usually a 2-week gap. Remember I said that to you guys about a week ago? I said there's a 2-week gap between mortgages and bonds. So bonds move, and then the mortgage people all lock in rates, and then they position and hedge, and then it takes about 2 weeks for everything to really adjust. It goes 2 weeks for stock bond market, then it affects mortgages, then stock bonds react to mortgages, and then vice versa. Then they feed off of each other like European clothes. So that's the negative for real estate right now, and but like I'm saying, if it gets aligned, then it's just going to bring back demand. Otherwise, I don't think it's going to drop prices, but it will slow down. It could slow down demand for a little bit, or however long the problem persists, or if it gets worse. So yeah, good real estate bears. Do you like that? Huh? Come on, I gave you some. So now when you talk shit about real estate, bring that one up, okay? Because then it's like it's real. You see what I'm saying? You can't be like, yo, real estate went down 20 years ago. No. Use that one. I promise you, it'll hit harder. The MBS, dude. Is it? I don't want the real estate bad news. I mean, I'm still a buyer. I mean, that's it at the end of the day. Microsoft's coming back up. SPY back up to VWAP first time in hours. I'm about to sound very smart towards my peers with this info. I know, but then you know what's going to happen in like 5 years when a single-family home costs $12 million for 1,000 square feet? They're going to get really mad at you. You know what I'm saying? They'll be like, didn't you tell me the mortgages were oversupply, undersupply, supply side, buy side, supply chain? And then they're going to be like, damn. Call real estate. That's tonight, baby. It's Wednesday. I was supposed to make it there last week. I think this week I should be able to pull in real quick. Either beginning or end. Usually I come in towards the end. But I'm going to see. I'm going to try to get in there early. But yeah, free real estate call. I'm disappointed, though. I don't know. Again, I don't know if you guys have emailed. Some people emailed for the free real estate license that they wanted to do it. But I had people respond and call real estate, and we sent them through a plan. But my update so far, they said there was 8 people that they responded to, and that they sent them the steps to go through it, and we would fund all of them. And my current report is that nobody has made it past step 2. Or step 3, I think. Womp, womp, womp. Where is it? Email colerealestate@gmail.com and come to the real estate call tonight. I mean, it's very, very simple. Harvest is plenty. I said it. It's very simple. If you want a job and you actually are going to work like full time to the sense where you're actually going to give a shit about it, we will pay for everything. That's it. You just gotta go through the steps. If you can follow instructions, go through the steps and put in some work, that's it. Email colerealestate@gmail.com. There's a call tonight. Very, very simple. People it don't last. I don't know why. It's crazy. It's crazy. Even if you're out of state, you could be anywhere. Don't matter. If you want a job, it's a real job. That's it. It's like working for McDonald's, but you're selling houses instead of Big Macs, and instead of getting $20 an hour, you just get commission. That's it. Simple as that. 33 out of 40 new Cole real estate agents closed the deal in their first year last year. No reply. So email again, because I asked them. I was surprised. I thought a lot of people emailed. They said they reached back to 8 people, and they said that a couple people showed up to the call, but as of now, not one person has made it to the third step and really followed up with them to have everything covered. So they provide free certification? No, we'll just pay for it. That's it. Like, we will train you. We'll tell you what to do, where you have to go, everything else. But then you still gotta put in the work. Most people, because again, it costs about like $100 to $300 for pre-licensing. Then it's gonna cost like $200 to another $500 for the test, and then like MLS and all of that. So, and then even like any brokerage fees or whatever, the onboarding, all of that. But I said, we'll pay for it all. If somebody is going to do it start to finish, and that's it, you just do whatever. If you end up being a good agent, we don't want anything back from you. But if you quit, I want my money back. That's it. It's very, very, very simple. So it's a job if people want to do it. And if it turns into a career and you do something good with it, we don't want anything from you. If you waste our time and don't end up doing it, I want my money. I think it's a very fair deal. And that's honestly, it's my new thing. That's honestly my new thing for this year, because a lot of people have, I encounter a lot of people. I want to help a lot of people, and people ask me, like, can we do this? It's like, I could give every single person a job, and a job that I know works, and a job that I know will make money if you actually give a decent effort. So it's like, we can help out a lot. It's just as simple if you want to make income. That's all it comes down to. But that's tonight. colerealestate@gmail.com. SPY is back at VWAP. Tech is bouncing up a little bit. NASDAQ is about to go green again. SPY and Dow are green. So look at this. If tech bounces, this may end up pretty decent. hold up here. Let's check the industries. Now you're back. Only 4 industries out of 11. So 7 out of 11 are up right now on the S&P. Very, very good right now. So that little sell-off and bounce here is kind of a release. How many months of expenses you need to have saved up before getting into real estate full time? 0. Join the real estate call. We'll pay for it. Again, all you have to do is grind. It's how many hours a day do you have? You have 24 hours a day. If you sleep for 8, I mean, you got what? That's like another 18 hours, 16 hours to do whatever. So that's all you need. It's just how many hours a day are you going to put into it, and are you actually going to do it? Simple as that. Simple as that. How do you make money for the rent if it's all commission? Do whatever you need to do. I mean, again, like I'm saying, it's not we're not telling anybody to stop your job, do any of this or do that. Just keep living your life. Go get the real estate grind. Go get the real estate license in the meantime while you're doing everything. Nothing will really change. It's going to take you 2 hours a day, an hour a day to get licensed, and then you go pass the test. You start asking people in the meantime, and then that's it. I mean, the calls are once a week, if anything. I mean, that's where it's like you could go, you could do a lot with it. I mean, it's so however you're paying your rent and bills now, keep doing it, and then just start real estate right now. That's it. So you start this, or we pay for it. I mean, email the guys and follow the steps. Follow the steps, and that's it. And pretty much, if you can't follow the steps, we're not going to do anything. We can't. That's it. It's just if we're looking for people who could just really take a solid game plan and bring it to life. That's all. It's just simple instructions. I feel bad if you pay. Don't. It's an investment. I'm trying to invest in people, like real investments and real where I know any person I've gotten into real estate, not only are all of them on the stream every single day, every single one of them has a long term. Every single one of them has already given back to their communities, and they've already been able to help people in the cold and anywhere around. So it's just like it's a solid investment in people. And I mean, if you become somebody productive and have those changes, I mean, it benefits everybody in some way, shape, or form. And I mean, to God give the glory. But like I said, it's very, very simple. If you end up being something, you make something of your life with it, and all you needed was just the opportunity or money was keeping you out of there, you got it. But if you do it half-assed and then fall back, I mean, it's just that's it. It's, that's not what we're trying. Then you should feel bad. Then I want the money back. Properties are override right now. No time to deal with it. No. You're supposed to say properties are overvalued right now, but that's not the point. The point is currently there is a supply-demand imbalance within the bond market, and then that could slow down real estate demand, which could lead to lower real estate prices. That's what you got to be saying for it to really hit. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, I've heard that one since 2014. Why not just learn the code, guaranteed employment? Go fucking code then. Go do it. That's all. I'm giving the opportunity if people want to do it. Real estate and stocks are the highest earning industries in the world. More millionaires have been created through stocks and real estate than anything else. If you want to do that, that's fine. If you got time to go and code, go fucking code and go do it. You better start right now and go put in the same. We got a team, we got a plan, we got a system. I want to get people in a career. I want people making money within 12 months of starting, if not less, like we've seen from a lot of people. It's just straight getting in there. Now, you know what I'm saying? Let's do it. I'm ready. Let's go. Let's go. I mean, tonight. So I will be there tonight. I will see you guys there. Either I'll be there in the beginning or the end. I show up randomly. You will see. But stick around. And again, I'm just saying, talk with Tyler and Trey. I mean, these are the guys leading it, and I have full faith in them and what I've seen them already. I've already seen them change lives, and that's the damn goal with it. So, yalla. What did coding have to do? I mean, again, there's opportunities everywhere. We're not saying don't do this or do that. This is if what I said appeals to you, hit us up. We'll see you tonight. You're the man. You're the man, baby. Let's go. Game time. Mortgage rates go up. Housing prices go down. Your mortgage payment stays the same. Yes. It's originations. New demand is what could get affected. Will you help with MLO license? Yeah, we could consider that. I'm down with that. We have a couple of lenders, and that's a good career as well, too. I'm in real estate school now. Worried about applying? Don't be. Trust me. A lot of what real estate and business, I mean, it applies to a lot of industries. And even then, even if you are starting as an agent, you guys could still join, and we'll put you under the brokerage. And again, that we have another plan with that as well, too. Yallah. Should I invest in REITs? I do want to REIT. Actually, it's a good pivot to stocks. I put in REIT. I meant to put IRM and O. But they have came down a little bit. And again, some of these yield stuff and mortgage stuff, it will affect the REITs, believe it or not. But I think this year we are definitely going to pick up a REIT for the long term. So I like it. Just, again, ever since some of this volatility, they had a really, really fat pickup. So remember, they were outperforming. But I do like REITs. REITs are a definite highlight here for 2022 in terms of value, dividend yield, especially with inflation. And crazily enough, there's a couple of REITs that could yield more dividend return than damn inflation, which is wild. More room for downside until pow. Yes, but it depends. It depends as what's it called? It depends what happens with Netflix, because Netflix, and there's still a couple more earnings. You got Netflix, Alcoa, materials, travel company. So it's going to be a mix. Netflix will be key though, because it's tech, and now that bond correlation with tech, you're really going to see something tomorrow after Netflix. So that's going to be the key. Welcome, Mr. Thompson and Mr. Jeff Jensen? Bro, what a name. Jeff Jensen. Are you famous? You sound famous. I like that, Jensen. Can I be Josh Jensen? I might change my name. I like that, Jensen. Josh Jensen. Whapa. Where's the peach? It's on the way. Don't worry. We'll get it at the right time. We will get it at the right time. So SPY's barely below where we started in a weird way. I mean, it's up a lot now. NASDAQ is up. We're all green again. Most industries are up. So let's see. That oil is steady going up. I think it's highlighting. That highlights part of the Ukraine situation. But oil, like, that's what sucks. Everything we talked about back in the day with oil, it's still happening. So oil is messed up. Again, everybody is confirmed now to the same point. Nobody's talking about whether or not we go to 100. It's just a matter of when. So the supply situation with oil, supply chains, and just how it's been, it's just been very, very bad. No, we are hitting 100. I think everybody is. It's just a matter of when. It's either you're going to hit 90 first, come down $10, and then go back up by March, or how is it going to play out? But a lot of people, again, a lot of analysts are viewing it like that. You could be my bro. I'm down with it, bro. I like it, Mr. Jensen. Mr. Jensen. It's a good name, bro. You got a good name. Thank your parents. Be like, Mom and Dad, why you give me such a gangster name, bro? I like it. It gave me opportunities in life because I feel like Jeff Jensen stands out. It's a good name to remember. I keep saying it. I can't stop saying Jeff Jensen. Wow. Honestly, if I get a puppy or something, I might name him Jeff Jensen. Anything. If I could name anything, I might name it Jeff Jensen. I love it. It worked. Why isn't, like, fuck Jeff Bezos? I want Jeff Jensen. That sounds like the richest man in the world if you ask me. I don't know. Now I'm just giving blessings on your name, bro. So take it and run with it. You know what I'm saying? You're killing me. You're killing me, bro. You think I thought that was going to happen today? I thought somebody was just going to join and I was going to see it, like, after talking about, like, bonds and real estate, and I was going to read it and be like, damn, that name hits, bro. I did not see that coming. Woo! Let's go, baby. LVS pop, check win as well, too. LVS, dude, 4% on a day like today's fire. Apple's coming up. SPY's getting back up to the opening level. This could look good, man. Woo, he's blocking. Let's go. We bouncing. It's good for, I mean, we ain't say, oh, shit. Okay, I'm going to tell you right now. Are you ready? If you go up to here, if you go up to like 458.50 or higher, give or take, give me like a 0.2 range, right? Okay, this is just, I'm making a guess right here. I'm just telling you. If it goes up to there or higher and then flips, we're going to see a nasty next end of the week. That's all. So as long as we don't, the warning indicator, if you make this type of bounce and hit 458.50, 459 and come back down, oh man, that's just, you could call it a technical, but it's on day. It's not. I'm not really looking at it as technical analysis. I'm talking about what I've seen in volatile times. So usually any of the big volatile 2018, 2015, 2016, any volatile time, it's the single day turnaround, the amount of move, because we're talking 1.5% right here. You see what I'm saying? So I'm telling you, if you go 1.5% down and then back up 1.5% just to close back down 1.5%, that is extreme volatility and panic. So that's, as long as this holds up, we're good. If it comes back down after hitting kind of near the high, it doesn't have to hit a new high. It just has to literally come right back up to this first level where the VWAP started dipping. But that's where it gets wicked. But otherwise, it's looking very nice. That's why I'm like, all right, this looks good. I don't want to get too excited. But man. Josh Wick, Jeff Jensen. Final answer. Yep, final answer. Ripping. Email courtrealestate@gmail.com. Let's see. Netflix is coming up towards the high. It's moving big now. Again, a lot of things. Well, I think they just wanted to scare a lot of people here, but I still don't feel safe just yet. But it's good, though. If we end up going higher, even better. But this is a lot of momentum. I don't know. This is low-key Euro close momentum. It's pretty hot. DSS buys 25% of INTL. Jensen Frizzle! Oh, no, you got a frizzle, bro. Oh, the Jensen Frizzle. Oh, I'm down with that. Oh, he got the Jensen Frizzle. Look at, bro, you're an icon already, man. How many Chads close your first deal? I mean, I have to say a disclaimer, I think, because past performance is not indicative of future results, and a lot of people are lazy as hell. That's part of the disclaimer. But in 2021, we onboarded 44 agents, and 38 of them all closed the deal in their first year in 2021, and one guy closed over 20 deals in his first year. It was absolutely insane. And he was a veteran, baby. Shout out the vets. Hard. Cap, call it what you want. Either way, we call it often. That's it, man. I believe me, I was shocked too. What happened to the other 6? I mean, that's just real estate. I think. I mean, again, I'm very, very hyped with those numbers. It's a wild, again, it's like 82 or 88% of people that we got into real estate as a licensed agent in 2021. 88% closed the first deal. That's it. I'll take it. It's the percentage is split. I think it's like 80-20. 80-20 or 70-30. I think it depends on, I think the first deal, I don't know how it works. It's through EXP. It's the same. It's a very traditional split. It's not anything crazy. My goal, do more than 80 this year. Need a top line. You did 80 deals last year? You did 80 in 2021, Mosby? That's crazy. How they get it so fast? It's pretty easy to do it pretty quickly. Real estate makes millionaires. Coding makes billionaires. Humility is king. Yeah, I'm going to take the million to be humble. I don't know if that analogy hit how you intended. Okay, man, I love you. I'm just saying. I feel you, though. I'll take the million. That's fine. That's fine. FTC orders marketers to stop falsely claiming their products could effectively prevent or treat COVID. Netflix Ripper, if they let's see if the options come back to life again. Microsoft options were willing to come back to life this morning. Well, we will see what happens. FL, that was from the morning. Stitch Fix running. FL's still going. Bonds have chilled out, though. That's what I'm worried about. We had that rally, but we haven't got anything crazy. Like TLT, you see TLT kind of chilled out on that. So bonds might still be a worry. In the jungle, the mighty jungle, power sleeps tonight, the hawk is shot. In the jungle, the mighty jungle, the power sleeps tonight, the earnings season. Wee! Oh, sorry. So that's the first red there from that gas momentum. Like we said, this is still a big move up, though. I mean, quite frankly, it doesn't have, it could, even if it turns from here, it'll be pretty ugly. We didn't make it. Let's see. Airlines. Remember, airlines have pre-earnings run up. FL still on the high. Good call, though. If they do start getting a run, kind of. I mean, watch all the other travel. Remember, we saw that little bounce there? Baba to 144. What do you think about the Porsche Taycan? It's like a Porsche iPad. I like the car, looks cool and it's dope, but I would never buy it I don't know if you want an electric car. I mean, I would probably get a Tesla instead and save the other 150 grand. Yeah, the banks are slipping though. Damn it. Right when we're looking good, the banks are like, I'm tired. Rate hike prediction, just search federal funds rate or Fed futures. It's on investing.com. It just never loads. Oh, there it is. It's like super slow to load. I think here, I'll post the link. So yeah, see this drop. See, people chilled out a lot today. It's weird though because we got volatility. But again, this is what freaked people out yesterday. Dude, I'm telling you, if earnings are bad, people might price this in. This is the black swan. This is the only thing not priced into the market, and we're at these low levels. You see what I'm saying? So just take a look at this, because now market is fully priced in the rate hike in March. But if the market somehow gets an idea to price in a double rate hike, that is where the market, then it starts to look like 2018. B of A expects tax rate between 10 and 12%, CFO says. I don't know what the current tax rate is at. SFT street buys. They're popping. Stitch Fix. That thing's still up. Again, retail is looking actually pretty solid today. Rackspace. Raytheon's up. Lockheed's up. Boeing came up. Tesla candles do VWAP. Let's see. Do I know any tax professionals in Chicago? Yeah, Daniel. Mr. Daniel Garcia in the chat. If you go look at my Instagram, I posted a post on Instagram yesterday, and I replied to Daniel's comment. He's a tax guy. They said they need a tax guy in Chicago. He's the first person that comes to mind. Otherwise, I just hit up the Google. I mean, most tax people could work everywhere for the most part. Didi going maybe off of Lucan. Didi's going to be like, yo, we plan to relist after planning to delist. But we going to relist after we delist. Y'all interested? Blocking and moving. We're not safe yet, though, and it just sucks, man. Some of these puts, you got a discount here. You're going to take the risk. Like, there's some SPY puts where it's like they've came down now. And, again, these are short term, so you could take the hit right here if you want it, but you're still risking 50% premium on any move right now. Yeah, be careful of the fake scam accounts on Instagram. Just block them. Sadly, they respond faster to reporting it than not. Wimboat. They do a great job of imitating it. Yeah, bro, it's an operation. Like, they have an office. It's everybody. Like, they do it on everybody. It's funny. It's crazy. Wimboat. Netflix. Netflix is coming up now. That could be the pre-earnings run. I mean, again, let's just see the floor on the plays. The original one is the trading fraternity, just spelt normally. I mean, you could pretty much tell. Let's see, the Netflixonian. So watch if we get above here. This one could be interesting. Netflix is going a little bit. Let me check. The premiums are still down 57%, though. So they need to get off of this, the gutter zone. If they do continue to run, and then if it sets up green into tomorrow, it might be able to move a little bit. So let's see. Yeah, the easiest way to actually tell about if it's my account or not, the real account, if you go through all my pictures, my first post is from like 2014. So all of the new accounts, I mean, they run through them on the daily, but usually the posts are all posted. So if you look at the date it was posted, it's pretty easy to tell. Costco, I really, really like. I like even retail. in that space. There's something with Costco, though. We're going to have to see. RSX, Roblox about to go green. The Starbucks leap. Let me double check. I haven't even checked today. I think it's the same price. Says I'm down 2%. Abby Vi. Some things are going up. I mean, this is the final push. Costco actually looks very great after this drop. Those spies coming up. Ford is lagging. Lucid breaking out. Facebook on the high. Now Netflix pre-earning. So, bro, this move, it took a lot of time. We're back up to open, but now you're getting more tech playing along. Tech is now the leader, but Dow and S&P are close behind. This isn't that bad. This isn't that bad. What is the next play? Right. I mean, we had plays this morning. I mean, if things bounce, we should be able to ride those up. Let's see. That and then the Roblos and some of the other ones from yesterday. Got these damn Walmarts, too. Yeah, Walmart is either going to do really bad or really good. I'm going to take. It's like 20%. I sold out the Walmarts. I don't want them to, if anything, flip-flops. Let me see. SPY did not break the 488. Indeed, it did not. Netflix really going. Again, they have earnings tomorrow, so if he could string together a couple of big moves right here, that's it. That's all we need. Okay, I sold another play. Disney creates an Intel content group. Disney, it's popping up there. Yep, on the high ticker. So I just sold out of the PSXs for May. Pipeline of local content. I don't know. That could be good. We'll see how that plays out. But again, Netflix might take a negative. But I just sold the PSXs at 350, 220%. Yeah, pretty much I'm thinking with oil, I mean, depending on how things play out, I'm hoping that I think oil could go up a little bit more. Again, there's going to be the $90 test. It could rocket on me and I could miss out, and I'm okay with that. But pretty much what I'm going to try to do is get in on the double dip, essentially. Again, we rode those contracts up from like 50 cents or something. So just think about that. Disney Paul to oversee Hulu, Disney Plus, and Star Plus. A little bit of a pop, not too crazy. It brought Netflix down a little bit. See how that holds. See if SPY gets above here again. You're at 458.50 almost. 458.10. TLT went up too. Right before the battle, you sold all the oil. I mean, yeah, I don't trust them. Does that make sense? It's just I know oil is good, but oil at the very same time it could, it could tweak out, and we've already had such a good gain. So my idea is I'm hoping I should be able to get back into it. Again, pretty much if I miss anything, I'll miss probably another 100, 200%. But then if I'm right and I could come back in, I should be able to get a nice discount. But, ladies and gentlemen, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you subscribe. You're on mobile. Press hide chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button, baby. We love you all. God bless you, okay? God bless you. Very, very simple. God bless you. But we've been here for 3.5 hours. We got 3.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. Need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1. Get her knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendation. Stare at the object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh. Wow. Feel good, right? You feel good? Oh, it feels nice. Wow, drop the shoulders now. Relax the shoulders, man. I know, look at the market bounce. You can relax kind of for a little bit. Just drop the shoulders, relax the shoulders, fix that nerd neck, chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in. Boom, baby. Boom. Disney names Rebecca Campbell to lead Intel International Content Hub. I don't know who that is. But there you go. Relax the shoulders, chest to the sun. You look good, man. You look good. Make sure the leg's in front of you, not wrapped behind your computer chair. Okay? You're not riding a dolphin. 40's at the low. Watch out. It's the same thing that happened here in the morning. You're getting tech ripping, but now all the names that were kind of weaker, they're taking another leg down right here. It's a little bit weird of a flip-flop, but relax your shoulders. Okay? Relax the jaw. Breathe in really deep. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Woo! So let's say we're right at that level. That's the thing. We are right at that level. Again, we're right below the 458.50. I mean, remember, we just had that little top and drop here. So you could go down to 457.50 before we start panicking a little bit about the flip. EA's on the high. Check if Roblo should get some steamers. Roblo green again. Yeah, Roblo's green, but they should go up a little more. It's going to be on tech. Well, if tech keeps ripping, it'll save things. But then if bank, energy, all those other names, that's going to be the key. I mean, right now, you only have 8 out of 11 industries are in the green right now. So it's a lot better, but I mean, you see how fast 0.5% could go. It could reverse all this in an hour pretty much, and that would be fast. So we'll see. Roblo, I like it. I mean, again, everything. Jim Cramer said it today about Airbnb. It's just like some companies just got thrown into the same basket of just sell everything. And I think Roblo is kind of one of those names. I mean, just look at Activision. Microsoft just made their biggest purchase ever, and the CEO's direct quote about it had to do with Metaverse. And again, it's a game company to think about it. So I like Roblo still. It's definitely lower than I thought would have happened. I genuinely thought by this time in January when my covered calls expire, I didn't think it would be lower than The what's called. Yeah, he said that about Airbnb, but I think the same thing even with Roblox. Again, we're talking to some of the best earnings on both of those companies that they've had. So it's not. I'm not too. Again, it's lower than where it's at. Microsoft needs to rip the highs. At least Netflix came back up, but Bank of America and Ford are getting clapped right now. Microsoft's up 3%. That's a fat leader. Apple is the one that needs to go green. Netflix is green and Apple's not. You need Apple to go up. Facebook's already up 2%. It's Apple and Amazon. Those are the ones lagging, but Amazon's doing better. If Apple comes up, we're solid. Biden set to hold press conference of 2022. First press conference. He's supposed to take questions. He's going to take questions. Wow. Wow. So he will be answering questions today. That's so amazing. COVID, pandemic response, and economy. That's what he looks to be talking about. This will literally, are you ready for this? This will be his 10th speech since becoming president. So they counted. Wednesday's press conference will be Biden's 10th since he took office, following 6 solo and 3 joint ones held with world leaders, according to University of California's American Presidency Project. That number lags behind his predecessors, President Donald Trump and Barack Obama, who at this point in their tenure had a total of 21 and 27 formal press conferences, respectively. This is a good article. This is from Business Insider. The last time he gave a solo press conference, and not while traveling, was in March 2020. That's the last time you've had a solo press conference from Biden in the White House. The White House has repeatedly pushed back against criticism that Biden's interactions with media tend to be short and limited, arguing that he regularly engages with the press in impromptu gaggles and facilitates informal Q&As after speeches. The Biden administration also made a return to televised daily press briefings that are often hosted by Press Secretary Jen Psaki. They made a return, didn't they always do that? A tradition that the Trump administration participated in periodically. What? We had Kaylee every day. Yeah, last time was March 2021. Biden praised his recently enacted coronavirus that sent the 1,400 to millions of Americas, and then that's it. So, yeah, this is his 10th. His 10th speech since president. And year number 2. That was an article from Business Insider. And the source was the American President Project. How much could we go before FOMC meeting? That depends on the next earnings. I mean, if it wants to be fast, it could do a lot, but we'll see. SPY's coming back to that level there. Hold on, that first little dip after the run-up. We are not safe just yet, my friends. Let's see. We got rid of the lollies. Lucid February 50 call sweep. Will he turn out and walk around again? We'll see. We'll see. We will see, my friends. I don't know. It's going to be after hours, though. So I don't think it'll be that crazy. Buy the dip on Ford. Maybe. I would just want to wait a little bit. Dude, it's already at 20. Dude, 7% down. Oh, it's coming back to the beginning of the year. Ooh. That's a crazy one, actually. Maybe. I don't know. What are the premiums at? Let me check that one. Buy Ford. It just literally just wiped out the last 10 days in one day, essentially. Why'd you get Starbucks? Because I think it could drop a little bit more, and then I'd want it on the long term. Otherwise, I mean, it's a good value name. I mean, they've been dropped a lot here, but I think even with, I mean, it's not tech. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I think it's a good mix there, and it's something that I would even want in the long term. So it's like I grabbed a little bit of the leaps now, because if I lose on those, that just means I'll get my other stuff cheap. But that's about it. Let's see, back to 455. I mean, you're back at 457, so that's the VWAP. This is gonna put some people on edge now, because we're still green on everything, but now the Dow is slipping. Just like I was telling you a little earlier, it was the banks and Ford and some of those other ones. Actually, I don't even think Ford is on the Dow. Yeah, but it was the banks. Caterpillar's down the most. Again, the earnings plays are still holding up a ton for the market. You got 15 names up, 15 names down. SPY, 273 up, 233 down. It's battling Tesla, but there's way more names up at bigger margins. I think it's just a mass quantity that's down. And then tech. Tech is 1,500 up, so it did some recovery. Things are moving. Everything's at the cusp of trying to move and not move. The Uber contracts are cheaper. I'm going to wait a little bit, or maybe towards the end of the day. I still like that one. NASDAQ touched the 200-day moving average? Really? I've been only looking at the SPY. Oh, shit. Yo, what? That's wild. Yo, the NASDAQ broke below the 200-day moving average. That's wild, actually. So that means that's the bigger tech sell-off. I mean, that makes sense, but shit, that's why it's been so. Again, you haven't been below there since, 2020? No, the SPY's not below the 200-day. Maybe if I hit the index. Nah, SPY still has a decent way before the 200-day moving average. So it broke the 100-day, but not the 200-day. That's why I was so surprised that somebody even just said that, but that's true. The NASDAQ is well below the 200-day moving average. And again, like I said, pretty much most hedge funds they're the least overweight on tech stocks since 2008. I grabbed a 2023 Starbucks yesterday. Hanging out at the 100-day. Yeah, it kind of broke it a little bit. I mean, now it's above it. That's why I said earlier, we were below it, but I said, by the end of the day, it might just end up looking like a candle. Otherwise, we get into, because every time it was just a candle, like the wick, but, November, October, that's when we traded 4 or 5 days below that. We'll see here. I mean, just watch if we break this level or not. I mean, this is a key level here, at least in the short term for now. We're going to see if because we had some decent momentum there. What are they overweight? A lot is energy. It sucks. It just feels like tech stocks are going through China, essentially. If you guys remember Baba last year and how Baba was just like day after day and then all the weird moves with it. It seems like this is now the delayed reaction. Let's get aggressive. P. Aggressive. P. Aggressive. Still dangerous. So Google's still going. That's good. It'll at least hold something. Yeah, Google just hit the high ticker right there. SPY hovering around VWAP. There it is. See, he's holding up. Josh, you never have to do today again, babe. That's fine with me, man. That's fine with me, bro. I'm grateful, bro. I don't know. It's just grateful, man. God is good. God is good. And honestly, man, shout out to Chad. Thankfully we get to do this with the Chad, and we get a new day with the Chad every day. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Maybe I'm weird. I don't know. I'm weird. I'll take it though. I will take it. Hey man, the Chad. Today's not even that bad. I mean, like we said, it's weird. Today is just a lot of Today's just a lot of volatility, man. Again, like we were talking about, just like today's better and it was faster than yesterday, but better than yesterday, and then it quickly turned red, and now all the industries are up. Industrials are kind of struggling there, but it's a best of both worlds right now. But it could be worse. The market can bounce from earnings here if Netflix does good, if Netflix strings together 2 days and then you get a good earnings report and people chill out. I mean, it'll at least buy us some positivity up until Powell next week. So it might create the again, one of these types of moves where you sell off and then all of a sudden everybody's attitude instantly changes. So we will see. Yeah, 20-year bond auction at 1 p.m. Good call. Knock on wood. It's okay. Facts. Aggressive. Be aggressive. No, I'm not holding MO. We made a flip on that. A firm getting the pop now. Airbnb. Microsoft move in. Watch Netflix. Google is breaking out. You need Amazon and Apple. Amazon is positive now. Apple's still red. If Apple goes greens, that's it. Everything will be green. The volatility. Not bad. Last long bond auction made TLT pop. It could. We'll see. We will see. Apple can't hold. Bought more DraftKings. Forex. I mean, just look at the ruble, or you could even go for the euro people were talking about. You could do a lot. There's a lot of currency moves that could be hit right now. It's just the potential. It's the potential volatility and what we get from here. Start throwing those hands. He needs to fight a little bit more. Bro, I'm not even gonna lie to you, man. I straight up didn't even tell you. Like the PHILO, oh, it's gonna be hot. We got good PHILO today. Okay. Which is harder to spell based on pronunciation, bidet or lingerie? Oh, lingerie by far. I still can't even call it lingerie. You know? I say it's just lingerie. Well, the PHILO's not now. We got some time. But you got it's a good one. It's good. I did not average down on Microsoft calls. Bro, they almost went positive today. That last set we bought somehow was down only 10% in the morning on the little run-up. So I was like, what? That's crazy. What do bonds have to do with mortgages? Mortgages are usually bonds. I mean, think about it. A 30-year bond, does it sound like something? or a 15-year bond. It's like a mortgage. So it's fixed income. It's a set rate. They operate exactly the same way. So that's why. And then how money works with like the finance system, the rate that you're gonna get to borrow. Like if you want to borrow money for a house, it's gonna be if you want to borrow that money, the bank is gonna give it to you based on the price that they get the money. So then that's why bonds are pretty much the standard. That's like the baseline of how much money is going to cost. And then from there, it's extrapolated into the other stuff. But bonds and, mortgage-backed securities, they have bonds that are, instead of being backed by the government, it's backed by real estate. And that's what it is. That's the difference. So real estate is literally abnormal. It's like a government bond, but instead of the government saying full faith and credit of the United States, your full faith and credit of the property of the United States. What rate we got to hit for the 40-year? Prices just need to, if prices go up another 20% in the next year or two, they'll probably start dropping the 40-year mortgage a lot more. It has to do with prices because that's just going to allow more people to qualify unless they reduce the lending standards. But again, my tinfoil or whatever. Oh, yeah, my mom didn't know what tinfoil was. She said, why? She said, what is the foil? Why you keep talking foil? She said, what is the foil? She was the foil. And I explained it to her. And she said, oh. She's like, yeah, your dad is tinfoil. I said, remember I told you, I said, daddy answers, bro. He's the king of tinfoil, bro. She even told me, that's another story she told me yesterday. She said one time when they first came to America, he thought people were following them. So he was trying to get her to dip off of a bus. Vimeo's popping. So yeah, I was like, what? She's like, yeah, he told me that we need to leave the bus while it's moving, and then the person following them is gonna chase them, and then they'll know who it is. And I was like, what? I was like, I feel it happens. But she didn't know tinfoil, but pretty much my tinfoil with real estate is that prices will keep going up, and then once they become extraordinarily high, I think they're going to start lowering their restrictions and everything else. And it's not, I don't think real estate, the way that they're going to try to solve it is by stimulating it for a certain group of people. Pretty much they're going to offer a lot of incentives for certain borrowers or first-time borrowers, shit like that. Lauren, like they'll lower the debt to income, they'll lower the mortgage insurance, the PMI, stuff like that, or they'll even get rid of any debt to income or anything like that, and they might give a $20,000, $30,000 down payment assistance, rebate, something like that. And then comes the housing crash. Not if people are buying. What do you mean? I'll be like, that's crazy, bro. First-time home buyer trying to buy an $18 million house. Down payment assistance, you know what I'm saying? It's debt to income, he qualified. Lowered requirements means more defaults. You're right, but then more defaults in a 4 to 7 year time frame following the restrictions. And then less restrictions means heating up for the 4 to 7 years prior. So Spy dancing around is coming back. You could check the rear view, but keep your eyes on the windshield because you woke up and drive today, baby. Oh, no. Let's go, baby. All the buyers increased the values, but overpaying due to limited inventory. There's nothing to solve. Nothing malicious was done. I think that was said very beautifully, man. I agree. That's a very, yes, amen. I think in that I think that what you just said is probably the most eloquent way I've heard. Honestly, I like that. There's nothing you could really do to fix it. It's all based on the shortage. It wasn't anything really malicious, and it created a new real estate market. That's about it. That's a good one. That's a good comment. That's a good comment. Horn. We love it. Echo strongly. So let's see here. I mean, if we break below VWAP, give it a couple minutes. Comcast on the high. Or the other telecom. TLT's about to go high too. It's been getting these random pops here. Amazon didn't stay green. You need Apple green. Netflix is holding up. Apple came down a little bit. Facebook and Microsoft are pretty strong right here, but Microsoft kind of chilled. IMMX. MX. This thing held up surprisingly well when you look at it. Can we get bond lending service? What do you mean? Airbnb, they're still up 2%, bro. That thing moves a lot. Come on, Roblo. Lucan Coffee coming back. Possibly. There was a headline on that today. They want to come back after scamming $300 million. Ford 8.2 gain on Rivian, yeah. And I thought it would have been good news for them because they're not even writing it into their company, which is it's like a good business move. I mean, if you wanted to pump this stock, they would have put it on the books, but they're recognizing it as a one-time charge off on a couple of the fees, so it doesn't even factor into their guidance. Don't need income to refinance or owning assets. It depends, but usually some level of income, but depending on, I mean, how much, what assets you got and how much equity you have. I mean, nowadays they're a lot more lenient. They're writing it. They put it as a one-time charge-off or a special item. So on the balance sheet, it just doesn't factor into their analysis for like guidance, pretty much. So like they have the money and they got the gain from it, but they're not factoring it into like their balance sheet as any item that will be recurring or something that's part of the business. So it's just a special item one time, and then that way it's like they got the money, but then it doesn't really skew their books too much. What do you think about leveraging the equity my home has accumulated and using it to expand the home? Maybe. It depends. I think in this market, if you could take that money out and use it as a down payment on a rental, or if you don't think about it, if you're talking 180K cash, you could literally pull that money out and go buy a house in Ohio, Indiana, North Carolina, and literally just rent it out. You could buy that house cash at 150 and rent it out, and it'll pay for itself, and then you have two houses. But sometimes, like, there's some houses where you got to ask yourself, what would be the return? So, like, if you put $100,000 into your house, is it going to make you more than $200,000-300,000? If not, then it's not really worth it, essentially. So, like, that's the problem I have with this flip. Actually, I don't know. Did I tell you guys about the flip? I don't think I did. We have a good problem. So I have a deal right now. That's the one I saw over the weekend. We're getting it at a very good price, but the house is like, it's decent condition. Instagram launches early test of creator subscriptions. Spies jump in here. Watch if Facebook reacts positively to that. And I feel like that'd be good news. I feel like that'd be more, different. Lending Tips has his own flip that he's where I picked up one over the weekend. I'm about to close in a couple days on it. Facebook source, the stock's coming down. Oh, that's weird. That was a little weird pop and drop. Spy coming down. Nigerian added to Microsoft calls. Roblox likes that too. Everything just had a little quick a little green pop turned to a quick red. Yeah, Roblo's it was just like what you saw at the same exact level. You guys remember that earlier this morning where everything just took that stupid candle? Fuck. And then the bank stocks start going up. Jeez. Hot dog. Bond auction. Was that it? What time is it? 1? I haven't got the headline yet. It'll come in a second. I'm not seeing him. This was Ned Davis ends bullish call on U.S. equities. Ned Davis research hadn't made any allocation changes to U.S. equities in 15 months. That changed this week when the firm's strategists trimmed the weightings of domestic stocks in their recommended portfolio and cut the country's equities to neutral. Several factors are behind this shift, said Ed Clissold, the firm's chief U.S. strategist, and though none of them scream outright danger, together they issue a warning that the run in U.S. stocks is set to falter. Slowdown in place of earnings growth is one of the reasons behind the cut. A faster than expected withdrawal of accommodative stimulus is another. Prospects of volatility doesn't help either. Kind of spy chart is a battle. TBT on the low. There is the freaking bond auction right there. 2.21 allotted at highs, 82%. What was the issue? I'm trying to see. It's coming in final. 2.21 versus 2.25 when issued. So 0.04, 0.05 down. So the bond issue had some demand there. So that's good if TLT comes back up. TBT, TLT got clapped off of that. It's good. It's at least demand for bonds. I mean, people aren't selling it, and then with the tech correlation with the Nasdaq, I mean, this should help it. Does bond auction move the market negative? Bond percent is higher. It depends on the environment, right? Because so sometimes people are. It depends on what we're more prone to react to. Again, I mean, there's been many, many years in the market where nobody gave a shit about bond auctions. It's just currently what's going on with inflation and how the market has been responding to higher yields and everything else. That pop's still under Friday's close. Are you saying for the bonds? I mean, we're still well below Friday. We need to get past here. You need to get that 459 from the morning. I mean, I know a lot of people are stuck in this range, but that's the only range I really care about. Yeah, this one, Friday, you're still below Friday. It might magnet up there, but now you're at the lows of last Monday. Discover June 45 call sweep. Have you checked out the yield curve? It's normalizing. I have to see. The flip, yeah. So pretty much, I mean, I have this house at a price where the house is in decent condition. It's pretty much as is. But then I saw another listing selling like it. But my dilemma is I could sell the house right now. I genuinely think all I got to do is paint the house, maybe add a couple of new lights, and then I could leave it as is and get the property staged. And I think I can make about 50% of my investment by putting in like 10 grand, maybe not even. Or you could literally, if I go and put like $250,000 in like 6 months, I can make 100% of the investment. So that's the problem now that we're trying to decide, because it's like it's a situation. It's just, this is to answer that guy's question, because he's saying, hey, should I go and take out money from my house and remodel it? It's like, in this case, if you could already get a premium for your house, it's like I might just do nothing, take less money, but then I don't have to do anything crazy. Or it's like I could put more money into it and try to get more gains out of it. But it's like you have to make sure you're going to actually get a lot for it. In this case, I could get a lot, but it still does take time. That's it. My time frame on the 50%, I'm genuinely think I could list it next week, 2 weeks, and I could do that in a month, 2 months. Otherwise, I have to wait 6 months and do like a real flip. Gensler speaking. Says climate risk and ESG rules, key priorities for 2022. Do the list. That's what I'm thinking. I mean, the house was crazy. It was a real big blessing. Who's listing it for me? Either I might use an agent in the area, or I'm gonna have lending tips on it, and we're gonna see. I need to see because I don't know much about the area, and sometimes using a local agent will be better. But it's we'll see what happens. Glad it worked out. Glad you got a check coming, my friend. You got a check coming. That's it. That's what we got to see too. You could either I know we got something for you right now up front. But if you could also wait too, if you just wait till I even flip it, I mean, you'll get a lot more from it. It's up to you, because it all depends on what we sell it for. But yeah, it was an off market. Oscar got it for me. It was a Chad. Sent me the deal. He said he found the deal. He's like, I got credit cards, man. He's like, I got to pay off these credit cards. I said, well, shit, man, you just found the dopest house. And then I finally saw it in person. And my goodness, it was a great deal. I want to keep the house, honestly. I'm not gonna lie to you, but it's just I was like, whoa, this thing we could do a lot. There's a lot of opportunity with it. So it all depends on how it plays out. I knew you would like it. It's in great shape. It's old, but like so over the weekend, I went to the other houses for sale, and I didn't realize all of the houses in that area, they sell them like that. That's why I was like, what? So it's like, and then the house is just huge. It's a weird layout, but like that's that house too, though. It's like if I knock down all the walls, I can make it ridiculous. But the area, I like the area. I stayed down there, and it was surprising. I've never been there in my life, bro. And I was like, what? This thing is dope. It was cool. So we'll see. But yeah, we are going to talk. I know you're in touch with even lending tips too. If he hasn't given you an update, I mean, I'll get on a call with you and I'll let you know. But you have your check coming. If you need anything like right now, we got you too. But even when we close on it too, you'll have something. You'll have something nice. How do I speak to Oscar about what you like? I mean, he just emailed it. I mean, quite frankly, he emailed a good deal. That's all. It was a house with somebody they wanted to sell it. They needed to work on a specific schedule. We were there for them, but then they gave the price they offered. It was a fair price, but it was also it was just they were down selling it for cheaper. Again, it was such a weird deal because it was even facilitated by agents. So it's like that usually doesn't happen. So like the lady even sold it to us with an agent. So we're a couple days from closing. We're gonna see, but it was like she just was down to let it go. Like she was really just like, yo. I mean, she wanted to move. She had another plan. She needed money for the next one. She didn't want to wait to anything, and we did everything. It was all done by the book. She just hooked us up. I mean, that's why I'm like, God is good, man. So, but it was a very like we're talking like 50% below value, 30% below value. Those are the deals I'm going to bite at every single day. No questions asked. Yeah, she pretty much market ordered the house. Yeah. Because she listed it, but it wouldn't have met her schedule. That's the thing. So, but that's the whole thing. The question you got to ask yourself: do you put money into it or not? Sometimes it makes more sense to sell it, but that's the thing. You got to do it. You got to, like, sometimes, like in this case too, it's like I want to put more money into it, but there's already a good price. So it all depends, and you see what the market does. Sometimes if you could find a comp in your area that sells really, really high and it's remodeled, then it might make more sense to do it. Lucan's punishment was to pay 20% of the proceeds it fraudulently obtained. Jeez. That's the VIG you pay to launder money in Macau, and then they don't even have to formally admit being a fraud. That's why the SEC says it's allegedly committed fraud. That's crazy. That's crazy. All right, let me go to the bathroom. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press high chat, X out the chat, hit that thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you. We'll be right back. Oh, yeah. Woo! Let's get it popping, Chad. Are you ready? You ready? Let's make history, Chad. Man, you're going to like this PHILO. You know that? You are going to like this PHILO. I think some of y'all need this one. You know what I'm saying? Imagine I rob you, then I pay my crime boss 20%. No. Imagine you rob me, then you pay the government 20% of what you robbed me. You give me 20% back. You pay me 20% back, keep the 80, and then the government's like, yeah, it was allegedly robbing you. And then they get to do it again. You'd be like, what? I only get 20%, and then you're going to just give me back what you took from. Why wouldn't you just give me the shares then? You're going to relist it. Just give me back what I originally. Man, that's crazy. Are you ready for this, man? I'm ready to drop some hot PHILO, bro. Okay? I'm ready to drop some hot PHILO. Y'all gonna be surprised too. You know that? This one, y'all need it. I'm telling you, I'm gonna say some craziness today. Okay? Like, for real. Everybody needs to listen. I'm gonna break out the Bible. But I'm going to break it out at the end, and you'll see what I'm talking about. But even if you don't vibe with the Bible, I'm telling you, you need this PHILO. I'm telling you, man. It's something. His eyes are open, okay? I'm just telling you. That's it. I'm telling you. You want to flex? Well, great. You're going to love this PHILO. You're going to love. Honestly, it's weird. You might need in a weird way, this is why I need mature people. I need some balance, but you might the humbleness is getting thrown out the window today for a little bit. That's all I'm just saying. I need all of you to hear this one though. Okay, you got to apply it the right way, but you'll see what I'm talking about. Trust me, you'll see what I'm talking about. Okay, okay. Woo! Y'all ready? Ladies and gentlemen, game time, baby. I hope you're ready. I hope you are ready. It is PHILO time. I need you to guard your hearts. I need you to guard your minds, especially in these crazy moments, man. I need you locked in, and I need you to realize the power of your mind. But today, man, like I already gave you the warning. Everybody needs to listen to this, okay? I'm here to give you something. I'm telling you, I know it's going to sound weird, but I'm here to tell you something. Trust me, and you'll see what I'm talking about. But everybody really needs to listen up, okay? You want to know what we're going to talk about today? We are going to talk about validation. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel me. Validation. Oh, do you know what that is? What is validation, Chad? Come on, talk to me about it. Tell me, what is validation? If I say validation, what do you first think of? Please, post it in the chat. Facebook. Oh, yeah, Facebook's ripping. It could be, is that the Facebook? Remember, there's that, it could be delayed reaction to that news Troy posted. Accepted, succession, other people's approval, parking, ego, parking, I get it. To agree with. Your thoughts being confirmed outside, acceptance, confirmation, free parking, reassurance, to ensure accuracy, purpose, to verify its quality and functional requirements. Oh, wanting to read our comments, validation, justification, being known. Oh, man. Meta introduces Instagram. Yeah, look at it. It's delayed reaction to that. But watch out because you got the little pop and drop from there. But watch Facebook. That is the subscription news. Hold on, I'm putting a stream alert. That one's interesting. I'm not going to make a play, but watch out for that. Because like I said, it looks good. Yeah, you were like 5 minutes, but just watch. The reaction's going to get confusing. But you got big volume coming in there. Pushing P, baby. That's validation, right? But listen, you all have given great answers. I think y'all know what it means. And this is, we really need to talk about this. Honestly, man, I was thinking about it. And there's a verse that I'm going to share with you here at the end, but there was also something that Uncle Answer said that stuck out to me. Have you guys ever heard the song Push-Ups by Uncle Answers? He said, beast mode. He said, beast. I turn that mode on every time I wake. Validate myself, no matter pay or what they say. Okay? That's what Uncle says. He says he validates. He says, I validate myself more than no matter what amount I'm getting paid or what anybody would say. You see, my friends, today I'm here to tell you about self-validation. A lot of people brought up other people, and other people are part of this. Amen. But I need you all today to be able to validate yourself, my friend. And this is why I'm saying everybody needs to listen to this. I don't care who you are. You don't even have to believe what I believe for you to get the benefit out of this. But I think a lot of people miss this point, and especially when things go crazy and there's a lot in life and there's a lot happening in the world, and you get, especially if you got a lot of voices too. Oh, man. If you're not validating yourself, my friend, we're going to have a problem. Okay? So can you try something for me right now? Can you do something? Can you say this out loud? Like, you could type it if you want, but say it out loud. Say, I'm great. I want you to say it. Literally, I need you to say out loud right now. Say, I am great. You need to tell yourself that literally. That's why I said, please, let's throw away the humbleness for a second. All right? Don't get too crazy, okay? Don't get too crazy and be like, you know what I'm saying? But for real, I need you to tell yourself right now that you are great, and I need you to believe it. Oh, I don't think y'all feel me. Do you believe it? Because I'm telling you, that's the hard part. You know that? Anybody can say it. And it sucks how sometimes we don't even say it. You know what I'm saying? The hard part is really believing it deep down inside. Because there is times you're going to say it, and you could say it out loud right now, but you might be doubting yourself internally. Come on. You know what's even worse? There's some people who can't even say it. I know I see you right now. All of that. You guys started typing. Some of you did it. Some of you did not. But I know there's some people in here who couldn't even say it. Oh, y'all don't feel me. And then there's some of us that even if we say it, we don't really feel it. Come on. It's wild, bro. For real. This is why this is so important. You don't think it's weird? You don't think it's how, like, think about how warped our society has gotten to us. Like, really think about it and our own experiences. We've lived so much life, some of us in here, that, bro, a lot of us would even have trouble telling ourselves that we're great. I don't think you feel me. I know some people feel me, but I think some people may not get this. But I know the real ones know what I'm talking about. Think about that. A lot of us have trouble even accepting that believing that we are great or that we could do something. Think about it right away. You will say, oh, I'm great. But then you start thinking about what other people said. You're going to think about your bank account. You're going to think about this and that. You're going to think about a lot of different things. Or you're going to deep down the way you might even doubt yourself. Think about it, man, how life has gotten us to that. It's wild. It's really, really wild. We live in this. Dude, you know what's sad, man? I kept talking to Legend Tips. I said, what's going on with this? And I noticed it too. You'll notice it. Watch. It's crazy. If I make a video with a title that's negative, I will get 20 to 30% more views. You know that? It's wild. People in society that we live in right now. Oh, it's crazy. Oh, it's crazy. You got to think about it. Bro, all of us, like nowadays, everyone's looking. The minute you got something good, everyone's going to be like, no. You can't say it. I'm telling you, it's hard for people to be able to say, I'm great, to do positive and all that. It's wild. So just think about this, man. What is really stopping you from believing that you are great? Again, that's why I'm saying, man, don't get lost in the sauce. Okay, so that's why I'm here today, my friend. I need to tell you right now why we need to talk about validation. Okay, it is very applicable right now, especially if you want to make it out alive, especially if you want to make it to another year where at the very least you don't capitulate and turn all the way back around. I'm not even talking money. That's the part I think some people miss. Oh, because some of y'all are on a good path. But if you do not have this ability to validate yourself, it's not about losing your money. You're going to lose yourself. I hope you realize that. Come on. Do you see? You know what I'm trying to tell you? Do you want to know what validation is? You want me to tell you how to validate yourself? It's very simple. You have to get a handle of who you are and where you are going. Oh, come on. You want me to say that again? You need to know who you are and where you are going. Because guess what? If you know those two things, how is anybody going to confirm or deny anything for me? You can't tell me who I am if I know who myself is. I don't need to validate myself if I know who myself is. You see what I'm saying? I know where I'm going. I don't know what's going to happen in the market, but you know, man, I know how my life is going to be. Because I get them. I know. Why do you think I'm always positive? And guess what? Screw life, man. Even when I die, I know where I'm going. That's validation. You can't tell me that because you can't tell me who I am. Right? Can you tell me? You guys don't even know my birthday. So again, come on, think about that and what people say to you. Do they even know your birthday? Do they know where you came from? Do they know how your parents raised you and what you learned and all? No, they don't know anything. They don't know what struggle you went through. They don't know what success, how you were spoiled or not spoiled. They don't know that. Come on. Do you know where I'm going? Definitely not. Definitely not. I think all of us have seen people go from bottom to top and top to bottom. You never know who's going to make it. Oh, come on. Come on. So what I'm trying to tell you, man, if you don't get a handle right now on who you are and where you are going, the volatility of the market and life is going to result in a volatility of your validation. Do you see what I'm saying? You're going to get validated from everywhere that doesn't matter. And as life keeps going and changing up and down, as the market starts changing, as this starts, that, then if you need it, you're going to be jumping one thing to the next to get validation. Why? Because you can't do it yourself. That's why you need to start doing this right now. So that's what I'm here to tell you. You want to know what I'm here to tell you? I love it. That's why I'm saying I know we need humbleness. We need that discipline, but I'm here to tell you that you are great and you need to start believing that. You need to be so content with what you're doing to the point where you could believe that, where you say, no, this is my path. I don't care. I've made this decision that this is where I'm going. I know who I am. Just because things moved and changed, that does not change who I am. I'm sorry. So I'm here to tell you that you are great. And it's not because I said so, honestly. Mwah, God bless. It's because God said so. But even then, it's not about what I say. It's about what you believe. That's the craziest part. That's the craziest part. Again, this is something we've talked about a lot. But it don't matter what God say. It don't matter what I say. It don't matter what your mom say, what anybody says to you, right? Because it's all about what you believe. Because if someone says something about you, you're going to question who you are. And you're going to believe that. And it changes your whole attitude, your whole mindset. And then you start jumping around. Come on. It's all what you believe, good or bad. So, Chad, I hope you get it. This is the validation I need you to understand and start developing. You are great. It's weird to say, I know. It's weird to even believe, especially I already know that you got people, what do you mean, humble, blah, blah, blah. Nah, man, I'm great. I'm sorry. I know the people I'm surrounded with, they are great. I know God has a plan and purpose for everyone. That's why I say it every single day. You need to understand that you are great. You are great regardless of how much money you have, my friend. It don't matter what that bank account looks like. It doesn't change who you are. You are great regardless of how many winning or losing trades you have had this year, last year, any year before that. That doesn't change who you are or where you're going. If anything, it's molding you. I'm sorry to tell you that. It is. It's good practice. Trust me. You're great even if people doubt you or even if they tell you you're going to fail, whether it's a random person on the internet or somebody in your own family. Hate to break it to you. It doesn't change who you are. You are great even if all you have done is fail, my friend. I know they don't feel me on this one, man. I know they ain't gonna feed you. See what I'm trying to tell you? And it starts with your belief, for real. You could have failed every single thing you've touched up until today. And it does not change who you are. See, I don't know if you realize what I'm talking about. That's the beauty about this moment right here. Because all that matters is right now, dude. Think about it. You made it this far. You're listening to this right now in the middle of what's going on. Ups, down, market this, Biden this, Trump this. Oh, market this, society that. Oh, what's going on here? Oh, pandemic, no pandemic. It's right now, right here, right. You're listening to me right now in real time. So you could have failed everything up until right now. The minute you flip the switch and say, wow, I am great. I define myself. I'm the one who says this is good or bad. I'm the one who decides what I'm okay with. That's right now. I'm going to go here. That's right now. So if you can't get over what happened, man, in the past, you living in the past. You can't get over what's about to happen, you stressing on the future. I'm just saying right now, do you know who you are and where you're going? And do you have this ability to validate yourself and understand the greatness that you possess? See, like I said, man, where you go from here right now is all about where you go from here. And my question to you is, have you validated yourself along your journey? And are you continuously doing that now? Do you currently get validation from yourself? I'm asking you on the way up into this moment, have you validated yourself? But I'm also saying currently, where do you get your validation? Let me say it one more time. Where do you get your validation? So SPY's coming down below VWAP. So you got to believe in yourself, Chad. You need to believe in yourself today. And you need to make sure that you are doing what is pleasing you. And that you are more concerned with you doing a job well done. And nothing else and nothing outside of that. Unless it's God, but we'll talk about it. But this validation, this is on you. What you are going to believe. And are you going to say, this is who I am? And if I do something that aligns with who I think I am, that is a success. I'm going somewhere. I know exactly where I'm going. Why do you realize what the long term is? Think about all this stuff you're working for. That's why you could stay positive. For real. Because you're saying, yeah, I see what's going on now. Believe me. Okay? I see it. I'm here with you. I see what's happening. I'm not that oblivious. But I know where I'm going. There's a big, big difference, man. Do you know what I'm saying? And that's why I said a lot of people, you're going to talk to your future self, man. And don't let whatever, if you are not validating yourself and if you don't know these answers to who you are and where you're going, that's why when these things start happening and things start changing, I don't even know, we haven't even seen half of it. That's when people, guess what happens? Why do you think your attitude changed? Come on, why do you think some people get depressed all of a sudden, especially related to the market? You think it's the stock market? Fuck out of here. It's not because the market went down. We've seen that. You've seen it go up and down. You were typing in the chat, you were flexing and talking shit, and then you were being happy. You don't know what it is? And there, let me break it down for you. Something changed financially. And in that moment, some people, where they didn't know where they were going. You see what I'm saying? They thought they knew where they were going, and then right when something starts to change, they start doubting where they thought they were going. I'm clapping. You know why? Because I want you to understand where you're going. But you got to believe that. And you got to be mature and strong enough to realize that in the moments. You see what I'm saying? You want to tell me I've been telling myself and I've been planning and thinking and making goals day after day, month after month, year after year. And I say, I'm going here. This is the plan. I'm going here. And you're going to tell me 1 week is going to change that? Nah. I'm sorry. Nah. But I hope you feel me on this. Because this is what is going to protect you. And for a lot of things, this is going to unlock the destiny. You need to know who you are and where you're going. So, let me end it with the word, my friend. Okay? And you'll see what I'm talking about. Because this isn't my logic. This was the logic thousands of years ago. Our man Jesus did the same thing. You know that? You realize the devil tried to get him to validate himself? He said, oh yeah, you're God. Well, do this. Okay, if you're God, prove it. You know that his disciples, they wanted him going around. Bro, they wanted him doing miracles left and right so he could get clout. You know that? They were like, yeah, show it. Validate it with the people. He's like, bro, Jesus didn't come to be a magician. Again, they would say, whoa, you're talking all this. Who gave you the authority? And you'll notice something about Jesus at every corner. He validated himself. The logic of it is validated through himself. And that's what I'm trying to tell you today. For all of you, you need to validate yourself. We do that, we're in the game. If not, it'll take a couple years till you learn it, maybe a couple months. I don't know. But that is going to be the game changer. So listen, John 8:12. Jesus spoke to the people once more and said, I am the light of the world. If you follow me, you won't have to walk in darkness, because you will have the light that leads to life." The Pharisees replied, "You are making these claims about yourself. Such testimony is not valid." Jesus told them, "These claims are valid even though I make them about myself, for I know where I came from and I know where I'm going. But you don't know this about me. You judge me by human standards, but I do not judge anyone. And if I did, my judgment would be correct in every respect because I am not alone. The Father who sent me is with me. Your own law says if two people agree about something, their witness is accepted as fact. I am the witness, and my Father who sent me is the other." "Where is your Father?" they asked. "Since you don't know who I am, you don't know who my Father is. If you knew me, you would also know my Father." Those are all in red, straight from Jesus. That's John 8:12. Did you hear that? You see what I'm saying? He said, well, wait a minute. He said, I got me and I got the Father. That's two people. Seems like I validated the parking, my friend. So you could tell me, and then you're saying, oh, but you're this, but you don't even know this about me. And then you're going to ask even, who's my father? Or, well, what's this? So if you don't even know that question, Do you see the point? Even the whole idea of Jesus himself, he had to validate himself. And again, I've talked a lot about yourself this whole time, but there is an extra factor in there. If you haven't noticed, it's the Father. I hope you pick up on it. But I'm going to keep it simple for you, Chad. You need to start validating yourself. You need to know who you are and where you're going. And honestly, man, there's a reason why some of us cling to God, because it helps a lot. For real. But it's on you, man. Where whatever you're going to do with this, wherever you go, I don't know. But at the end of the day, I hope all of you possess this ability to understand the greatness that you possess. But actually know who you are. And actually give that some consideration when people try to tell you who you are. And then when life and circumstances try to, they look different and it starts moving, I need you to have the ability to know exactly where you're going. That is the validation. Because the current does not determine who you are or where you're going. And that's the whole point. And if you make that decision right now in the current, oh man, it's game time, baby. So, Chad, you can say it, man, but I really hope you believe it. I hope you can say it and tell yourself that you are great and tell yourself who you are and know who you are. And that's why some of y'all, you might, like I said, man, society's got us warped, because some of us are going to look at ourselves and look at our mistakes and say, man, no, I didn't do this. I'm a failure. I'm a piece of shit. Honestly, I say that a lot sometimes. Especially in the past. I could even catch myself now. It's easy to be like, it's so easy, man. That's why, but again, do you know how the Father sees you? Probably not, huh? There's a reason why God says he loves you so much. There's a reason why people say, oh, I'm clear to sin. Do you know what I'm saying? For real. Because that's not how the Father looks at you. It's a wild concept. Believe me. Believe me. But I'm saying that doesn't matter. You are still great even if you failed up into this moment. It is what you believe. You need to believe who you are. Your validation comes from yourself, not the outside. And the minute you do that, you'll know where you're going. And it's game time. So I hope you're ready. I hope you take it to the bank. That is your philosophy. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. You're on mobile. Press hi chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate Course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Keep it positive, respectful. New guys, don't be too shy to say hi or too high to say shy. Woo! It's game time. That's good. So now you know what song I got to play you. You got to listen to it now. Now you got to listen to push-ups. The SPY came down. It came back down. We're almost at European close, so just keep watch. You got about 1 point in the tank. 458.40. You got a little bit less. You got 0.7, and then it'll come down there. So let's go, baby. Let's go.
All right, baby. Every hour, you know what to do. You ready? It's a call, baby.
Lucas.
They ain't do they push-ups. They just laid around. Started at 1 unit, now on the 10. I think you could do it. Tell me how that sound. They said I was stupid. You should ask them now. Tell me what you had, not what you don't. Don't be getting mad, get some hope. I don't want a bag, I want a boat. I don't want it fast, I want it slow. Know exactly how the money grows. Cup is overflown, not withdrawn. Don't condone the bitch and moan. There's a bigger goal. Gotta get more homes for my bros and my moms and my motherfucking coat. Hope you watch the plan unfold. Yeah, I'm not seen but unforgettable. You got dreams, don't tell me, go and get it, bro. They got some nice things, that don't mean they always credible. Don't do the nice scene, that ain't me, I had to let it go. So, tell me what you holding on. I hold batons, I pass it on. You sprinting, this a marathon, I'm Farrakhan. Only if we talking million men that march. I stock computer screens, I made $1 million looking at some charts. Yeah. Easy said, but it's hardly done. No need your bread, but I tell you when them shots gon' run, I'm poppin', son. But I don't do this to be popular, I just prefer the hottest car. The crib is on the top, it's low. Collect the rent, I am landlord. I make a check when I get bored. Love what I do, my job is fun. I read the news and smoke a blunt, I'm woke as fuck. That don't mean I never been asleep. Be careful of the friends you meet, the different types of foods you eat. I use this fucking beat to preach, but they don't value us for free. My life is good, my God is great, so what's that even mean to me? Put that shit right in the door, but they won't even turn the key. So if you good, I'm good, let's get this bread, you know I'm trying to eat. Beast, turn that mode on every time I wake. Validate myself, don't matter, pay you what they say, I know I'm great. So I just thank them every time they hate. Hits, I'll find my God divine, get 10 for what they try to take.
Woo! Flip this switch, baby. Amen. Amen. You feel it? You feel it? Do you feel great? Again, don't get too crazy. Don't get too crazy. But I'm just saying, you know, oof. Woo! Uncle snap. Uncle didn't snap. You just felt it different. Oh, y'all don't feel me. You know that. The songs are the same. The songs haven't changed. It's just how you... Oh, no, man. I'm going to get too deep after post PHILO. I'm just saying, you're great. I just need... Okay, let's get a little bit of that self-validation and get ready for the rest of the year, baby. Oh. That's game time. Let's go. This will be the great time to flip the switch. You know that, right? I hope you know that. In the coming days, just get ready. I don't know what it is, what you need to do. Some of us it's easier, some of us it's not. But I'm just saying, these are the times. The worse it even gets in the next coming days, the better opportunity to flip the switch. Okay? That's all. Because then you're gonna be ready to go. At least flip this switch. Get in the game now. At least validate yourself when everything's 20% off. I think that's a big difference. You know what I'm saying? So it's game time. And it goes deeper than that. It's deeper than stocks. It's deeper than stocks. I like that. I told you I like the PHILO. I like the PHILO. I'm excited. I hope you guys got it. Okay? I hope you got it. I hope you're ready to go. I hope at least one person it hit. That's it. I hope it changed. If we change one internal dialogue, that's it. But it's game time. PG forecasted this raise months ago. They at least did good. At least they did good. So Netflix is back up. I mean, even PHILO, we dropped below VWAP. So that was a surprising PHILO drop. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, you're still back above Euro close. We're kind of back to that like first dance point. Remember when we talked about the first dance? Okay, then this was the last dance. Man, so many points to follow along with, but it's a very wide range day. And the difference is, like, usually you've seen a day like this on the ranges, but usually it's smaller. So that's the thing I hope you guys could pick up from it. Like, you remember, like, I don't know, like, even more like 2-3 weeks ago, we had days where you would just bounce like this, kind of. Before the end of the day, it would just be like you would bounce up and down like this, but you were only talking a quarter point. So the difference about today is that it's like 1.5%, 1.75%, really, top to bottom. So your range is between 459 and 455 practically. So just, I mean, think about that. That's a 4-point move right there. So just keep that in mind. Most companies are down 50%. Do you think the correction is almost done, or what do you think? I mean, common logic would say yes. However, you have to factor in the uniqueness of the current markets. And that is that over the last, since 2014, when FANG was first discovered, a lot of the market is held up by a very concentrated amount of names. So if you look at if you remove Facebook, Apple, Amazon, Google, Netflix, Nvidia, Shopify, take out a couple of other just like stupid run-up names, but especially the FANG, Facebook, Amazon, Netflix, Google, and even Nvidia, you take all of those out and you're looking at a whole different S&P 500. So, those have led the market, and that's where people are worried. Do you realize that's the final thing that has people deep down? Maybe if you're not scared of it, I'm scared of it. If maybe I'm speaking for myself, but look around. I mean, that's the scary part. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm not worried about go drop 80%, 70% of the market. I'm chill. Again, that's not what people stacked up on last decade, right? In 2012, I wasn't buying 80% of the market. You were buying Facebook, Amazon, Netflix, and Google. So it's if the earnings is bad and those drop, then the market gets clapped. So it's like if those things go down 50%, right? You're saying 60% of the stocks are down 50%. Yeah, that's great. But what happens if Amazon, Facebook, Netflix, and Google drop 50%? You see what I'm saying? Now, what does that picture look like? But that is the sum of all fears for the stock market when it's all said and done. Tesla is in there. I just forget about Tesla. See, that's even, again, people were buying Tesla, but Tesla was more of a 2018, 2019. Even then, like, again, I mean, you have to think about it. When anybody ever tells me about Tesla, I'm telling them, bro, I was buying Facebook and Amazon when you were fucking a child. That's crazy. Like it was a different, it's just like a lot of money is in Facebook, Amazon, Netflix, and Google. You can't, like, from the last, so Tesla's up there, but that was like the later stage money in a weird way if you think about it. So, but it wasn't like again, like even during COVID, I was still banking on Facebook and Amazon. It was bad, but when you go and look at it, it's like depending on when you bought it, it's like, you see what I'm saying? COVID was nothing if you bought those stocks. But now if those stocks come down 50%, so like if Facebook goes to what? 250 again, 200, I'd still be good, but then that's in year number 1, and then whatever happens, then it's a different like economic story for a lot of people or at least big money. So that's where people get clapped. And that's the worry about all of this with rates, with balance sheet reduction, but mainly now too with the earnings and then how that plays out. But that's also like that's like our next cycle. Essentially, if we end this cycle now and then go into another cycle, that plays out. But that's not that. I explained all of that very, very quickly. That would take time to come to life more or less. But hopefully that makes sense. So that's what the worry is with the market. If that, again, to answer the question of 50% of stocks being down 50% or whatever. And again, that's why I said, like, traditionally, it's like, yeah, you would think, it's like, yes, that should lead to something good, but, or there should be a bounce relatively closer than further away. But the real big risk is the bigger names going down. Yeah, Baba. Yeah, exactly. Baba went down to like 2018, but even after 2018, Baba came really close to touching levels I bought Baba in 2014. You see what I'm saying? At one point in this year, Baba was at a price that I was purchasing and selling at in December. I made money on the day. I remember 2014, I made money on this because that was That was one of the first big hedges I did. I got to buy I had like a couple $100,000 of BABA. I think it was like 100 at the time. And I bought into it, and then I went and I grabbed puts, and I remember it went from like 100 something all the way down, but I grabbed fat puts on it as like a real hedge. This was before you gambled on weeklies. But BABA, literally, that's where people get clapped. Do you see what I'm saying? Imagine anybody who bought from 2014 to 2021, 7 years. That's a damn cycle. For you to go from being rich to break even, or, depending on where you bought it, it's just like that's where the pain really comes in for economy, big money, stock market, financials, all of that. And that's why the big risk of the market right now is not like 50% of stocks being down 50%. That's a segment of the market. It doesn't mean it's like totally ignorable, and it does say something. But at the end of the day, the real big risk factor here is if the other names start to come down that are up that from the last 5 to 7 years, and those start to get clobbered, then now we're in a different scenario, and now that's where people start to trip. 50% of stocks down as 50 is healthy correction on overvalue while big money stocks hold. This is the cycle of markets to a degree, but now and that's totally correct. But the question that can't be answered because it's a variable answer. It is, how do you price it during that? So 50% of stocks are up, 50% of stocks are down, and now the big money stocks are holding up, but you have to price them. They're all pricing now relative and finding the forward valuations and all of that. So that's why it's like you can't really answer that question, and now that's why these earnings are so important, because depending on how these companies return and what they start to guide, big money is going to set that range of, and we'll find out relatively quickly what's overvalued or undervalued too, because you got to think about it. Like let's say, hypothetically speaking, if Amazon, Facebook, and Netflix and Apple and Microsoft drop 15%, 10% after earnings, right? From where they're at now, already at these lows. Are you following? Airbnb is kind of a decent pop, actually. It's towards the highs. Check some of the other travel plays. They're kind of, remember, you got airline earnings. Uber's kind of moving. Netflix is coming up here too. Interesting. Airbnb's popping a little bit at the high. But let's say all of these companies drop 10%, 15% on earnings from where they're at now, right? It's what is now the relative valuation of value plays? See what I'm saying? So now imagine you're already down 7. Let's say the NASDAQ goes down another 10%. You're down 17%. Now we're saying 50% of stocks are below their valuations, but now what would be the performance if now it's just going to change the relative value of tech to energy, consumers, all of that. And that's why now, depending on how bad or good they do, it also changes the relative value and performance of the other names. So, viva C. But all of this, that's why all of this is so exciting. But there's a lot of expectations. That's why it could shift either direction from here. Like we're talking, you're about to either get massive fuel for a run up, or you're gonna get massive, a big shift. It could be deflation, but deflation, I mean, you would have to. You're getting stagflation more or less. I mean, market prices can move around, but for real stagflation, just like inflation, you would need everything to come down in price for a decent amount of time for people to recognize it. Does that make sense? So just like you will see early signs of deflation, and deflation exists in different industries and different pockets at different speeds, but at the end of the day, it's like for real deflation, that's what happened. Like think back to when the real estate market got clapped, like people were poor. Like the price of everything came down. Gas was expensive, and then even that came down. Like that's why the jobs and prices were low. Real estate even came down. So real deflation and deflation is super dangerous. That's why, like, for real deflation, everybody, I mean, we throw the words around, a little differently now because of, cost per clicks and all of that, if you really think about it. But real deflation would be felt like real inflation. Nobody fucking tripped about 7% CPI till 7% CPI, and we were saying it for a long, long time. So it'd be the same thing with real deflation. You would have to see constant and consistent price declines and strength in the dollar across the board for a long period of time. You would have to see, deflation. You would have to see earnings after earnings, like literally people just making less and less money and the prices going down. That's what real deflation would look like. And that would be the sum of all fears to a degree. But also assets and other things could weigh that out. That's a discussion for 4 years from now. We'll see. We will see. Maybe 2. I don't know. We'll see how this next couple months goes. Airbnb is doing so good. Netflix came back to life a little bit. That's at least decent for the premiums. Decent. Not good enough. They're at 55. They're kind of climbing. That's why tomorrow, if you get a good day on Netflix tomorrow, the contracts will go to like down 30% instead of down 60%, but then it might hold that as the earnings. Why everyone toothless in the USA? I don't know, man. Why you need all them teeth anyways? You know what I'm saying? I got like a gap tooth. So you know what I'm saying? I'm like, I've learned to use my gums. Oh, you were asking a stagflation question? Oh. Think about it. You could lose a tooth or two. It's fine. Like, you'll live. I don't know. Like, you got them all. That's a blessing. But, like, shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Europeans, they don't care about, like, teeth. I don't know. Maybe I just judge y'all hella hardcore right there. No, I'm kidding. But apparently, I heard, like, in the culture, correct me if I'm wrong, educate me. Don't get mad at me. Educate me, okay? But I heard that Europeans, they don't care about, like, white teeth. Like, that's what, even my girlfriend said that. She told me, like, it's not, like, that's something weird about Americans they notice. They're like they say Americans have an obsession with white teeth, essentially. YouTube gonna clap me again. Nah, that one's straight. It's straight. This is a discussion. That's what people have said. Like, maybe it's not that Europeans don't care about teeth, but they said that Americans have, like, an obsession with white teeth, and that's something culturally different. So then they're like, well, they don't understand it. Hygiene isn't vanity. Oh, I don't know. We like aesthetics. I just smiled. I wish you could see me. I just smiled for the camera, bro. You said that. I just struck a pose. I was like, yeah, what's up, America? Let's go Airbnb. What color are my teeth? I mean, they're white for the most part, I guess. Depends. I think they're white. I'll post a picture if you'd like to see my teeth. It's infectious. Now you cheesing. Yeah, smile, bro. You great, baby. It's okay. You can smile a little bit. Do you have veneers? Nah. I got mad root canals, though. I was a bad kid. I just ate candy, and I didn't brush my teeth. I got mad root canals, bro. I was up in the doctor young, early, bro. Bro, honestly, if y'all got kids, don't give them candy, okay? Like, for real, like, a lot of people low-key, like, talk about, like, weed and, like, alcohol or, like, discipline your kids. Like, bro, for real, like, I wish I never liked candy. Candy has been the death of me from a child till today. That's it, bro. That's how I even got fat back in the day when I used to, like, real estate. Yo, real estate people, listen up. If you drive a lot for real estate, stop buying candy and shit when you stop at the gas station, okay, if you really driving, okay, because I drive a lot. Like, back, bro, I'm telling you, like, that was, like, 2017, 2018, bro. I was doing a lot of driving, bro. I was driving everywhere. Even Royke was with me. Me and Royke, bro, we would be driving around San Diego, bro. I would hit at least 100 houses a day. Y'all don't get me started. Oh man, I miss it. Morgan Stanley Street buy, spy at the low. But no, man, it's just like when you stop at the gas station, bro, I would just pick up candy. And candy. Maybe we get some chips. And then I get some candy, but then I was eating candy like a madman as a child. So, yeah, Morgan Stanley's popping off that. I think the plays they clapped from earlier. The plays, they're down 25% from this morning. So that's a failed post-earnings. Or maybe we just struck too early. But, man, it was bad. But candy, I'm telling you. So keep your kids away from candy. Or at least don't let them get addicted. Because I was all about the candy life as a child. I don't take. I just bought a dehydrator to make beef jerky. That is a very, very American of you, to say the least. Wow. But I'm inspired. How do you do it? Hey, very Idaho. Kaya, very Idaho of you. It's very Idaho of you, actually. Shit, bro, they got you. He's been there for like 3-4 months, not even. And oh man, he's like, I got a dehydrator, I got a smoker, I just bought a Polaris. Yeah, these things are awesome. I drive them in my backyard to get to my mailbox. Yeah, you don't have a Polaris? Oh, okay. I thought you would. No, okay, that's crazy. Nah, Lending Tips got a smoker too. Honestly, it's always going viral. Smoker, but dehydrator, I feel like I've seen that, but not. What do you do? Do you just stick meat in it and then it turns into beef jerky? So like you just buy like a flank or something and just stick it in. Can you get filet mignon jerky? Yo, can you get Wagyu jerky? Yo. Bro, run that. Let me get some Wagyu jerky. See, now we thinking here, but the SPY did not like that. SPY said, hey, man, we're going through an aggressive repricing and stop talking about Wagyu. You're about to hit a low. Block, bro, block. We're in round number 4, round number 5 now. SPY is selling off here. Let's see if there's news. You're picking up, though. You're breaking back to the key level. You're testing the low. We hit 458.30. This is still pretty bad. I was about a quarter point off in the assessment, but that is not good. This is just ugly. But tech is up. That's the difference. Tech is not down as much. You got to realize we're about to hit the lows, but tech is only down 0.02 instead of being down 0.5. So we'll see if that changes, but this could be a lot of other things moving right now. Again, you still got some runs up there. You slide your feet, man. Slide your feet. Apple's doing a little shittier. Amazon wasn't good, but Microsoft's kind of coming back to levels. But again, you can see it. Microsoft was a couple dollars lower there, but SPY's picking up aggressively right now. We're coming back down. Hold up. Lucid. Bro, what the hell is dropping us like that? $1,300 names up, 1,900 down. SPY staying even. But what is that? Is it either Amazon? Where's Tesla? Something's bringing it down. Find out what industry that is. Is it oil? I think it's healthcare and financials. Yeah, it could be. Check. Bro, because that's something's doing it. FAA clears 62% of 5G towers to operate. United, Delta. It looks like they're all kind of going off of that. Goldman Sachs to sell $12 billion of bonds, 6-part deals at Google. It's something. It has to be hitting a new low. No, Google's higher. So if you want to find the culprit of this, go find the stock or industry that is at a lower low than earlier today, because there's something leading, and then the peers should also be down as well. Amazon's kind of coming down, but that's not it. See, like United Steel, it could be materials. United, it might be materials, and it could be with energy. As well as Fargo. Yeah, Wells Fargo as well. So there's a couple of those. So think industrial. See? TSM, you see? So these are the names contributing to it. You see what I'm saying? Because during all of that move, tech is way higher than, like, that's why this morning was bad, because not only were all these names low, so were some of the bigger dogs. So you see what I'm saying? Like, that's what's causing this. There's a couple of names and industries hitting lows right now, but tech is not getting hit. Like Shopify, that's giving up some of the game. Good call out. See? Look at that, Chad. DHR. So these are just, we're just picking apart the index right now. See, PayPal, not really. SoFi, that's not dropping. You see, it's higher lows than earlier today, but these are what's causing it. So honestly, it's some things moving around, but watch out if you just watch out if the earnings comes down. So watch out if Facebook, Netflix, and Microsoft really start to come down. Microsoft's almost at that point. So is Apple. Goldman as well. Oh, you ugly, man. Right at the 100-day. It looks like a knife through the 100-day. Semis, too. Some banks are doing better than others in some names. That's why I'm saying just watch out if those names start to come down. Bro, everything sold off. It doesn't matter what it was. Like, it genuinely did not matter what the name was. So many of these charts, it was either everything was just bundled. Bro, somebody, it's like everybody sold off. It's as if somebody sold off a everything just got bundled up and sold. Like, I'm like, even Redfin, like all the chart, there's too much correlation with everything. Bundle like Progressive Insurance, kind of close. Big sellers trying to get out. It's not 10. It's like, I mean, I think that's just what because it's good though on something, because I'm like, bro, Redfin has just been, why does Redfin look like Airbnb and DraftKings? All of these are just completely different things. But then again, they were all going up at one point. Maybe that's the problem, is just some stuff got confused with going up because of performance or COVID, because like Redfin's killing it. We should take a look at Redfin. Airbnb, because they built different. They built the same. You said before, yeah, that's just correlation to everything, but this is it's strong. Netflix call for earning. Am I gonna hold them if I'm down more than 70%? Yes. So like if Netflix goes red tomorrow and doesn't get those back up to like 30 or 40, which I'm expecting, then I'm gonna hold through and I already lost at that point. Entire growth. It really was growth clap. I think it's just again of a lot of people. I think it highlights the what's it called? I think it highlights the just everybody kind of reacting, and the 1% of tech 1% of hedge funds being overweight on tech. United Steel on the low again. Watch out, more materials. I got an idea. Today's a short. It's already Wednesday. UNG. Where is the UNG? That one, it may be time. Stanley. Damn, those went down 85. Oh, those are this week. That's why. Let me see. I think no one trusts this market to hear from Powell and earnings. SPY coming down. I'm looking at UNG right now because that's down a lot. Let's see what else. If you see anything hitting more lows, again, we have the high ticker. So GM, that's going down again. Another low. So check even Ford. Bro, Ford's down 7. No, this is bad. Again, I mean, look, the part that's tricky about this is we are literally within a quarter point of that range that I gave you a couple hours ago. So that's the shitty part. Because we were literally, I said 458.50. You went 20.2 below it, and then you're coming right back down. We still got a lot of time. That's the thing. It's just happening very, very quickly. So that's why, and even the put premiums came right back to the same prices as 3 hours ago. That's it. They went down 10% on the run up, but then watch out what's leading on the downside. The big thing is tech. Again, everything we talked about with this imbalance. Because watch, then if the market bounces, it's gonna bounce at least one time before the market closes. So the question is, does tech go higher off of that? Just notice the NASDAQ is not as bad as it was 3 hours ago. So that is a clear difference between now and 3 hours ago, is that the NASDAQ is actually higher than where it was. You see what I'm saying? So this is, the NASDAQ isn't doing what the SPY is doing. So, but the Dow, that's hitting the lows right now. So the Dow is getting clapped. S&P, not as much. It's holding in between the Dow and the NASDAQ. I mean, makes sense, right? But that's what you're getting right now. So just keep in mind what's moving on here. But if it does start turning everything down 1%, 0.5%, I mean, we still got a lot of time left. Aguero's better than Netflix. The SPY is falling off the lows. Next. You tried. Aguero's better than Netflix. Calling GM on the watch list. Here it is. I'm gonna see something. Some of these suck. Why is everyone such a scammer, bro? You know what I'm saying? They're such scammers. GM bear case. GM's bear case is everybody goes electric and then they make 10 cars. Testing the lows. See if we get a bounce here again. Just watch the tech stocks, and if they start to slip in all of this. See, Tesla's still kind of holding on. Live streams taught you a lot. Thanks for your education and dedication. Let's go, baby. We're going to learn a lot this year, it looks like, too. So stay in the game. This is exactly what you said it would do. It did it within 0.25%. So, or a quarter point, which is kind of the worrisome part about this. But it's ugly. It's better. It's not everything. The market did change, though. So at least that is different, but it's definitely not a good sign. It's definitely leaning towards the negative for sure. This isn't good, and it's not looking good for the next couple days. It's too ugly. It's a big range, but if tech could bounce and hold up, we might get a different story. But a lot of things that already had pain are just getting knocked right now. But you are all, I mean, on certain ends, on small caps, but then there is also the Dow Jones names that are holding up, or that are getting clapped, the safe havens. Am I less positive, Josh? No, man. I wish I could hug some of y'all, okay? You know that? I wish I could just hug some of y'all. If I was in there in person, I would hug you. You know what I'm saying? No offense. I don't get offended. You get offended. So you get offended by happiness. I don't know. I love you. It's okay. I'm just saying, like, it's okay. We're going to be positive no matter what. So we going to be all right. SPY's hitting it low. I'm gonna grab a cereal bar. That's how I feel. That's how I feel, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, chill. I'm gonna fucking get a golden grams. We're gonna run it. New low. Perfect timing. Hugs don't pay bills. Neither does typing, baby. Get back to work. Let's go. Market is down 0.5% on the Dow. Safe havens are selling off. I mean, call out anything else. If you see, you post it, you know? If you see anything hitting a big low, post. Those are the call outs we should see here. Again, the low ticker is telling you what's hitting a new low, and that this is pretty much a big list of it, but you guys know some of the main ones. Yeah, banks are clopped. Now when TLT diverges from the market, it might be, but we have to see. Sorry, I don't want to keep chewing. Well, I do, but not in your ear. The SPY puts are down on the weeklies. Oh, that's how you do it alphabetically? Yo, I'm dumb, bro. Yo, I just figured that out. That's crazy. Man, you learn something new every day. I didn't know that. The third click make it normal. That's nuts. Well, that saved a lot of time. No, I'm eating the cereal bar. SPY's hitting a low, kind of. It's about to hit it. We hit lower in that other candle, but the speed is picking up. NASDAQ, not as bad. You got what? 50 points on the NASDAQ before it hits another low. And then Dow just keeps selling off. Bank stocks, safe havens. Those are the ones. I think Morgan Stanley's still up. No, they came back down. But I don't think it depends what name it is. Those Boeing puts, even though Boeing's at a new low almost, the Boeing puts only went up 3%. So that's what I was saying with some of these puts. That's why I get kind of worried on with it. Let's see how Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo did good. I mean, if anything, it still has a lot of. It should be higher. That's the thing. With good news, this thing should be going up. But it's still suffering a little bit. But their report was good. Again, even though things are selling off, do not underestimate how far a good earnings will take you. It's when everybody's concerned with what's going to happen. If you got good earnings and good guidance, don't underestimate that. Again, you saw even Qualcomm last quarter. So that's definitely even part of that. See, they even started slipping up here. Damn, Qualcomm finally broke that level. Why would they wait till 4 p.m. for Biden? I mean, last time Biden spoke in this capacity, he just gave out $1,400. And then I think that's it. And then talked about other stuff. So I don't think Biden will be an impact for the market. I think if we get maybe something noticeable out of the Ukraine-Russia stuff, maybe, or he might say something that could affect infrastructure or anything like that. But that's all I'm thinking. SPY's hitting a new low now. The NASDAQ's starting to pick up a little bit. We're getting to the danger zone, so it's lagging behind, but it's probably going to hit there. Jeez. Everything's still 50% risk. It's an interesting thing we got. Let's check the dollar. Did the dollar go lower? No. UVXY is not at a high though, so that's at least pretty distinct. UVXY is not tripping out the same, but if that starts to go up, I mean it could get a little nutty. SPY's, it's bouncing a little bit at the low. UVXY is barely green for the day. Stress text. I have old Intels. I closed out of one put that came back to life today. DG on the high. Dollar General. Why is this thing ripping? They're like inflation, dude. So a little mini bounce there. Everything. Price of UVXY determined. They keep changing. I need to read that prospectus. But usually it's just holding counter instruments. Again, the UVXY used to be 3 times leveraged, and then you guys ruined it. No, I'm kidding. Back in the day, bro, UVXY used to be 3x. So you used to, how they would do it, they would just 3 times lever the counter assets that would pretty much go up when the market would go down. But the leverage on it was insane. UVXY equals VIX futures. Still get 3 times bear bull ETF. Can you? Is SVXY 3 times? No, it says ultra short. I don't think it's 3 times leverage. No, I don't think the UVXY is 3 times anymore. I have to see. I want 3x in the name, bro. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Give me that bull 3x. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? What's the other? Was it Tizza? Yeah, 3x. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. That 0x. See that 3x. You see 3x break out. Honestly, this might even be the low key. This might be the new one. SPY coming down. Check Google. Boeing's hitting a low. Dude, our plays are not going up. Oh, that's a scam. This is intro there. They don't want to give us any liquidity. SPY gas can't fight anymore. I know. He just stopped blocking. So round 6 and round 7 are going to be tough. Closer day. They barely moved. Let's see. It's not a, dude, this is an ugly move right here. How this is setting up. I mean, it did what I was saying there at a very, very close margin. And then now the NASDAQ is about to hit the low. If the NASDAQ hits a low on this, I mean, SPY should probably be down about 0.5% at that point. And that's just going to be pretty bad in general. If some of the bigger holders like Microsoft, even Google, if those really come down, tomorrow might end up still being a bad day. How we close is important. I mean, again, we will rely on earnings, but it's not a move you want to see. You just hate to see it. It's ugly. It's an ugly range you got going on there, you know. A real sign of volatility. So be careful. Sell off the value sector. That will be the danger. Again, that's what you're getting right now with the Dow. I mean, all of the safe havens, the banks, that held up. Even oil. You getting banks, oil, materials all down today. It's just not looking pretty for the Dow. Again, the rest of the world did good except for the Nikkei. And now you only got 4 industries up. Again, it's been a real big day of flip-flops. But financials, industrials, materials, and energy didn't even do that bad. Holy damn, that flip-flop in the morning, energy was a lot worse. But pretty much materials, industrials, and financials, those are just getting clapped. But that's what you got a lot of today. A little bit of a bounce. Let's see what we got. XOM's getting some steam. No bounce. Yep. Hey, man, I'm just saw a little bit. A little bit. It's just a little. We're hopeful. We're hopeful. At least NASDAQ is holding there a little bit. It's not going down the same. But SPY's coming down now again. More of the safe haven moves. Oil, it looks like it's getting some activity. Wells Fargo finally. Again, just wait for the what's it called? Just wait to see what sort of bounce we get, and then we want to see what does the NASDAQ do, because if the NASDAQ bounces here earlier, see if any of the new tech stocks could hit a high. Otherwise, we're gonna, I mean, you might get your last chance opportunity. It's 11:30. Still a lot of time left. That's the thing. Could this potential cancel rate hikes? Yeah. Again, if Powell pivots, I mean, the only difference between last time, Powell did pivot before. They called it the Powell put, and then he eventually turned around. But the thing that is different between then and now is that CPI is at 7%. All aboard Tesla calls. Michael going for it. The 100-day. I mean, could be worse. Could be worse. Tesla did hold up good. I might be down. I might be down. Let me see. I have a couple of ideas here. No, but they're not afraid to scam right now in this market. I'm saying some names, there might be some decent ones, but I'm like, man, because some of these out of the monies, I want some of these out of the monies that, like, if you could find a cheap one, but I'm like, man, dude, after seeing some of these, I got 10% on the Boeing puts, but still. I'm holding the BA puts. The first 100-day move. Hopefully we get good earnings tomorrow. But then tomorrow will be probably a little bit more chill, depending on the close. Because tomorrow, Netflix earnings, you'll get the banks in the morning, you'll get a reaction, and then usually before Netflix earnings, things kind of, like, it stays in a tighter range. Someone pray for me. We got you, bro. We got you. That's easy. It's going to be good, bro. Hey, L puts. I have the old ones, yeah. I'm just going to, I mean, I don't have a choice. I think I'm already down on them. Those are like old from the beginning of last year. Lucid, the only one to keep gains on the day of the lockup, too. So here it is. It's coming down. Just watch Dow and NASDAQ. The point here is going to be where the NASDAQ, if that touches new lows or not on the day. Awkward rotation. Amazon, a match among firms asked by New York Pension for racial audit. PPG Industries to report. FAA, the last news was FAA clearing 62% of the fleets. Surprisingly, hasn't even been that much news. No updates, and at least the bond market chilled out today. I mean, that is one thing that, surprisingly, with the range and moves you're getting today, it's pretty wild considering how calm bonds are. Lucid had a lockup, and they're still up 3.9. There's a couple names that are still up. It's not as if everything is like 50-50. There's like 50% of stocks are up, 50% of stocks are down today. So it's not like, I mean, it's kind of shifted to the downside a little bit. Like now you have 200 names up on the SPY, 300 names down. And a couple of the names are doing bigger. They were doing a lot better earlier. But it's like middle of the market names. It's just these random, you know, not really the most hyped or biggest valued companies. PG, Microsoft. Is the market getting affected by the president's speech at 4? Probably not. He's not going to really, I genuinely don't think there's anything on the table he's going to bring up that will have an effect. I mean, everything that isn't already priced into the market, or unless, I mean, you could only get positively surprised, actually. So if anything, I mean, Biden is more bullish than not right now, I would say. He's more likely to say something that would excite the markets than not right here, if you really think about it. But overall, I don't think it's going to have an effect. You mentioned oil. What if he's like, yo, we selling more oil from the reserves, baby? We ain't even going to reserve the reserves no more. No more reservations on the reserves. Everybody could get it. He said, we're going to bring gas down. We're going to sell all of our oil, and we're going to bring the price of gas down 30 cents. Because we love American people. And we understand how it impacts all of you. And we know that's a big deal. So I know that will save you from the dangers of inflation. Okay? You're going to not only be able to say $4.70 a gallon. And that right there is how you make change. Yeah, why didn't you let me say this, huh? Huh, Josh? Let me tell you. I'm going to take all the oil. Here, you know, the reserves. I'm going to sell it. I'm going to put going out of business. Huh? 50% off. I'm going to put it on the West Texas. Wait, when did we get West Texas? Is it a new state? Oh, okay, never mind. No, but West Texas, the intermoderators, WTI, you've heard of it, huh? I'm going to put 50% off. Everything must go. And you know why? Because gas is too expensive. American people are paying too much. We're going to lower it. We're going to sell every single drop of oil we have. And it's going to come down. Right now, it's is higher than it was. But we're going to make it lower than it is because it wasn't, but now we'll make it lower. It's higher than where it was, but it's getting lower than where it wasn't, so we're going to lower it. And it's going to come back to the high point, but we still lowered it before it goes to the high. Okay? And that's what you got to do. I'll take care of it. In the meantime, you know what you need to do, you asshole. You're killing people. Huh? Go get your boost. Come on. You seen Fast and the Furious? They boosted. Huh? What's wrong with you? And what? Oil's not going to fix itself. You are. Go get it. Okay? And God bless you. Oh, Verizon. Don't go on a plane. Just kidding. 5G. Safe. I don't know. What the fuck's 5G, huh? What? What do you mean 5G? What am I paying for? It's expensive. Hold on. Is it 5G? What's that? What's 5G? What do you mean? Phone. Yeah, I have an iPhone. Why wouldn't I have an iPhone, huh? What do you mean? The plane? Planes use cell phones? Just tell them to turn it off. Oh, shit. Here, mute it. I'll answer some questions. Come on, where are they at? Sorry, we thought that was muted. Back to our regularly scheduled programming. But yeah, like I said, I think you'll probably end up with a better than expected effect from Biden in a weird way. He'll probably do that, but that's it. We got all the Harleys smiling. I think we got some Prius drivers who could laugh. You know what I'm saying? I know there's a couple Nissan Leafs out there. You know what I'm saying? And they smiling too. Ah, yeah. You gotta come together. Hey, come on. You can put your mask on and we laugh together. Come on. Leaf the OG Tesla. Apparently that's what Google, the CEO of Google, drives. So my buddy owns a restaurant in San Fran, in Palo Alto, and he said that the CEO of Google came in to eat one time, and they fed him, they hooked him up, but they said he pulled up in a Nissan Leaf. I said, wow. I don't know if he likes. I don't think he likes Elon. Sundar, pretty good. It goes pretty hard, bro. Like, you on another level if you the CEO of Google and you're just whipping around a Nissan Leaf, dude. That's just, come on. That's like, damn. Like, I want a Nissan Leaf now. I don't know. So it's inspiring. True story. I sold him his Leaf. Oh, wow. I wouldn't doubt it, man. Chad. We've had Chad come in contact with Jeff Bezos. You selling cars to Google guy. I mean, it's not beyond the Chad. Uber volume. Dollar General just keeps ripping. Guess what? It's not even power hour. You got 15 minutes till power hour. Imagine not selling Roblo at 140. Come on, what's the other one? Oh man, look how clopped your portfolio is. Oh man. Here, anytime look how clopped it is, dude. It's clopped. Oh man, we're clopped, dude. Just clapping me, dude. Oh, man, dude. 140, dude. Oh, dude. I should have sold it, dude. Fuck, dude. Shit, dude. What do I do, dude? What should I do, dude? Oh, my Coinbase, dude. Fuck. Don't remind me, dude. Don't remind me, dude. Please don't remind me, dude. You know what I'm saying, dude? It's just gonna like, oh, dude, that still is not, dude, it did not bounce at the fib, dude. Totally thought it would, dude. That 140 was insane. I'm just blessed. I'm blessed to be a part of it. Blessed to be a part of it. Okay? Okay, how is your account doing, Judas? I said, can we just start calling him Judas? I said, I'm gonna just call y'all Judas. You know that y'all trade what? You got 20 pieces of silver. You tripping out right now, huh? Uh-huh. Huh, Judas? Flee from me, Satan. You saw Roblox 95. I thought I did well. Dude, but imagine 140, dude. Huh? Dude? Like, you only get one chance, dude, ever in the stock market, dude. Oh, dude, that's it, dude. Stock market ended last year, dude. It's over. That's it. No more. Sorry. Nope. No, dude. Everything. The real estate, too. Dude, everything. Sorry. Last chance, dude. You didn't get off, dude. How do you feel? I'm sorry. You all know I'm just, that's not even nice. But please, I mean, don't listen to that. I mean, at the end of the day, it's good, man. I guess the positive point is that good things coming, baby. Good things coming. Don't worry. It's a lot of market. Dude, I just love the voice, dude. And I've never done this voice, dude, with like apocalypse, dude. You know what I'm saying, dude? Oh, dude, like, oh, dude, that's it, dude. It's done. Dude, do you have any gold, dude? No, you don't have any gold? Oh, you're fucked, dude. Sorry, dude. No, man. No, there's no hope, dude. That's it, dude. Yeah, it's just over. Like, oh, you didn't do that, dude? You didn't, oh, I don't know, dude. I don't know if there's hope, dude. If you don't have no gold or silver, dude, on top of it, dude. Oh, man, dude. I don't know, dude. Oh, you didn't sell your whole portfolio? Oh, you're fucked. Oh, dude, you didn't immediately do that, dude? Oh, you don't got hedge put shorts, dude? Oh, you didn't do a hedge put short? Oh, yeah, you're fucked, dude. Not one hedge put short, dude? Oh, dude, you mean to tell me, dude, you've been trading that long? And you didn't get one hedge put short? Oh, dude. Yeah, that's crazy, dude. Like, I've had all hedge put shorts this whole time. Oh, dude. It's the year of the hedge put short, dude. Oh, man, that's fun. So God bless you, though. Don't take that. That is our own character. We're not making fun of anybody. I hope you know we love you. It's just that's. I have to read that in the chat for the last 60 days, man. I'm just saying, y'all could let me. Okay, y'all can let me vocal. I have to read it. I did not come out of this. This did not come out of nowhere. I'm just saying I've been inspired. And when I look around the stock market world, bro, dude, I see a lot of people not getting hedge put shorts, dude. And I saw a lot of smart people, dude. Really smart people got the hedge put shorts. Perfect time, dude. Oh, you're not in the perfect time right now, dude. You're totally fucked. Yeah, you see the market, dude? Look how bad it is. Yeah, look where it's going, dude. Oh, dude, it's totally... Did you see that level, dude? Like, right there. Break, dude, and it's done. Yeah, dude. Janet Yellen, Biden, Powell can't save you. Not at all. No. What do you mean? Hey, what are they going to do? They can't do nothing, dude. They're inflation, dude. They're behind the curve. Oh, dude, last time I saw anybody behind the curve, dude, it crashed, dude. Just full crash. Like this time. Yeah, dude, money, dude, paper, toilet. Get a hedge put short, dude. Call it a day. You know? I didn't sell. Oh, dude, you didn't sell with Nancy, dude? They know. That's what you got to do. Should not believe me, but I'm with you, bro. I'm telling you though, if tech earnings is bad, bro, I'm definitely getting some hedge put shorts. That's all. That's all. I'm just saying. In all seriousness, though, I mean, we laugh it now, but I'm just saying, though, if this earnings gets bad at Powell, like, for real, though, like, we are going to have to get some hedge put shorts, like, ASAP. That's not it. I'm not kidding, though. Okay? I'm laughing until now. Till now, I'm like, we can laugh up until now. This is like, it's, but that earnings, bro, that's it. Or are you going to pre-order them, dude? No, dude, just buy it all now, dude. Why would you wait, dude? Clearly, everything's failing in front of you. Why would you ever wait, dude? Okay, I guess you're not a savvy investor, dude. Hedge put shorts always the best time to buy, like gold. You can buy it whenever. Doesn't matter the price, timing, anything. Always good to own. Yeah, dude. Totally. Trust me. I know. Man. This good? Shorts get slaughtered, bulls get massacred, dude. What dude? You're telling me the pig is the one who made it out this time, dude? Fuck, dude. No, just get a hedge put short. Yeah, I'm still in the Starbucks. That's a good voice. I like that. I've never used that voice beyond the Fibonacci's. We've boxed him into the Fibonacci's, man. I don't know. I think I don't know if the pig walked away. That's crazy. This whole time they be like, bulls get slaughtered, or what they say, bears make money, bulls make money, pigs get slaughtered. And this time they're like, nah, man, the pig won. The pig won. Can I combine that voice with Biden? Yeah, hey, dude. Huh? Oh, dude. Yeah, you're fucked. Yeah, the hedge put I can't do what? Oh, wait, what? Why? I'm not even supposed to be here. Okay? You see me once a month. I told him. Say you want me to do this president thing. Say you guys see me 10 times. Okay, I get 2 months vacation. Huh? Okay, well, that's it. I see you today, and you get away from me. I'll see you next month. 2 months. Quarter, year. Who cares? It's fine. You want a mask? Here, go log in. Give you a test too, now shut the fuck up. Gotta go. No questions. Okay. I'm losing it, man. That's it. I need the market to go back up. Otherwise, that's it at this point. 21 or 28? What do you mean? I grabbed a yearly call on it. Fucking volume on the 450. I'm sure there's a bunch. Michael's saying 455 in Tesla calls. I mean, I'm honestly not opposed to it. I'm kind of down. I don't know about the SPY calls. I'd want to get some of the actual, like, I'd want to get some of the earnings plays, but honestly, not too against it. SPY calls safer than Tesla. It's coming up there. A little bit of a pop. 3 minutes till power hour. Coles is still rocketing. Bonds are kind of coming up. Verizon was moving. And like we said, the NASDAQ didn't go down any lower. Let's see how some of the other names played out. Netflix raised Prime. The premiums are high, but it's just like you got a lot of big discounts. That's the thing. That's the thing. But then a lot of names have just played out in this little weird bouncy ball pattern. I mean, there's just been a premium drain. Again, wait, why is this? Oh, it's the NASDAQ. Shorted calls, smart move. Did you just do it right now? Like right now at this second, like in the last like 10 seconds or so? Yes, I don't think it's a smart move. Because you were just saying like 2 minutes ago, you were like, pray for me. And then we prayed for you. And then you said, something's wrong. Can somebody call me? And then now you have bought in a put on calls. So I don't know if you are in the, I don't think that's the best, like, mental pendulum. You know what I'm saying? Like, we went from pray for me, somebody call me, to should I buy a put? So we're swinging hard there. So, I mean, cool down a little if you ever do feel emotional. Just relax. I mean, sit back, if anything. That's why I'm saying. So as long it's hopefully you kept it a small amount, and then you'll be good. But I am still praying for you. So we got you. Oh, shit. Oh, no. It might have been all of the hedge put short talk. Oh, shit. It makes too much sense. It makes way too much sense. Oh, no. I hope not. I think that might have been it. That's it. Like, oh, dude. Josh, dude, I had to get a hedge put short, dude. You know? It's just, it felt right for some reason. I hope not. I hope not. Microsoft. Nah, they're holding. Microsoft's just barely above. It is power hour, so we'll see where we go from here. You got 0.16 on the NASDAQ, 0.16 down on the S&P, and 0.34 on the Dow. The Dow has emerged as the real loser today. It's not that big. The upside to downside is big, but the range is, the number board is not really, it doesn't look too intimidating. But if you were watching all day today and you even saw this move right here, I mean, it's been a pretty wild ride. I mean, we started off good earnings, several good earnings, different industries, and not all the bank stocks and safe havens were selling off. Energy was a little bit weak, and then we just had a super wicked 1 hour drop. Then we bounced back up out of nowhere, came back up to open-in levels, and then we even talked about if it comes down from here, and then all of a sudden it's shifted, and then another like 1 hour of straight going down, and then now it's leaving us here 1 minute into power hour. So market is coming back down. Bro, I'm on a 1 minute today chart, and it just looks so wide. It looks like a 2-day chart. That's how big the range is. Does that make sense? Tell me this doesn't look like a full day to go from here to down, and then the market closes right here, right? And then we open up, and then this is like your drop in the morning, and then it kind of like plays out, and then it just drops like this. Tell me this is 2 days. This looks like a 2-day chart if you cut it here. Like, what? That's crazy. So, pretty wild. But even then, I think this is, you see this right here? Like, look at this. This right here is how I think tomorrow might look. Just this segment right here. From here to here. Where I think tomorrow we might get a little bit of a pre-market move. But I think with earnings, depending on the ones we get. But with Netflix, I think the market's going to chill until Netflix. Amazon is hitting a new low right now. SPY's coming down. Okay, that's what I think. That's what I think. We'll see, though. Again, it depends how we close, if we get a stronger or weaker close. But right now, I mean, it's looking pretty weak. Everything's at the low. United Steel, Industrials, they're clapped. Kohl's is still killing it. Kohl's, I mean, that's an epic 2-day run. What's Netflix and AAL? That tomorrow, yeah. Netflix is the first big tech, though. That's going to be key. Axos Financial, they're down 8% or 6%, but they're getting a couple of candles right now. AX. Most in 8 weeks, put surge. That's just what came in. Meta subscriptions for Instagram aimed at YouTube. Why is X so clapped? Materials and industrials got knocked today. Margin call, no, nothing with it. I was even I was wondering, does the company look familiar? Netflix dropping. It's coming towards the low. Gold is going up again. AU, Nugget, even gold companies are all moving with it. Jeez. Big move on gold today. Bro, these companies went up 12%. Jeez, even GDX is up like that? Yeah, it broke them out the rain. I mean, this is the first time. Was it like this September, October? But that was kind of with the bounce, though, low key. Yeah. Kind of could be a good sign, low key. Look at the chain on AG. I mean, gold miner, especially if they're cheaper, I would just think about buying them instead of like the options, because it's such a, it could slow down, and if you buy an option on the first day, I mean, it could still keep running, but if these companies could slow down very, very quickly, and then it just destroys any premium. There should be an inverse correlation with gold in the market, but I mean, that hasn't been existing. I think it's a positive correlation. I think that it could flip. I think if gold keeps coming up I think gold might be able to move with the market. Armadillo frizzle? What does this even mean? Arn! Woo! Armadillo? I said, what's the armadillo frizzle? Still hype, yeah, but I don't know what it means. I'm down. I don't know what it means. Joshua Grace. Oh, amen, man. We still praying for you. Welcome, my friend. Welcome. Stop making purchases in this emotional state. I love you, man. I'm going to pray for you, but if you're going through something, I'm worried about you, okay? So that's what I'm saying. That's just like, just stop making these. I appreciate you subscribing and becoming a member, but stop with these emotional purchases right now. Okay, let us pray for you. Relax a little bit. Then we'll see if someone needs to call you, and then you just calm down. But then it's just like, don't buy puts, don't buy calls, don't buy memberships. But we love you, man. Welcome. How would I spend this first year if I was the Biden administration? If I was Biden, I don't know how I'd spend this year. I would just like, bro, that's like being imagine like signing up for a college course and it's 1 year and you just did like 1 out of 10 things on the syllabus. And then you show up a year later at the end of, at the like 1 year mark and you're like, yeah, so I don't know. I would just like admit it. I would try to like, I don't know. I would try to play it in a different way. I don't know. I would be like, listen, I'll be like, everyone in my family got COVID. It was a tough. No. No. But that's that one. No, I don't think I would work. I would just be like, bro, I don't know. I would be like, I would blame mental health. Honest, I would just say, I didn't do it. I just was lazy. I didn't show up. I don't know what to say. I don't know if I could spin it because I'm not applying it to Biden. I'm just saying, if you gave me that, I couldn't get away with it. That's all. I don't think I could get away with it. Like, that's it. It's just like, if I ever, like, y'all, no, I don't think I can. It's like, I don't know. I don't think so. But it just be like, I really don't know. I don't know. Fight for nothing because you have to fight for nothing. You have to fight hard for nothing. If I do all the extra credit, can I get a D? Nah, we'll see. But he's not going to. Oh, yeah, talk about that would work, actually. I'll be like, why are you mad that I didn't do anything? Do you not remember your students last year, teacher? Okay? So before you try to look at what I did, all I'm saying, Nah, but the best part, like I'm saying for today, I think he's going to, I think if anything, he could cause something more bullish than not. Unless he does announce, I hope he doesn't announce anything more on oil, but he might try to jawbone it down. I tested positive a few days. I didn't even have a cough. I'm great. I feel great. Let's do great things. Let's go. Drink water. Make sure you get some rest. Wash your hands. Amen. Peloton buyout candidate from Will Mead. Bro, is Peloton in Europe? Coca-Cola's on the high value move. That could help the Dow out a little bit. But do you guys know is Peloton in Europe? Like, can you get a Peloton in Europe? Pelotons are in gyms? No. Yes, they don't move. There probably is one there. They have stores all over Berlin. They just ride by. That's why I heard word on the street is in Europe they just ride bikes, but then I think there's like a Europe Peloton competitor. But I think they didn't I don't think they have the same like market penetration in Europe as they do here. There's Peloton competition. Yeah, it's a bike. So it's a stationary bike. That's why when I heard it, I was like, what? I feel like they don't have they have competition in over there. It's like easy to. That sounds like it's easy to do, but it's not easy to do. Josh say gasolina. I love you, Michael. That's it, Michael right now. He's like, I need Tesla calls. I need SPY 455s. He's like, Josh, get me in the mood. Can I get a gasolina? That's what you want. Gasolina. That's what he was looking for. I laughed, though. I'm down with it. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. He's like, we need that for the spy. We need that for the spy. Yeah, I don't know the full lyrics, man. Yeah, I just mumbled the first part. You got double gasoline. What do you mean, man? Y'all putting a lot of pressure on me. I don't know what the 2 words before that are. You could just something gasolina. That's it. Simple. Simple. Stop playing with me. VALN? The hell is this? 46%? Daddy Yankee bullish on energy sector. We should have known. We should have known. Walgreens still on the high. Yeah, Walgreens still killing it. Let's go, SPY. Whew. It was looking deadly over here, man. Now he's back up to Euro close box. This is it. This is round 6, man. This is it. The final round. Wait, round 6 is only for UFC, or is this boxing, or is this at the Floyd Mayweather fights? I don't know. There's literally nothing with 6 rounds. It's hockey. I don't know, man. I gotta go. SPY make another fake move. We'll see if this brings up the whole key is the NASDAQ, like I said, because now what's happening, you're getting a bounce, but does it take us higher? At the very least, NASDAQ is up, but we slipped up a lot. But watch if some individual names climbed higher on that. That's why you got stuff hitting the high ticker right now. We're going to stay live for Biden. Probably not. Microsoft calls. Could be good time, but they were up. They were willing to move today. I mean, I think Apple or Amazon, those are the names that were down. So I think you're really going to get more of a deal on these than not. Dude, Amazon was at 3,700. Shop, they slipped up a little bit, but they were green this morning. Are they red now? Yeah, but remember, they were up like 6-7%. They're a big mover. Damn, it gave up all of that move the other day? Oh, my goodness. LTNC. Yeah, I would be careful with it. It looks very illiquid. But it has gone up, but it's just a penny stock. This isn't going to be, what's it called? It's harder to analyze in a way. It's going to be based off of momentum and people buying it, or if they have news PR versus anything else. Roblo green. $12.47, $12.17. 45 minutes left. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Bro, some of these are wicked. Walmart. Are they running? I sold out of those. I was scared if they flipped because they've been in the middle. Roblo, Safe Haven. Maybe. Again, there's premium coming from what's it called? There's premium coming from the Activision deal, but it needs more. It just needs to break away. Like, remember when Roblo really broke away from all the other names? So did Airbnb. It just needs to, I think names need to just rebalance into their respective space. Pretty much, I mean, all this did was just knock everybody's earnings last quarter. That's it. So now it's going to make all these companies prove back-to-back earnings to show that it wasn't a fluke, and then they come back up. That's what it seems like. They let us hit the earnings. They said, do it again. Do it again. In December, I think it's supposed to come out. It looks like it would happen 3 months, but there was a monthly update on it. But I think they're going to release it after the earnings. Oracle on the low. You're down 90% on Easy Go. Can earnings save it? Nah. Only Jesus. That one surprisingly did worse than Lucan. Is SoFi still? Dude, why Oracle? Yeah, but Oracle is stupid. They wanted to announce those stupid deals. SoFi is coming back up. That's actually good. Big volume for SoFi. SoFi market cap surpasses Robinhood? No way. 11 billion. Damn, Robinhood's at 12 billion. Redfin's at 3 billion. That one surprised me. Redfin's kind of small. Then Roblox at 40 billion. Sorry. Email cultrealestate@gmail.com. It's actually pretty wild. Coinbase still 49 billion. But that's what's good. I mean, if a lot of the companies that we like, if you pull them up, these are bigger market. Some of these market caps are surprisingly low, and then some I'm like, damn, it's good to have some of the mega caps or the bigger ones. Roblox shorts. If it go, and I need it to rip more. I would grab puts on the next pop. If like Roblox could get back above like 85, I would grab puts just in case. And just because there's plays on it and I have the shares. But the puts are just too expensive. I could check actually here. Now I haven't looked. But after the last couple days, the puts just skyrocketed. Yeah. Sorry. I had to take that. It was regarding if I want food. So I said, yes, I do. Are we looking at that house pending yet? Any plays? I grabbed Morgan Stanley. Those dropped like 20, 30%. That was post earnings. And then I grabbed a Boeing put. And then I sold some puts that came back to life. I think that was the only one. Sold the Walmart, the PSXs, the Intel, and then I just bought that one. And then Morgan, and then UNH. UNH. That was another one. I don't think those ones were down right when I bought them. But I still like any of the post earnings. And then the MSs are only down 18%. I thought they were down 30. Where is UNH? Geez, the UNHs dropped. They said they dropped 50. It's just a wild spread. Hold on, I'm responding. Got to do this. It's calm. It's very on the edge of your seat. And then I do real estate. Airbnb coming. Just play the cards. Boeing. I mean, those puts went up a little bit. I want to see the UNHs again. Wells Fargo, no. I mean, Goldman maybe might be another one. JP Morgan dropped. I like the Morgan Stanley. Where's actually Citi? Well, I'm dropping his price bearish. Gold is just weird. Gold is weird that it came up. If anything, I think gold might go up, and I think we could even see a bounce. Heard about tattooed hairline? Yeah, bro. I got one. It looks kind of weird, though. I put it down a little bit too low to overcompensate. So now I kind of look like Post Malone. It's fairly weird. But thankfully, I don't have to show my face. So, stay inside. XOM did go up. PSX, not so much. Who should we watch? Tomorrow, airlines and Netflix. I'd be watching them. And then tomorrow will be the last day to set up with tech. Depending on, I mean, usually I would be looking at other plays and sympathies. But at the end of the day here now, it's like there's still so much on the table. And we need the market to kind of at least string together a green day. Again, you've only had 3 green days this whole year, so I mean there's still there's a lot of stuff underneath the surface, but if we could start getting a streak of earnings that are positive, it'll start to get us where we need to be. Why airlines? Airlines because they have earnings tomorrow, not because of 5G. That's part of it, but it's not really the main thing. See, is Mayday? Thought we were fueling up, man. What the? Come on, Elon. Roblo Gasolina. Down with that, man. I'm down with that. That's not Gasolina. That's on fire. It's not gasoline. This gasolina, literally Chevron. XLV. XLV is actually holding up. It's about to go red, though. SPY's coming down. I think NASDAQ is picking up a little bit more aggressively now. So watch out for that. Dow, not as much. So notice this is SPY, but mainly the NASDAQ's turn now. So NASDAQ is selling off in the close. I mean, we're going to see here for the test here on the SPY. Again, we did go a little bit lower, but if you close into lows, this is going to get a little bit ugly. LABD popping. That's the biotech bear shares. No mercy. It's the NASDAQ selling off now, so it's going to be the tech stocks. Yeah, Amazon's at the low, so is Apple. They're all about. Microsoft's holding up a little bit better, but it looks like they're going to break here. Decent. I don't know, man. These are... What time is it? 12:30. NASDAQ selling off. SPY's coming down here. New low. Did the NASDAQ break yet? Watch if it does. There's some premiums that aren't too bad. You could still get a couple of puts cheaper now. But the question is it worth the risk? Because they still have a premium from 2 days ago. You could get a discount from yesterday, but you're still raw. I mean, actually, I guess, yeah, 50%. Oh, dude, we got a little bit of hedge put short, dude. Sell the account, dude. Switch it for a hedge put short, dude. You'll be protected under anything, dude. 5G badly. That 1K fight is nuts. Couple things though, but these candles. No, I'll hold the leaders. I still got a couple of the old ones. So scared by Tesla calls. SPY breaking right now. Couple of the big names are going with it. I think Dow is hitting the lows the same time as the NASDAQ. It's about to, but so is they're all matched up now, practically. So everything's about to start moving in tandem. On the way down, you're down 0.57 on the NASDAQ, 0.44 on the SPY, 0.58 on the Dow. It is breaking. You're buttering below 455 right there, or 454. Oh, yeah, you just lost about half a point on that one. Yeah, see if it gets some stability there. Damn, it buttered from 450, 450 straight down to zero. So, again, if it goes any further below there, that'll be like 1 point in a minute. It's still going 453.99. There's Boeing. Let me see the dollar. Take a look at the big tech names that are even going lower here. Again, the low ticker is starting to gas. High ticker just absolutely froze. Even the UVXY is not Again, UVXY might catch up here. That's the only one that hasn't. That'll probably follow the NASDAQ. Yeah, Tesla doesn't want to break, but it's still, everything's coming down right now. XLV went red. Where's XLF? They're about to go. JP Morgan hasn't. Goldman's near the low. Morgan Stanley kind of held up. Watch that. And even materials. Wells Fargo's getting clapped now. Where's the Wells Fargo? Those ones still clapped. They're all weeklies. Or they ended this week. That one was earnings. Roblo slipped. Old Intel. The Caterpillars didn't go up. SPY down 0.5%. Let's see where this puts us. You're well below the 100-day now, or at least if we close down here, again, we still got 30 minutes. If we close down here, it is not going to look like a candle. It's going to there's be a fat red through there. But Boeing's now dropping. Watch the Dow. Dow is the leader now, but NASDAQ is taking over. So NASDAQ is about to break its low here. This is where we could really start to get a flush or see what it does. I mean, the SPY already did it. I did not sell the Netflix yet, no. That one, we have post-earnings or pre-earnings tomorrow. We're going to make it, but if that one gets fully clapped, I'm just going to ride it through. Puts printing. Some of them are starting to move now. So the ones that I was looking at before, but here's the thing. I was looking at some on big tech companies. They didn't really move too much on this one, but then the Boeing puts are starting to go. Let's see. It did this yesterday. It starts to slow down. I think a lot of people are rushing towards exits. That's anytime the platform slows down, it starts to just get choppy. SPY going to 50 cents right now. 453. You just buttered 0.5 point through 454. So again, we talked about this today. Just remember, it just never happened. And then you finally got the break there at 454. So I mean, more damage is kind of good and bad in the sense that we still could go another 5 points or 4 points here. That would be the absolute bottom of this. Or that's where it starts to really, you start setting, I mean, you know, it would dramatically change how this chart looks, even on the 1 year if you started coming down here. It does kind of look like December 2018, but it's still early in this. No bottom, 198. Oh, they're going to head foot shorted? Totally. Yeah, I guess maybe Biden calls. Because that's how that's how what I do. I would go, if I was going to save this year, bro, if you were asking me to save this year, I would go, hey, listen, we're going to keep the rates at 0 forever. And everyone's going to get $20,000 to buy the S&P. Okay, and we're gonna do a lot more next year. Okay? So let's go out there, baby. All right? Everybody, come on, buy the dip on 3. 1, 2, 3, buy the dip. Yeah, let's go. Come on. Okay, no questions. See you later. Bye. Honestly, that's what I would do. I would do that, and that's how I would get out of it. I figured out my answer. Wait a minute. That's what Trump did. Oh, fuck. No, man. Shit, bro. We live in the Twilight Zone. Shit. That's crazy. Trump said the same exact rate thing. Oh, man. Same show, different season. Holiday season. Is this the bottom? Define bottom. I think that's an appropriate question from now on. This is a lot of things. You got 22 minutes left. We're still hitting the low. NASDAQ is bouncing a little bit, but again, watch for the flush there. Let's see our worst industries. It's looking like on that Dow, it is financials and industrials. Healthcare is about to go negative in energy. Other than that, consumer staples, a very economic shift right there, or economic defensive. Utilities and consumer staples on the S&P. Consumer discretionary, financials, industrials. Materials came back up, surprisingly. So stuff is just moving around, down 0.64. Today was about 1.6% top to bottom. Let me see. Where was that? Kind of down. We need to do that in a week. Man, some of these are getting knocked. I'm looking at premiums right now. 20%. I mean, keep some earnings in mind. We had some of the Boeing puts are coming up a little bit, but those are the only cheap ones there. Facebook and some Apple's out of the money. It's just the timing. That's what, again, and a lot of these are at you're paying higher prices more or less. What just happened? Oh, they just scam me? Come on, bro. Man. Whatever, I don't care. I'm not going to chase it. I literally put a bid in and then it just jumped up. But we'll see. It's 1240. Props, pay the premium. See, I want to rush it. It's actually that, damn it. That was great timing. But no, the play just shot up almost 10% on me. Apple butter. Boeing's still at the low. It's an interesting move that we have here. Think Ford will stay up tomorrow? I don't know. I mean, Ford, it just sucks when you see it, like if it hits a downtrend after it was being pretty decent. But Ford has been very, very good. This tested. Remember, the one thing I've been saying all year about this is that Ford is held up very, very strong, and that's been very, very advantageous for them. So that's why I'm like, it's a very how do you say? Trey, what do you think of Upstart? I don't know what they do. Frey battery on the high. No idea what that is. Bowen, a little bit of a bounce. Let me check Ford again. Monster, no one knows what they do. We never will. CNBC's talking about Frey. It's moving a little bit. They're moving around a lot. I mean, there's some calls. I was looking at some calls and some puts, trying to get an idea. This would be a good time here. CNBC guy says he's very long Frey. How much time? 15 minutes? Am I straight in Biden? No, we're not. Biden's going to speak at 4 p.m. So literally right at close he starts. I mean, maybe I'll keep it on. If he gets on right away, I'll put it on. I guess. Maybe we should. Oh, there it is. It just tested the bottom there. He's always lame. But I'll see if he does come on. You give it 3-1 odds. He doesn't mention the market. I'll take it. Are we going to do it? Let's go. Wrap it in an Ethereum contract. Run it. I'm down. What? These are scammers. These guys scam everywhere. Biden set up to be the scapegoat. I mean, at this point, shit, I don't know. I don't know why that was so funny to me, because I'm like, I guess everybody would just, like, if anything, I feel like everybody would look at it and be like, well, shit, I guess. I mean, I feel like when you look back in hindsight, I feel like, or if you read it in a history book 10 years from now, and they'll be like, and then all the people on Instagram demanded, they demanded this, and everyone fought over that, and then, yeah, and then that's it. Shit. Maybe. Okay, what time is it? 12:48. Mm-hmm. Less delta, more time. You look at Greeks when shopping. I don't, but when the play has a big difference in time, I'm comparing contract prices, and I'm looking at the previous highs compared to where it's at now, and it's like one of them I could spend the same amount of money and get more or less time, but then you could clearly see what a couple dollars closer to the money, it makes a bigger difference. So that's why I'm mentioning the delta as to I don't even look at the number. I could just see it on the contract price. Biden is live? Bullshit. They're widening the spreads big. Apple drop in, flush, yeah. 10-minute rig right there. What is the volume at? Oof. Volume is going to be a little bit lower or a little bit higher than yesterday. I'm thinking lower, but yeah, 10-minute rigged. I don't know. We're at 453.27. I mean, 450 is pretty much the lowest. I think if we don't touch that, I mean, we might touch it early in the morning and then see where it goes from there. Biden is live. Oh, man. Now it's point, bro. It's a 2% top to bottom move now. Oh, this is ugly. That's ugly. You were up 1% on the NASDAQ to down 0.81. Yeah, I'm not live. The market's getting clapped right now. But I'm your president. Stay tuned. I don't know what the hell that was. SPY's hitting a new low. Down 0.75%. 0.75 on the Dow. I mean, you might get a little bit of a bounce there. Let's see. I'm still shopping for these. But watch out. I mean, that's the 10-minute rigged. I mean, there's going to be a lot of volume in here. It's very, very ugly. Now, I'm just thinking, I think you just flush. If depending on where we close, it either does the flush right now or it flushes in the morning, hits 450, and then maybe that's cheap enough to bounce for some people. We'll see. There it is. More lows. What time? 12:52. Biden dance battle. It's pretty wild. This big drop, man. Big drop. A lot of these names. Amazon's right at that low there. Yeah, it's a lot of bigger names. Where's even Apple? Apple's already broke below. Amazon hasn't. Microsoft hasn't. Microsoft's only at 0.7 right now. So we said if Microsoft gave that up, yeah, that's ugly. PG Premium shot up 10. The spreads, they're widening the spreads fat right now. So I'm even looking at plays. Every single thing just widen. You're coming down now 0.91, 0.8 on the Dow Jones. It's going to look like a 1% day after being up here. But you got 7 minutes left. Almost even on the puts. Those already, I might just hold those even coming into it. SPY, yeah, 8% on those. I don't know. Those are 442s, though. This shit's at 452, 10 points in 2 days. The volume it's a little crazier, but it's very comparable to yesterday. I mean, Microsoft now and tech selling off. That's the one I'm not too excited about here. Mm-hmm. 6 minutes left. Does this count? I think there's going to be a lot more volatility. I'm so tired of it. Don't worry. You don't have to do today again. We get tomorrow. But that's how every day was. So today was like yesterday, but it wasn't yesterday. I'm just saying, but it'll be good. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's 12:54, man. You got 6 minutes left here. It's like I'm looking at these plays. I'm holding some of the puts because I like some of the thinking like, shit, if we just get a move like this, if it doesn't kind of vertically bounce, that's the only problem. So if we get more of these like kind of rebalancing rotational type days, that's the thing that I'm worried about. Because if it just dances too much during earnings. 5 minutes left. SPY year to date. It's still up. You're back to September support levels. Again, this is September and then what you got in November, October, but you are well below the 100-day moving average. Dude, it's still flushing out, bro. It's still going down here. It's not even the 10-minute rigged has literally been, bro. You're about to hit 450. Bro, you're at 452. We were talking 5 points, but, bro, this is doing it in 10 minutes. Oh, man. This move is big. Bro, again, we've been talking about this move all day, but it's doing it in 10 minutes right now. You're at 451.80. Are they going up? Did that SPY put move up? Now it's up 2%. 5%. We'll see. I want to play in after. That's crazy. Check what are the Boeing puts at? I'm trying to even monitor the puts that we got even for today. Those went up 20%. So it's decent, but a lot of the spreads are going wild right now. This is not very pretty. Each day after today is going to be interesting. I know. It really, really will be. But right now, this is a huge test because this right now, you're like 1 point above. But if you bounce from here, that's it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach here. It is a little bit bumpy here, so please make sure all seatbelts are fastened. If you guys are holding on to any bags, please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seat. We'll be coming through the aisle with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in the descriptions. That's going to be our nightly watch list and main channel layover around 5 p.m. Pacific time. And then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6:10, 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So we make this final approach in the San Diego International Airport. It's about 63 degrees and sunny, but if you've been looking at the stock market, it is incredibly cloudy, but you can still enjoy your vacation. Unfortunately, we are still under COVID guidelines, but we do believe in freedom, so do what you like, okay? Just one row at a time. And as always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Colt Rapid Rewards program card, please flag down your flight attendant. We'll get that to you as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Very bright red, baby. Very bright red. What do we got? What do we got? I'm doing it, man. I'm doing it. All right, I did it. I just bought a call. I'm crazy, I know. I'll do it. This is why I kept a lot of cash balance for a long time, you know. That's why I need to put him to work. So don't trade it. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. 1 minute. Let's go. I bought an Amazon call for March. So not a recommendation. I bought an Amazon March call last time. Remember, I don't have any of the Amazons. We flipped them last time. So I said, okay, we'll get it. They're widening out the spreads. I mean, it's selling off into it, but we will see what this could create. It got cheap, man. It got cheap, bro. It's great. But bring it home. You got 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Oh, no. 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding, 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 ding. Oh, let's go, baby. We did it. We made it. We did it. We made it. Oh, how do you feel, baby? GG, come on. We need a G. Let's go. Come on, party, baby. Yeah. I told you. Joe Biden. You're number 4. What number? I don't know. I'm your president. Have a good game. Enjoy your day. I'll be on soon. Yeah. GG, baby. Let's go. Oh, my gosh. Oh, whew. Hold on. Before anything, everybody here. Just can we breathe in? Everybody, please. No. Before you go anywhere, please breathe in. Relax. Take it all in. It's over. It's over, bro. You did 7 days. 7 hours. It felt like 7 days. 7 hours. 7 hours felt like 7 days right there. Okay? There was a lot right there. You need to relax. I know. Get a GG if you want, but I need to make sure you're breathing, man. It's okay. And just make sure you're feeling okay. Hey, you guys remember me? I just want to check in on these days. Yeah, I know. You forgot I'm your therapist. Nah, it's okay. Days like today, you're going to remember, but it's easy to forget. Okay? Just make sure you got that long term. You're going to be all right. But just breathe in and breathe out, and we'll get them again tomorrow, okay? Are you feeling good? I hope you're doing good. Well, GG to you too. Amen. Amen. Hey. Still wishing you a good game. Hope you're ready. I got a good speech. Took me 10 months. Brought to you by the comb. See you on the watch list, you prick. Let's go, baby! GG! Come on, Chad. Let's go. That's it. Okay, you guys relax, bro. We made it. We made it. I might stick around here a little for Biden. I mean, if he could get on early. That would be nice. But that's it, man. That's the day. I love you all. I love you all, man. GG. Just GG. I don't know if we're going to scream a lot. Are we going to? I don't know. I don't want to kill it. I had too many funds with the GG. You know what it is, man. You know what it is, okay? I need the GGs in the chat, but I need to make sure you enjoyed it, baby. Today was an exciting one. Okay? Today, he's live? What? How do you get this? I'm fine with this. We could disco. And we could GG. Huh? What do you think? Guys smell you? Okay, I gotta go. I'm live. Okay, sorry. I clicked the wrong link. No, it's not there. He's not live. I don't see him. I thought I was on the wrong link, bro. Where is it? I don't see it live. Are you messing with me? I totally thought I was clicking the
of all those that got a raise.
Oh shit.
We cut health insurance premiums for millions of American families, and we just made surprise medical bills illegal in this country.
Why was it
those
legal
bills you
before?
get
The
that you don't
fuck?
expect to turn $2,000 to $5,000 from the hospital beyond what you thought you were going to have to owe because of the consultation you weren't told was going to cost that much? No more. They're now illegal. Thanks to the American Rescue Plan and other actions we've taken, we've seen record job creation, record economic growth in the past year. Now, thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure bill, we're about to make a record investment in rebuilding America to take us to be the #1 best infrastructure in the world. Well, now we're way below that. We'll be creating better jobs for millions of people, modernizing our roads, our bridges, our highways, our ports.
You're going
our
to get above
airports.
that. We way below
Everything
that.
from making clean water, removing lead pipes, so that every American can turn on a faucet and drink clean water. Urban and rural and suburban communities. It's going to make affordable high-speed internet available to every American in urban, rural, and suburban areas. We've never done that before. Now we are. We're in the process of getting that done. Still, for all this progress, I know there's a lot of frustration and fatigue in this country. And we know why. COVID-19, Omicron has now been challenging us in a way that it's the new enemy. But while it's cause for concern, it's not cause for panic. We've been doing everything we can, learning and adapting as fast as we can, and preparing for a future beyond the pandemic. All I know that after almost 2 years of physical, emotional, and psychological weight of this pandemic and the impact it's had on everyone, for many of us, it's been too much to bear. We're in a very different place now, though. We have the tools, vaccines, boosters, masks, tests, pills, to save lives and keep businesses and schools open. 75% of adults are fully vaccinated. We've gone from 90 million adults with no shots in arms last summer and down to 35 million with no shots as of today. And we're adding about 9 million more vaccinations each week. We're going to stick with our vaccination efforts because vaccinations work. So get vaccinated, please, and get your booster. Look, we're also increasing testing. Should we have done more testing earlier? Yes, but we're doing more now. We've gone from 0 at-home tests a year ago to 375 million tests on the market in just this month. If you buy a test at a store, your insurance will reimburse you. On top of that,
Tell me this don't hit.
1 billion at-home tests available for you to order and be delivered to your home for free. Just visit covidtest.gov to know how to get that free test kit to your home. In addition, there are 20,000 sites where you can get tested in person for free now. And now we have more treatments that for people to keep people out of the hospital than any other point in the pandemic, including life-saving antiviral pills. We purchased 20 million of these new Pfizer pills, more than any country in the world. The bottom line on COVID-19 is that we're in a better place than we've been and have been thus far, clearly better than a year ago. We're not going back to lockdowns. We're not going back to closing schools. Schools should stay open because the American Rescue Plan, we provided to states $130 billion. $130 billion to keep our students and educators safe and schools open. Funding for ventilation systems in schools, social distancing, hygiene for classrooms and the school buses. In addition, we've added another $10 billion for COVID-19 tests to be able to be administered at schools. And many states and school districts have spent this money very well. Unfortunately, some haven't. I encourage the states and school districts that use the funding to protect our children and keep our schools open. Use it. The COVID-19 is not going to give up and accept things. It's just not going to go away immediately. But I'm not going to give up and accept things as they are now. Some people may call what's happening now the new normal. I call it a job not yet finished. It will get better. We're moving toward a time when COVID-19 won't disrupt our daily lives. where COVID-19 won't be a crisis, but something to protect against and a threat. Look, we're not there yet, but we will get there. Now, the second challenge we're facing are prices. COVID-19 has created a lot of economic complications, including rapid price increases across the world economy. People see it at the gas pumps, the grocery stores, and elsewhere. So, here's what we're going to do. A critical job in making sure
here go
that
the reserves.
elevated prices don't become entrenched rests with the Federal Reserve, which has a dual mandate: full employment and stable prices. The Federal Reserve provided extraordinary support during the crisis for the previous year and a half. Given the strength of our economy and the pace of recent price increases, it's appropriate, as the Federal Chairman, Chairman Powell, the Fed Chairman Powell has indicated, to recalibrate the support that is now necessary. I respect the Fed's independence, and I've nominated 5 superb individuals to serve on the Federal Board of Governors.
Bro, he better not say what I
women
think he's going to say.
From a variety of ideological perspectives. They're eminently qualified, historically diverse, and have earned bipartisan praise.
If he says they
And I
needed,
call on
if
the
he
United States
blames
Senate
the
to
Fed,
confirm them without any further
oh,
delay.
fuck.
And here at the White House, and for my friends in Congress, the best thing to tackle high prices is a more productive economy.
Okay, he
greater
moved on.
capacity
No,
to
he
deliver
moved on.
goods
He
and
moved on.
services to the
He
American
forgot. Thank God.
And a growing economy where
I thought he
folks
was
have
about
more
to say it.
choices and more small businesses compete, and where more goods can get to market faster and cheaper. I've laid out a 3-part plan to do just that. First, fix the supply chain. COVID-19 has had a
Just
global
don't say
impact
race,
on the
G.
economy.
We good.
When a factory shuts down in one part of the world, shipments to shops and homes and businesses all over the world.
This is the first time I'm
disrupt-
happy it's starting to sound like the same speech.
COVID-19 has
Yeah, that made me
compounded
nervous
many
for a
times
good
over.
120 seconds.
A couple of months ago,
60
in
seconds.
this very room, we
Okay,
talked.
10,
We heard
you forgot.
dire warnings about how the supply chain problems could create a real crisis around the holidays. So we acted. We brought together business and labor, and that much predicted crisis did not occur. 99% of the packages were delivered on time, and shelves were stocked. And notwithstanding the recent storms that have impacted many parts of our country, the share of goods in stock at stores is 89% now, which is barely changed from the 91% before the pandemic. I often see empty shelves being shown on television. 89% are full, which is only a few points below what it was before the pandemic. But our work's not done. My infrastructure law will supercharge your effort upgrading everything from roads and bridges to ports and airports, railways and transit, to make the economy move faster and reduce prices for families. Second thing, my Build Back Better plan will address the biggest cost of working families face every day. No other plan will do more to lower the cost for American families. It cuts the cost for childcare. Many families, including the people sitting in this room, if they have children and they're working full-time, many families pay up to $14,000 a year for childcare in big cities, less than that in smaller ones. My plan cuts that in half. That will not only be a game changer for so many families' budgets, but it will mean so much for the nearly 2 million women who've left the workforce during the pandemic because of things like childcare. My Build Back Better plan cuts the price of prescription drugs. So insulin, that today costs some people as much as $1,000 a month, will cost no more than $35 a month. It cuts the cost of elder care. It lowers energy cost. And it will do all this without raising a single penny in taxes on people making under $400,000 a year or raising the deficit. In fact, my plan cuts the deficit and it boosts the economy by getting more people into the workforce. That's why 17 Nobel Prize winners for economics say it will ease long-term inflationary pressure. The bottom line, if price increases are what you're worried about, the best answer is my Build Back Better plan. Third thing we're going to do, promote competition. Look, in too many industries, a handful of giant companies dominate the market in sectors like meat processing, railroad, shipping, and other areas. This isn't a new issue. It's not been the reason we've had high inflation today. It's not the only reason. It's been happening for a decade. But over time, it has reduced competition, squeezed out small businesses and farmers, ranchers, and increased the price for consumers. We end up with an industry like the meat processing industry, where 4 big companies dominate the markets. Pay ranchers less for their cattle they grow, charge consumers more for beef, hamburger meat, whatever they're buying. Prices are up. Look, I'm a capitalist, but capitalism without competition is not capitalism, it's exploitation. So I signed an executive order to tackle unfair competition in our economy, and we're going to continue to enforce it, along with working with Congress where we can. I'll close with this. We have faced some of the biggest challenges that we've ever faced in this country these past few years. Challenges to our public health, challenges to our economy. But we're getting through it. And not only are we getting through it, we're laying the foundation for a future where America wins the 21st century by creating jobs at a record pace. Now we need to get inflation under control. We have developed an extraordinarily effective booster shots and antiviral pills. Now we need to finish the job to get COVID-19 under control. I've long said, it's never been a good bet to bet against the American people or America. I believe that more than ever today. We've seen the grit and determination of the American people this past year. But the best days of this country are still ahead of us, not behind us. Now, I'm happy to take questions. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know some of my colleagues will get into some specific issues, but I wanted to zoom out on your first year in office. Inflation is up. Your signature domestic legislation is stalled in Congress. In a few hours from now, the Senate, an effort in the Senate to deal with voting rights and voting reform legislation is going to fail. COVID-19 is still taking the lives of 1,500 Americans every day. And the nation's divisions are just as raw as they were a year ago.
Dude, he's like smiling and he's scared to ask this question. This is wild.
And how do you plan to course correct going forward?
Why are you such an optimist? Look, I didn't overpromise, and what I have probably outperformed what anybody thought would happen. The fact of the matter is that we're in a situation where we have made enormous progress.
Why is everybody bashing optimism lately?
COVID. Well, it was 3 times that not long ago. It's coming down. Everything's changing. It's getting better. Look, I didn't overpromise, but I think if you take a look at what we've been able to do, you'd have to acknowledge we made enormous progress. But one of the things that I think is something that, one thing I haven't been able to do so far is get my Republican friends to get in the game of making things better in this country. For example, I was reading the other day, and I wrote the quote down so I don't misquote him. A quote from Senator Sununu when he decided that he wasn't going, Governor Sununu, when he decided he wasn't going to run for the Senate in New Hampshire. Here's what he said. They were all, for the most part, content with the speed at which they weren't doing anything. It was very clear that we just had to hold the line for 2 years. Okay, so I'm just going to be a roadblock for the next 2 years? That's not what I do, Sununu said. He went on to say it bothered me that they were okay with that. Then he goes on to say, I said, okay, so we're not going to get stuff done if we win the White House back, Why didn't we do anything in 2017 and 2018? And then he said, how the Republican Sununu spoke to answer the challenge? He said, crickets, yeah, crickets. They had no answer. I did not anticipate that there'd be such a stalwart effort to make sure that the most important thing was that President Biden didn't get anything done. Think about this. What are Republicans for? What are they for? Name me one thing they're for. And so the problem here is that I think what I have to do and the change in tactic, if you will, I have to make clear to the American people what we are for. We've passed a lot. We passed a lot of things that people don't even understand what's all that's in it, understandably. Remember when we passed the Affordable Care Act, and everybody thought that, it really was getting pummeled and beaten. And it wasn't until after we were out of office and that next campaign, when that off-year campaign, and I wasn't in office anymore. We went in a whole bunch of districts campaigning for Democrats and Republican districts who said they wanted to do away with health care, with Obamacare. And I started pointing out that if you did that, pre-existing conditions would no longer be covered. And they said, huh? We didn't know that. We didn't know that. And guess what? We won over 38 seats because we had explained to the people exactly what, in fact, had passed. Now, one of the things that I remember saying, and I'll end this, I remember saying to President Obama when he passed the Affordable Care Act, I said, you ought to take a victory lap. And he said, there's so many things going on, we don't have time to take a victory lap. As a consequence, no one knew what the detail of the legislation was. They don't know a lot of the detail of what we pass. So the difference is, I'm going to be out on the road a lot, making the case around the country with my colleagues who are up for re-election and others, making the case of what we did do and what we want to do, what we need to do.
Is this a filibuster?
So I don't think I've overpromised at all, and I'm going to stay on this track. One of the things that I remember, and I'll end this with, I was talking with, Jim Clyburn, who was a great help to me in the campaign in South Carolina. And Jim said, and when he endorsed me, and there was a clip on television in the last couple of days of Jim, and it said that we want to make things accessible and affordable for all Americans. That's healthcare. That's education. That's prescription drugs. That's making sure you have access to all the things that everybody else has. We can afford to do that. We can't afford not to do it. So I tell my Republican friends, here I come. This is going to be about what are you for? What are you for? And I'll lay out what we're for. Mary Bruce, ABC.
Thank you, Mr. President. You mentioned your Republican colleagues, but right now your top two legislative priorities, your social spending package and voting rights legislation, are stalled, blocked by your own party after months of negotiation. You are only guaranteed control of Washington for one more year before the midterms. Do you need to be more realistic and scale down these priorities in order to get something passed?
No, I don't think so. When you say
Yes!
more realistic, I think it's extremely realistic.
He
to
said
say to people,
no. I want to be realistic.
because let me
I like
back up.
that answer. Amen.
You all really know the politics of this country and your networks and others. You spend a lot of time.
Nah, I vibe with that. I
do,
vibe with that heavy.
Polling this data, determining what the American people's attitudes are, et cetera. American people overwhelmingly agree with me on prescription drugs. They overwhelmingly agree with me on the cost of education. They overwhelmingly agree with me on early education. They overwhelmingly go on the list on child care. And so we just have to make the case of what we're for and what the other team's not for. Look, we knew all along that a lot of this was going to be an uphill fight. And one of the ways to do this
Will you be
is
more
to make
realistic?
sure we make the contract
No.
as clear as we can. And one of the things that I think is we're going to have to do is just.
I have time
make
to
the case.
commentate
I don't
over
think
it, but
there's
he's not
anything
saying.
about what we're asking. I'm not asking for castles in the sky. I'm asking for practical things the American people have been asking for a long time.
Like
Long
$3 trillion.
And
The
I
fuck?
think we can get it done.
You're not going to scale down any of these priorities, but so far that strategy isn't working. You haven't been able to get some of these big legislative ticket
I got
items
two
done.
real big ones done, bigger than any president has ever gotten in the first year.
But currently, Mr. President, your spending package, voting rights legislation, they're not going anywhere. So
That's true.
Is there anything that you are confident you can get signed into law before the midterm elections?
Yes, I'm confident we can get pieces, big chunks of the Build Back Better law signed into law. And I'm confident that we can take the case to the American people that the people they should be voting for, who are going to oversee whether the elections in fact are legit or not, should not be those who are being put up by the Republicans to determine that they're going to be able to change the outcome of the election. So whether or not we can actually get an election, and by the way, I haven't given up. We haven't finished the vote yet on what's going on voting rights and the John Lewis bill and others. But so. Look, this is, I've been engaged a long time in public policy, and I don't know many things that have been done in one fell swoop.
Spy, new low after hours.
So I think the most important thing to do is try to inform, not educate, inform the public of what's at stake in stark terms. And let them make judgments and let them know who's for them and who's against them, who's there and who's not there, and make that the case. And that's what I'm going to be spending my time doing in this off-year election.
You mentioned Republicans and reaching out to them. Some Republicans who may be open to major changes on voting rights, for instance, like Mitt Romney, he says he never even received a phone call from this White House. Why not?
I like Mitt Romney's a straight guy. One of the things that we're doing, I was trying to make sure we got everybody on the same page in my party on this score. And I didn't call many Republicans at all. The fact is that I do think that Mitt is a serious guy. I think we can get things done. I think I predict to you they'll get something done on the electoral reform side of this. But rather than judge what's going to get done and not get done, all I can say is I'm going to continue to make the case why it's so important to not turn the electoral process over to political persons who are set up deliberately to change the outcome of elections. Allison Harris, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking of voting rights legislation, if this isn't passed, do you still believe the upcoming election will be fairly conducted and its results will be legitimate?
Well, it all depends on whether or not we're able to make the case to the American people that some of this is being set up to try to alter the outcome of the election. And it's one thing, look, maybe I'm just being too much of an optimist. Remember how we thought not that many people were going to show up to vote in the middle of a pandemic? We had the highest voter turnout in the history of the United States of America. Well, I think if, in fact, no matter how hard they make it for minorities to vote, I think you're going to see them willing to stand in line and defy the attempt to keep them from being able to vote. I think you're going to see the people we're trying to keep from being able to show up, showing up and making the sacrifice that needs to be made in order to change the law back to what it should be. But it's going to be difficult. I make no bones about that. It's going to be difficult. But we're not there yet. We've not run out of options yet, and we'll see how this moves.
And on Omicron and education, teachers are in revolt in so many places. Parents are at odds over closing schools and remote learning. You say we're not going to go back to closing schools. You said that just moments ago, yet they're closing in some areas. What do you say to those teachers and principals and parents about school closings, and what can your administration do to help make up for learning loss for students?
First of all, I put in perspective the question you asked. Very few schools are closing. Over 95% are still open. So you all phrase the questions when people, I don't think it's deliberate on your part, but you phrase the question when anyone watches this on television. My God, there must be, all those schools must be closing. What are we going to do? 95% are still open, number one. Number two, the idea.
Oh, that's a real deep dive. Like when he goes to the mic, you know what I'm saying? Like you got to
teachers know it as well.
Bro, that's like an arch. Sure like he really,
that we had the ability,
you know what I'm saying? He really leaning in. No, like you don't just get there by a slight lean. Like that's like get low.
To be able to make sure schools were able to be safe. So we have new ventilation systems available for them. We have the way they scrub down laboratories and I mean the laboratories kids go to go to the bathroom, cafeterias, buses, etc. All that money's there. There's billions of dollars made available. It's there. Not every school district has used it as well as it should be used, but it's there. And so, in addition to that, there is now another $10 billion for testing of students in the schools. So I think as time goes on, it's much more likely you're going to see that number go back up from 95%, back up to 98, 99%. But the outfit, the individuals of the district that says we're not going to be open is always going to get, and I'm not being critical of any of you, it's always going to get front page. It's always going to be the top of the news. But let's put it in perspective. 95, as high as 98% of the schools in America are open, functioning, and capable of doing the job. How about Jen Epstein, Bloomberg?
Mr. President, thank you. Your top foreign policy advisors have warned that Russia is now ready to attack Ukraine, but there's still little unity among European allies about what a package of sanctions against Moscow would look like. If the US and NATO aren't willing to put troops on the line to defend Ukraine and American allies can't agree on a sanctions package, hasn't the US and the West lost nearly all of its leverage over Vladimir Putin? And given how ineffective sanctions have been in deterring Putin in the past, why should the threat of new sanctions give him pause?
Well, because
Was that him
never
breathing?
seen sanctions like the ones I promised.
You heard that,
would be
right?
imposed if
Or
he
was that
wins,
her?
number one. Number two, we're in a situation where Vladimir Putin is about to, we've had very frank discussions, Vladimir Putin and I, and the idea that NATO is not going to be united, I don't buy. I've spoken to every major NATO leader. We've had the NATO-Russian summit. We've had the OSCE has met, et cetera. And so I think what you're going to see is that Russia will be held accountable if it invades. And it depends on what it does. It's one thing if it's a minor incursion and then we end up having a fight about what to do and not do, et cetera. But if they actually do what they're capable of doing with the force amassed on the border, it is going to be a disaster for Russia if they further invade Ukraine, and that our allies and partners are ready to impose severe cost and significant harm on Russia and the Russian economy. And, you know, we're going to fortify our NATO allies, I told them, on the eastern flank if, in fact, he does invade. I've already shipped over $600 million worth of sophisticated equipment, defensive equipment, to the Ukrainians. The cost of going into Ukraine in terms of physical loss of life for the Russians, they'll be able to prevail over time, but it's going to be heavy. It's going to be real. It's going to be consequential. In addition to that, Putin has a stark choice. He either de-escalation or diplomacy, a confrontation of the consequences. And look, I think you're going to see, for example, everybody talks about how Russia has control over the energy supply.
Airlines just got clapped.
That Europe absorbs. Well, guess what? That money that they earn from that makes about 45% of their economy. I don't see that as a one-way street. They go ahead and cut it off. It's like my mother used to say, you're biting your nose off to spite your face. It's not like they have all these wonderful choices out there. I spoke with the Prime Minister of Finland. And, we're talking about concern on the part of Finland and Sweden about what Russia is doing. The last thing that Russia needs is Finland deciding to change its status. They didn't say they're going to do that, but they're talking about what, in fact, is going on and how outrageous Russia is being. We're finding ourselves in a position where I believe you'll see that
airlines just guided down
for example,
the lower capacity for 2022 than 2019.
If they invade,
So it's not too bad, but they downgraded a guidance right there.
Will not be able to deal in
Or at least
dollars.
United did.
So there's a lot's going to happen. But here's the thing. My conversation with Putin, and we've been, how can we say it? We have no problem understanding one another. He has no problem understanding me, nor me him. And the direct conversations were, I pointed out, I said, you've occupied before other countries, but the price has been extremely high. How long? You can go in and over time, at great loss and economic loss, go in and occupy Ukraine. But how many years? 1, 3, 5, 10? What is that going to take? What toll does that take? It's real. It's consequential. So this is not all just a cakewalk for Russia. Militarily, they have overwhelming superiority as it relates to Ukraine. But they'll pay a stiff price immediately, near term, medium term, and long term if they do it. I'm sorry. Okay. David Sanger, New York Times.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to follow up on your answer there about Russia and Ukraine. When you were in Geneva in June, you said to us about President Putin, I think the last thing he wants now is a Cold War. Now, since then, of course, you've seen him gather these troops, 100,000 troops around Ukraine. Your Secretary of State said today he thought he could invade it at any moment. You've seen the cyber attacks, and you've seen the demand that he have a sphere of influence in which you would withdraw all American troops and nuclear weapons from what used to be the Soviet bloc. So I'm wondering if you still think that the last thing he wants is a Cold War. And has your view of him changed in the past few months? And if it has, and he does invade, would your posture be to really move back to the kind of containment policy that you saw so often when you were still in the Senate?
The answer is that I think he still does not want any full-blown war, number one. Number two, do I think he'll test the West, test the United States and NATO as significantly as he can? Yes, I think he will. But I think he'll pay a serious and dear price for it that he doesn't think now will cost him what it's going to cost him. And I think he'll regret having done it. Now, whether or not, I think that, how can I say this in a public forum?
He's a bitch.
I think that he is dealing with what I believe he thinks is the most tragic thing that's happened to Mother Russia, in that the Berlin Wall came down, the empire has been lost, the near abroad is gone, etc. The Soviet Union has been split. But think about what he has. He has 8 time zones, a burning tundra that will not freeze again naturally, a situation where he has a lot of oil and gas, but he is trying to find his place in the world between China and the West. And so I'm not so sure that he has David, I'm not so sure he is certain what he's going to do. My guess is he will move in. He has to do something. And by the way, I've indicated to him the 2 things he said to me that he wants guarantees on. One is Ukraine will never be part of NATO. And 2, that NATO or there will not be strategic weapons stationed in Ukraine. Well, we can work out something on the second piece, pretending what he does along the Russian line as well, the Russian border in the European area of Russia. On the first piece, we have a number of treaties internationally and in Europe that suggest that you get to choose who you want to be with. But the likelihood that Ukraine is going to join NATO in the near term is not very likely, based on much more work they have to do in terms of democracy and a few other things going on there. And whether or not the
White House just told U.S. chip makers to be prepared for new restrictions on exports to Russia if Moscow attacks Ukraine. This is coming across right now.
Well, I probably shouldn't go any further, but I think it will hurt him badly.
Like you're offering some way out here, some off-ramp, and it sounds like what it is at least an informal assurance that NATO is not going to take in Ukraine anytime in the next few decades, and it sounds like you're saying we would never put nuclear weapons there. He also wants us to move all of our nuclear weapons out of Europe and not have troops rotating through the old Soviet bloc. Do you think there's space for there as well?
No, there's not space for that. We won't permanently station, but the idea we're going to actually increase troop presence in Poland or Romania, et cetera, if in fact he moves. Because we have a sacred obligation in Article 5 to defend those countries. They are part of NATO. We don't have that obligation relative to Ukraine, although we have great concern about what happens in Ukraine. Thank you. Maureen, USA Today.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to follow up on your comment on Build Back Better and also ask you a question about the pandemic. You said that you're confident you can pass big chunks of Build Back Better this year. Does that wording mean that you are thinking about, you're looking at breaking the package up into individual portions? And then on the pandemic, now that the Supreme Court has blocked the vaccination or test rule for larger businesses, are you reconsidering whether to require vaccines for domestic flights as a way to boost vaccination rates?
No, look, first of all, on the last part of the question, the Supreme Court decision, I think, was a mistake, but you still see thousands and thousands of people who work for major corporations having to be tested as a consequence of the decision made by the corporation, not by the standard ISET that is there. I think you'll see that increase, not decrease, number one. What was the first part of your question?
On your comment that you made that you're confident
Yes.
that major chunks of Build Back
Yes.
Better can pass, are you breaking it up? Does that
Yes,
mean?
it's clear to me that that we're going to have to probably break it up. I think that we can get, and I've been talking to a number of my colleagues on the Hill, I think it's clear that we would be able to get support for the $500+ billion for energy and the environmental issues that are there, number one. Number two, I know that the two people who've opposed, on the Democratic side at least, support a number of the things that are in there. For example, Joe Manchin strongly supports early education, 3 and 4 years of age, strongly supports that. There is strong support for, I think, a number of the way in which to pay for these, pay for this proposal. So I think there is. I'm not going to negotiate against myself as to what should and shouldn't be in it, but I think we can break the package up, get as much as we can now, and come back and fight for the rest later. Ken, Wall Street Journal, Ken Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to ask you about the economy. As you said earlier, Americans are feeling the squeeze of inflation. Oil prices have been at about a 7-year high recently. How long should Americans expect
He
to
doesn't
face
smile
higher
and laugh at
prices
the old
when they're
reporters.
At the grocery store, when they're
Only
at
the
gas
young
pump?
ones.
Is this something that they're going to see into the summer, into next fall? And separately, you talk about the importance of the Fed, but isn't that an acknowledgement that you're limited in what you can do if you're relying on the Fed to make decisions and you're unable to get a Build Back Better proposal through? Aren't you simply limited in what you can do to deal with inflation?
Well, look, as you know, Ken, the inflation has everything to do with the supply chain. And I think what you're seeing is that we've been able to make progress on speeding up the access to materials. For example, 1/3 of the increase in cost of living is the cost of automobiles. The reason automobiles have skyrocketed in price is because of the lack of computer chips. So we have the capacity, and we're going to do everything in our power to do it, to become self-reliant on the computer chips that we need in order to be able to produce more automobiles. That's underway. We've already passed, within the context of another bill, money for that in in the House of Representatives, before the House of Representatives now. But I think there's a way we can move to, if we can move to get, for example, that one thing done, it can make a big difference in terms of the cost of, the total cost of living. Now, with regard to the whole issue of energy prices, that gets a little more complicated, but you saw what happened when I was able to convince everyone from including China, India, a number of other countries to agree with us to go into their version of their petroleum reserve, to release more into the market. So that brought down the price about 12, 15 cents a gallon, some places more. There's going to be a reckoning along the line here as to whether or not we're going to continue to see oil prices continue to go up in ways that are going up now relative to what impact that's going to have on the producers. And so it's going to be hard. I think that's the place where most middle-class people, working-class people get hit the most. They pull up to a pump and all of a sudden, instead of paying $2.40 a gallon, they're paying $5 a gallon. That's going to be really difficult. But so we're going to continue to work on trying to increase oil supplies that are available. And I think there's ways in which we can be of some value added in terms of the price of gas, natural gas and the like, to take the burden off the European countries that are now totally dependent on Russia. But it's going to be hard. It's going to be very hard. But I think that we have to deal with, for example, like I said, you have a circumstance where people are paying more for a pound of hamburger meat than they ever paid. Well, one of the reasons for that is you don't have that many folks out there that are the ones that are got the big four controlling it all. And so you're going to see more and more, we're going to move on this competition piece to allow more and more smaller operations to come in and be able to engage in buying and providing the access to much cheaper meat than exists now. But it's going to be a haul. Now, and I assume the reason you said if I can't get Build Back Better relates to what those 17 Nobel laureate economists said, that if in fact we could pass it, it would actually lower the impact on inflation, reduce inflation over time, et cetera. So there's a lot we have to do. It's not going to be easy, but I think we can get it done, but it's going to be painful for a lot of people in the meantime. That's why the single best way to take the burden off middle class and working class folks is to pass the Build Back Better piece that are things that they're paying a lot of money for now. If you get to trade off higher gases, you're putting up with higher price of hamburgers and gas versus whether or not you're going to be able to pay for education and or childcare and the like. I think most people would make the trade. Their bottom line would be better in middle-class households. But it's going to be hard, and it's going to take a lot of work.
Sir, you mentioned China. Do you think the time has come to begin lifting some of the tariffs on Chinese imports, or is there a need for China to make due on some of its commitments in the Phase 1 agreement? Some business groups would like you to begin lifting up those tariffs on China.
Well, I know that, and that's why my trade rep is working on that right now. The answer is uncertain. It's uncertain. I'd like to be able to be in a position where I could say they're meeting the commitments or more of their commitments and be able to lift some of it, but we're not there yet. Nancy, CBS.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. This afternoon, the Senate Minority Leader, Mitch McConnell, said that the midterm elections are going to be a report card on your progress on inflation, border security, and standing
She's not
up to
too old.
Russia.
She gets eye
Do you
contact
think
and a
that
smile.
that's a fair way to look at it? And if so, how do you think that report card looks right now?
I think report cards can look pretty good if that's where we're at. But look, the idea that Mitch has been very clear. He's going to do anything to prevent Biden from being a success. I get on with Mitch. I actually like Mitch McConnell. We like one another. But he has one straightforward objective. Make sure that there's nothing I do that makes me look good in his mind, with the public at large. And that's okay. I'm a big boy. I've been here before. But the fact is that I think that I'm happy to debate and have a referendum on how I handle the economy, whether or not I've made progress on. Look, again, how can I'm taking too long answering your questions. I apologize. I think that the fundamental question is, what's Mitch for? What's he for on immigration? What's he for? What's he proposing to make anything better? What's he for dealing with Russia? It's different than I'm proposing that many of his Republican friends or his colleagues are supporting as well. What's he for on these things? What are they for? So everything's a choice, a choice. I think, look, I've laid out a proposal on immigration that if we passed it, we'd be in a totally different place right now. But we're not there because we don't have a single Republican vote. My buddy John McCain's gone. So, I mean, it's going to take time. And again, I go back to Governor Sununu's quote. How long? I mean, rhetorical question. I know this is not fair to ask the press a question. I'm not asking you. But think about, did you ever think that one man out of office could intimidate an entire party where they're unwilling to take any vote contrary to what he thinks should be taken for fear of being defeated in a primary? I've had 5 Republican senators talk to me, bump into me, quote unquote, or sit with me, who've told me that they agree with whatever I'm talking about for them to do. But Joe, if I do it, I'm going to defeat it in a primary. We got to break that. It's got to change. And I doubt you're all, it sounds like I'm being solicitous, you're all bright as hell, well-informed, more informed than any group of people in America. But did any of you think that you get to a point where not a single Republican would diverge on a major issue? Not one? Anyway.
Can you tell us who those 5 Republican senators are?
Sure. No, are you kidding me? I maintain confidentiality.
On voting
but I'm
rights,
sure you've spoken to some.
on voting rights, sir,
Yes.
at your first press conference 10 months ago, I asked you if there was anything
Why
you
is he
could do
answering at a
beyond
delay?
legislation to protect voting rights. And at that time you said, yes, but I'm not going to lay out a strategy before you and the world now. Now that legislation appears to be hopelessly stalled, can you now lay out your strategy to protect voting rights?
Well, I'm not prepared to do that in detail in terms of the executive orders I may be able to engage in and other things I can do. But one of the things we have done, we have significantly beefed up the number of enforcers in the Justice Department who are there to challenge these unconstitutional efforts, in our view, unconstitutional efforts on the part of the Republicans to stack the election and subvert the outcomes. We have begun to organize in ways that we didn't before the communities beyond the civil rights community to make the case to the rest of the American people what's about to happen, what will happen if, in fact, these things move forward. If I had talked to you, not you, I'm using you in an editorial sense, if I've talked to the public about the whole idea of subversion of elections by deciding who the electors are after the fact, I think people would have looked at me like, whoa. I mean, I taught constitutional law for 20 years, a 3-credit course in separation of powers, and on Saturday mornings when I was a senator. And I never thought we'd get into a place where we were talking about being able actually, what they tried to do this last time out, send different electors to the state legislative bodies to represent who won the election, saying that I didn't win, but Republican candidate won. I doubt whether anybody thought that would ever happen in America in the 21st century, but it's happening. And so I guess what I'm saying is, Nancy, is that I think that there are a number of things we can do, but I also think we will be able to get significant pieces of the legislation, if we don't get it all now, to build to get it so that we get a big chunk of the John Lewis legislation as well as the Fair Elections Clause.
Sir, on COVID, if you don't mind, you touted the number of Americans who are now fully vaccinated with 2 shots, but even some of your own medical advisors say that people aren't fully protected unless they have that 3rd shot, a booster. Why hasn't this White House changed the definition of fully vaccinated to include that 3rd booster shot? Is it because the numbers of fully vaccinated Americans would suddenly look a lot less
No,
impressive?
it's not that at all. It's just this has become clearer and clearer. And every time I speak of it, I say, if you've been vaccinated, get your booster shot. Everybody get the booster shot. It's the optimum protection you can have. You're protected very well with 2 shots. If it's the Pfizer, anyway, you're protected. But you are better protected with the booster shot.
The definition right now.
I'm following what the answer is yes, get the booster shot. It's all part of the same thing. You're better protected. Alex Alper, Reuters.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to follow up briefly on a question asked by Bloomberg. You said that Russia would be held accountable if it invades, and it depends on what it does. It's one thing if it's a minor incursion, and we end up having to fight about what to do and what not to do. Are you saying that a minor incursion by Russia into Ukrainian territory would not lead to the sanctions that you have threatened, or are you effectively giving Putin permission to make a small incursion into the country?
Good question. That's how it did sound like, didn't it? The most important thing to do, big nations can't bluff, number one. Number two, the idea that we would do anything to split NATO, which would have a profound impact on profound impact on one of Putin's objectives is to weaken NATO, would be a big mistake. So the question is, if it's something significantly short of a significant invasion, or not even significant, just major military forces coming across. For example, it's one thing to determine that if they continue to use cyber efforts, well, we can respond the same way with cyber. They have FSB people in Ukraine now trying to undermine the solidarity within Ukraine about Russia and to try to promote Russian interest. But it's very important that we keep everyone in NATO on the same page. And that's what I'm spending a lot of time doing. And there are differences. There are differences in NATO as to what countries are willing to do depending on what happens, the degree to which they're able to go. And I want to be clear with you. The serious imposition of sanctions relative to dollar transactions and other things are things that are going to have a negative impact on the United States, as well as.
All right, Byron, I love you, man. God bless you. Chad, I got to get going here. I mean, he's taking a long time to answer the questions. I'm going to get you the watch list. I love all of you, though. God bless you. And at the very least, man, thankful for every single one of you, but I need you to get today's PHILO, okay? That's it. That's all I'm telling you. You need today's PHILO, this self-validation. Okay? I say just one more time before you go. Just remind yourself that you are great, my friend. Okay? Do you know who you are and where you are going? That's all I got to ask you. You know what I'm saying? Let's go, baby. But I love you all. God bless you. I will see you guys tonight on the watch list, and I will see you in the morning. Fill out the prayer request while. Peace out. Oh, hey, wait, Josh. I want a Biden pony. Okay, love you.